Welcome, my friends and enemies. Glad you are here. I am joined by Inquisitor Sage, whom you all love and admire and respect and all that fun stuff.
Yep.
Hopefully.
I'm very respectable.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I've seen you murder entire civilizations. I don't know about that, but
What? No.
the Danes gone.
No, they still exist, right? We didn't kill them yet.
Yet be the keyword. What do you mean the we? My wife's a Dane.
Well,
I can't do that.
No, you were part of that war.
Not really. I
You're
mean,
not getting out of this one.
I was at war with them, but I didn't actually fight them. Anyway, we were talking about Old World, so sorry, guys. One of my 3 wives is Danish, apparently. But yes, we have a couple topics that we're gonna just jump into. The first one, because I just came to this realization that this wasn't even a thing, and Sage apparently didn't know it was a thing either until I told him. Elder Scrolls 6 leaks apparently exist, and they tell you absolutely nothing for the most part, except it was on 4chan and Reddit and stuff. But I'm not going to go dig around in the cesspools that is Reddit. But essentially, there's like allegedly a 20-second clip of the Elder Scrolls 6 of just this guy apparently in Hammerfell. Is it Hammerfell or Hammerfall?
Hammerfell.
It is Hammerfell. Okay. Apparently he's in Hammerfell, and they do the cut screen. It's like a pre-alpha stage, not for public release, which clearly they used their cell phone to record this. So, but in this they showed a pretty horrendous targeting camera turn where it moves. It doesn't stay in the same spot and you just rotate on it. It has a weird moving type thing, and neither of us liked it. But it's not really worth even showing because there's not a whole lot to really show. It's 20 seconds of literally nothing.
Yeah.
And it looks not that great, all things considered, of what you should expect out of it. But a bunch of different people have been talking about it. Some people are like, oh, it's this person who released it, but it was actually the person before him that released it, and blah, blah, blah. It is what it is. But there was somebody I watched that had a comment of well, people are wondering whether or not Jeremy Soule, the one who did the Elder Scrolls 3 through 5 and some of the title theme and whatnot for online, if he was going to be coming back and returning in his role as the composer, because for those of you who are familiar with Jeremy Soule's work, he's done some pretty big bangers. And that's kind of a pun due to the Me Too movement. But that's the reason he's not coming back. But I would like to show you some of the more rare type things that I have, because I like showing these things off and they're a little dusty. But things
and this is the only time you can really do that.
This is also true. This is my time. My chance to shine is now. The Guild Wars soundtrack was composed by Jeremy Soule. For those, I might as well just make me large. Use the wrong button. If I could just learn how to use les technologies, which I would love to use. Okay. Make me large. Somehow I forgot how to do this. There we go. So, Guild Wars soundtrack, music composed by British Academy Award winner Jeremy Soule. Get all your favorite little, this way, soundtracks. It comes in this particular box right here, the Guild Wars 1 Collector's Edition. It's the only way to get all of the tracks like that physically. And then you have things coming up like the Guild Wars 2 original soundtrack, which was
very nice,
signed by Jeremy Soule himself. Yes, I am bringing back bragging rights because freaking Geeks and Gamers is too chickeny to do it themselves. So all these are stuff, and obviously composed by Jeremy Soule. Both Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 have really good soundtracks. He's also worked on Total Annihilation and Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance and stuff like that. And then probably the most notorious thing he's ever made, which would be Skyrim. So Skyrim being super crazy popular.
Main theme being, of course, the best known, probably.
I don't know. Asmongold uses some types of tracks also signed.
Yeah, but those are not really
They're not the main songs,
songs,
but they are
right? It's just
they're very
ambience.
noticeable by people who have played the game and whatnot.
Yeah, no, of course. You
And then
immediately recognize
my current
the
pride and joy, as I was telling Sage earlier, is the Skyrim Ultimate Edition vinyl set of Parthax or Parthax's is it Parthenax? Parthenax.
Parthenax, yes.
Parthenax's scale color for the vinyl, and it's a very fun little bits, but yeah, it's more or less my heart pride and joy at the moment because I know that's really hard to get a hold of and it's very very expensive, and it's still sealed because I haven't opened it up yet. I don't know if I ever will because I have the soundtrack so I can listen to it whenever I want to, but I also kind of want to play it, but at the cost, kind of want to keep it sealed. But who knows? Um, but Jeremy Soule in I think it was 2019 when the Me Too stuff started happening. I think it was the end of 2019. The Me Too movement started happening, and it kind of was. He got accused of sexual misconduct by multiple people. He denies them all. There were never any charges brought, so something tells me it was all crap, or they tried to settle out of court or something. I don't know. We won't be able to know unless he tells us what happened, because obviously everybody else is under NDA, whatever. If it was a settlement, and if it's not a settlement, then nothing happened, and it was all just a bunch of BS. But since then, he hasn't really worked in anything because he kind of got the rug pulled out from under him. And while he is a good composer, he's not a very good delivery man, since like the Guild Wars 2 soundtracks and whatnot took like 5 years to get into the hands of people for physical copies. But his sites are usually for digital, and digital would be instantaneous. So for that aspect, it did what it's supposed to do. But for physical, it took a long time, and it should not have taken that long. But he's always been super successful. He worked on the Harry Potter games. He worked on Total Annihilation, obviously Baldur's Gate, Dark Alliances, and all that kind of stuff. Like some pretty well known stuff. He also worked on Freddy the Fish, and Pajama Sam, and Sly Fox and stuff. So that's some cool stuff there too. I grew up on Freddy the Fish, and that was so much fun growing up. But whatever. I'd still probably play it
I guess
today.
that was fun.
I'd play it today. But I didn't know he did that until I did some research on it. But yeah, so to anybody who's wondering if we're going to get the classic, amazing soundtrack that is the Skyrim soundtrack or Oblivion or Morrowind, the answer is no. We will not be getting it from Jeremy Soule. It'll be somebody else. I mean, they're because it's the most popular Elder Scrolls soundtrack, because of it's played in everything Elder Scrolls. They're only going to be using it for everything as much as they can squeeze out of it. But it doesn't make sense when certain things, like when Elder Scrolls Online does things where they're not in like Skyrim territory is the continent. It doesn't seem right to have that music playing from Skyrim when you're not in Skyrim, but they've kind of made it the Elder Scrolls music rather than just the Skyrim music. So it's, I don't know. It feels weird to me. But what do I know?
No, I think that it could be. I think there's some similarities between the Oblivion and Skyrim music, right? So, of course, the feel in the Skyrim is much more Nordic,
Well, I'm saying
but
they're using the one
some
from
motives
5
in the
for
music
virtually
can be
everything. Is what I'm
carried
saying.
over.
Yeah, they're using the soundtrack from 5 for pretty much everything. And online, notwithstanding. So if you've seen an ad recently for Elder Scrolls Online, they're using Skyrim music for that, which is funny because it doesn't include just Skyrim; it includes all the continents, as far as I'm aware, that they've released.
Well, there's one continent, but yes.
Is Skyrim not its own continent?
No.
So those mountains are there for
So
show.
the continent is called Tamriel, I think.
I thought Tamriel was like the world bit.
No, I'm not.
Kind of like
Maybe.
how in Tolkien it's Arda, but it's just Earth. I thought
Could
Tamriel.
be.
I thought Tamriel was like an area of the map, and then individual sections were like separated
No,
by
I
its
think
continents.
the world itself has a different name, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah,
at the moment.
you'll have to do the research on that
I'm
one because
looking it up.
I don't know that one off the top of my head.
I think Tamriel is the main continent, right? And on that you have the several provinces. So Skyrim is a province,
Okay.
essentially.
I don't know why I always thought the mountains surrounding it was it just made it like its own continent because of templates or something. I don't know. Who knows? Nobody. All right, let's see. All right. So, that being said, sad day. I like the music. Not really fond of his delivery system, but it doesn't look like anything happened with that whole Me Too stuff. So, whatever. Next thing to look at.
Okay, the planet is called Nern.
Is that why the nerd plants are always going?
Yeah, yeah. So
It's
you
the
have Nern,
planet
and then the
speaking to
continent is
me.
Tamriel, and then there you have all the various provinces.
All
I
right.
think there's 6. No, wait, 10. I don't know why I said
Big
6.
it feels like a very small world, all considering, but I don't know. Maybe
Hmm?
I'm just not familiar. The whole world, like,
Yeah, but that's because Tamriel is only one continent.
yeah. Well, it'd be nice if we saw other continents
Well, we did, but not in
consistently,
the main game. Yeah, just in the lore.
consistently. Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't want to see them in lore like, hey, there's this continent named Blabachukulbabo, and we never see
Right.
it.
So we
Like,
know that the Nords, or maybe all humans, I'm not entirely sure.
Skyrim belongs to the
Um,
Nords.
they came from Admora, right, which is a different continent to the north. You have Akavir in the east, some sort of weird sunken Atlantis thingy where the red guards came from. I don't know why,
I don't think
but
they know either.
that's how it works. And there's the elves aren't native to Tamriel either, I think.
Yeah. So we're gonna move on to this next topic. I know people have mixed feelings on Grums. I think he's okay. I don't think he's like a bad dude or anything. He just does a lot of reporting. The guy needs to get off of Twitter every once in a while. But he
Yeah,
probably makes money off of it from all the interactions and stuff, so I can understand why he'd keep
could be.
doing it. But just because he makes money off of it doesn't mean he's inherently wrong. Doesn't mean he's inherently
Hmm.
right, but it doesn't mean he's inherently wrong
Though,
either.
he could do a bit more checking before he says things.
Sometimes, but I've noticed a lot of times where I'll get like a notification of a tweet of his and it'll say no longer available, or it'll say the newer version of this is over here and it's been updated to be more with it. Like he doesn't just post nonsense and leave it there. He'll post corrections and stuff. So I
That's fair.
I would say benefit of the doubt, he's not being a scumbag about it. I
No, no,
know
just not always the best informed, let's say.
I mean he's only as informed as people give him information too. Like
Yeah, true.
I mean, there's only so much you can look into. I mean, I know he relies a lot on like Madame Savvy's post and whatnot to jump into stuff, but he has his own takes. I mean, we have our own takes. We're not like the end all
Hmm.
be all of the internet or anything. But I do think that from time to time he has some good stuff. Other times it's just commenting on things of his own personal opinion. It's like whatever. But this I thought was
So what
interesting.
happened this time?
So game devs were talking guns after the election, and Blizzard starts firing. The CWA union sues Activision Blizzard for wrongful termination. Activision Blizzard is firing employees who talk about political violence on an internal company-wide Slack messaging just after Trump's election. A
Okay.
company-wide investigation is still ongoing with the very top lawyers at the company. Grums previously reported on how many leftist devs were losing their minds just days after Trump's election, openly talking about arming themselves for self-defense and to prepare for tumultuous times. After confirming with insider sources, I can report that there have been multiple firings on both sides. These promoting political violence have been fired, or those promoting political violence have been fired. Those talking about getting a gun and gun prep
So
to
when he
defend
says
against
both
Trump.
sides, does he mean both left and right, or
Yes,
okay,
I would imagine.
cool.
Well, because that the both sides
Well, I
is
don't know,
the
right?
stuff underneath it. So these three topics here. So
Oh,
people
yeah.
promoting political violence, the people who are talking about gun and gun prep, have also gotten fired, and then the people increasing talk about political violence, or the people reporting the increasing talk about it, have also
That
been fired.
seems
That's a very
that
bad
seems
thing to
weird.
do. Yeah, you shouldn't be reporting, or the people reporting or the whistleblowers should not be getting fired because then next time this happens, I'm
No
assuming that,
one will talk.
yeah, well, I'm assuming the reason they got fired is because they let the world know that Blizzard wasn't a perfect company or something of that nature. It affected their image.
Okay, but they reported that to HR.
Yes,
It says
yes,
so. That's not to the outside world. That's
yes.
inside the
But
company.
if you're going to report something, odds are, if no one does anything, you're going to report it on your own. So like,
Yeah, but if they didn't do that,
if I work for a company like Blizzard or Activision, and I see some really sketch stuff happening, if I report it to HR, one, HR as an industry is a cesspool. It needs to go
yeah,
in.
sure.
HR needs to get removed completely because it doesn't do anything useful.
Or could it be that because of that, HR is in charge of firing people? So maybe they thought, oh, this person is.
That's also possible, but I also think that because I mean Blizzard can choose their HR company, so um,
Yeah, true.
I believe that Blizzard and Activision is extremely politically left,
Hmm.
and this stuff is observable by pretty much anybody in management. They can access Slack and be like, "Oh, look what people are talking about." One, they're lazy and they didn't do that. Two, they
Hmm.
did it, they knew about it, and they didn't care. But then once it was reported, that's when people were, is forced upon them, so to speak.
Hmm.
So when if you go to
Yeah. So
HR, go ahead.
I think most of this seems reasonable, but the firing of those reporting to HR, that seems the only bit that's
It's a bit weird, yes. But my point is that
no, I think those people probably have a good legal standpoint for their
well,
wrongful
yes,
termination.
because they didn't do anything. Yes, but
Yeah.
the other people don't really have much to work with. Now,
Hmm.
if HR catches wind of it, that means the higher ups are probably going to catch wind of it. Or the higher ups said, if anybody does this and comes to you for this kind of stuff, nix them out. And that's one of those things I don't understand. Where, like, from a legal perspective, why anyone thinks that the rules of HR work. Like, hey, we're not going to tell anybody who you are. We're not going to. No, you are. You're not going to just
That
like
only works if
let a
you.
random person call in and start spewing random nonsense. You have to identify them, know that they actually work for the company, that they actually can do something that isn't related to you, and then you
Yeah, yeah.
act on something.
It
It's going to
only
be bigger.
works if you can have anonymous drop-offs, but only within the company, right? So maybe you have like a
Which
box
that doesn't
somewhere
work
that you
when you
can.
have multiple sites. So, and even if it was a multiple sites thing, let's say they had 5 sites and it was dropped off at a particular site. Well, guess what? One, it's going to take forever for them to get to it because they have to go to
Yeah,
that
and I
top
just
box.
have an HR person at every site who keeps track of the local
No.
stuff. Like,
Usually it's like 2 people keeping track of like thousands and thousands of employees. They don't have one per, 50.
okay,
That's not how that works.
I mean, I don't know how HR works. I've never
A,
been there. Right?
well, it depends on the size of the HR firm, but most HR firms are going to be smaller, but deal with a lot of broad things. So if you work for a corporation and they've got 3,000 locations because it's a major corporation with places like Target
Hmm.
or Walmart or something of that, you have tons of places all over the place. You've got hundreds of thousands of employees, if
Yeah,
not
but those
millions.
likely have local things, right?
No,
No,
no, because HR's not very often a physical entity on site. Now they might have them for certain
no, I get
places.
that, but like they have local people in charge of hiring whoever is near the
Well,
local
yes,
thing.
but like places like I
Is that
got
not
hired,
HR?
the places I got hired didn't go through HR. We went through the managers of the place.
Ah, okay, okay. So,
So there are
what does
places
HR even do then?
HR basically makes sure they do like the background checks. So like if the manager is like, "Hey, I'm interviewing you for this job," they'll take your stuff to HR. HR will do all the background checks and do all that kind of stuff most of the time. I think almost all the time actually, because management local doesn't have that kind of time to do that for all the people they're trying to hire. And then basically they'll look at it and say, okay, they'll do the calling, they'll make sure that references and stuff like that are good, all that jazz. Um, and then basically, if they do have a person on site, they're usually a dual purpose. They're not just HR, they're HR plus something else. And if they are on site, which is kind of rare, um, they're usually more or less the pre-step to HR rather than actual HR themselves, depending on the size of the corporation or whatever. Blizzard
Guess
and
that's fair.
Activision's pretty big, but they don't have like I don't think they have a lot of sites. I think they're just like one main site, I think. I don't think
Hmm,
they might have a couple offshoot like satellite branches or let people work from home or something. I don't know.
could be. Yeah, they probably
A
have
lot of
one
things
main.
changed after the Rona came through, so in
Who
that regard,
knows?
I don't know. But HR
Maybe they
typically
have both the Activision and the Blizzard's things, because I assume they both had a building somewhere that they
possibly, but even if
got.
they had 2 or 3 or up to even 5 places, even 10 for that matter, if you have an HR company that literally doesn't have to be there in person and can basically attest to all of them at all times immediately, why would you have them on site?
Good
Because
point.
if that HR company doesn't work in an area like, I don't know, freaking Nevada or something, they don't have a person there to be in site, so they'd have to pay to have somebody like shifted over there. Why would they do
Hmm.
that when they could just have them on a phone and a computer? Like,
Yeah,
it doesn't.
I guess.
It makes less sense. Maybe they did that back in the olden days. Maybe they did it. Try to be more personal in that
Probably.
regard.
To be fair, in back in the old days, they probably did, right? Because the internet didn't exist or something.
I'm not talking that olden days. I'm talking like 10 years ago. But in that regard, I don't think that I find it funny when like people believe HR. Like HR's like, oh, don't worry, we'll take care of this. It'll be great. Blah blah blah. All they have to do is start building like a binder on you of all the things you screw up, right? And then they just like, okay, this page, this page, this page. Oh, you didn't do this right. You've been doing that wrong, or blah blah blah. And maybe things you don't even know that you're doing wrong because no one's telling you, but they're like
Hmm.
accounting it against you because this happens all the time at businesses. And it's supposed to be in a business transaction for a healthy environment. If you're doing something that's the incorrect way to do it, your boss should come to you and say, "Hey, I heard you're doing this incorrectly. Let me tell you how you're supposed to do it. Like, here's the correct way to do this." Like, right?
Hmm.
Like
Yeah,
that's like,
obviously.
"Oh, okay. I'll make some changes." And if you don't make changes, then they start writing you up or something like that. That makes sense.
Hmm.
But if you don't know, how could you possibly be like, oh, I'm doing it the wrong way because no one's told you. Especially like at my job, I got trained by like 9 different people who all did it 9 different ways. So like,
Which one's the correct one?
exactly.
Ooh.
And it's just like, okay, well, if they do it their own way and they don't care what management says, and then they leave their job or whatever, because the first person who trained me ended up leaving like 2 weeks later. But it's just like, what what is the point? Like, you're gonna come at me saying like, oh yeah, all 9 of these people trained the exact same way. Good luck with that. And then you get to things like this. You're like, okay, well, they're gonna just build up this thing and say, okay, they've been doing all this, they've been doing this. They ship it off to HR. HR looks at it and says, okay, you're gone. It doesn't have to take very much or anything at all. They'll just say you're gone, because a lot of places, especially in the United States, they can just cut you loose whenever. But you can't like
Hmm.
leave without it looking bad for you because of how they've been behaving, which is funny because it's in favor of the employer, not in favor of the employee. But I do believe that somebody should have the right as a business to say, I'm not going to keep you as a hiree because you're doing something I disagree with, and using it as like, I mean, even if it wasn't a public thing, you should be able to, as your own business, be able to cut somebody loose because you disagree with them on something, because it's whatever. It's your business. You should be able to control that. But on the flip side, the employee should not have to give you any kind of consideration since you have that very same consideration. So I see why it would be a good thing, but like if a company was like, we're going to be cutting you loose in 2 weeks, well, the employee's not going to do their job. They're still going to get paid. They're going to dick around, or they're going to be very aggressive about it and do harm to the company, and then it costs the company even more. So I can understand why you wouldn't do that, but at the same time, giving asking to be given 2 weeks and not giving 2 weeks is kind of a dick move. Not gonna lie, but I mean, you could go on like individual case by case basis, which is what I typically do about like what is what. But on the average, if you own a company, you have rights to do whatever you want with your company. They can be scumbaggy, they can be very holy thou art or type stuff, but it's it's up to you as the owner. If everybody else runs your company but the owner, you, then are you the circus or are you the monkeys at that point? Like, I don't really know. But
Why not both?
because that would be very awkward if you're telling on yourself.
Yeah,
But
true.
yes.
I guess.
But in this sense, if somebody's going to somebody saying I'm whistleblowing, if you whistleblow to HR, you're probably going to get fired because they're like, oh, these guys are the ones who are going to spill the beans. Despite the fact that they didn't spill the beans publicly, they did it privately to see, like, we want better things dealt with in terms of the company. We want better outcomes for us. We want it to be a safer place or whatever the case might be. And it's funny because, like, you'll go to most corporations and they'll be like, hey, if you know anybody who's talking about violence or weaponry or something like that, talk to your HR. And that's literally what they do. And then they get fired. It's like, there's a reason nobody talks to them about guns, weapons, violence, or anything like that. Because they're going to get fired for just mentioning it. Because it's like, corporations love to do this whole thing, see no evil, hear no evil, say no evil, whatever their whole thing is. And it's like if they don't address it, if they don't acknowledge it, it doesn't exist. It's like, that's not how the real world works. So if you have people going out and saying, like, hey, there's stuff going on like this, if somebody had leaked this, they wouldn't probably know who did it, for one. For two, people would be getting fired, but not the leakers. So how does this benefit a leaker? And how is this going to build trust in any other person who's like, I want to go through the proper channels because I care about the business I work for, if you're just going to just dump them essentially immediately afterwards? That doesn't make any logical sense unless they're in on it. If HR's in on it,
Yeah.
if the company is on it, they're going to be the ones like, oh, we agree. I would say 9 out of 10 HR companies agree with left-leaning politics and policies, because they're comprised of people who are left-leaning. Not to get like super crazy political or anything, but this is kind of the point, is that it's an obvious thing, but it's focused on a gaming aspect, which is why I'm talking about it. But it's the idiocy behind the concept. If you can't see that this is not safe for anyone involved, I don't know how to help you, because you're not looking to be helped. You're looking to just be political about whatever. But Activision seems to be taking a hard stance on issue and discussing such things are grounds for termination, no matter if you are for or against it. Talking about it is verboten. So again, acknowledging that the problem is there, they consider to be a problem. I, for one, if I own a business, I want to know everything. I'm not going to fire somebody for telling me that, hey, there's something brewing and it's not looking good. I might fire them if they're like, oh, Jimmy over there's been doing this stuff, or Sally's over here doing this stuff, and like all they're doing is tattletaling. I might fire them for that, because they're not good for the business in general. But if there's somebody who says, hey, the Slack's been getting crazy, you might want to check it out. Like, I'm not gonna fire that person when I go in and I find people be like talking about violence, or being against the president of the United States that they're working in the country of. Like, I'd be a little concerned as an owner or an executive or whoever the case might be. Be like, this is a problem. It's going to harm employee cohesion. It's going to harm the general feel of everything here. So why would I be in favor of it? But in this sense, if you line up ideologically, all it takes is one person who agrees with you on everything, like the J.K. Rowling thing, where she agrees with the left on everything but the trans issue. So if this person who reports this, because they're like, oh, I'm a non-confrontational person, I don't want to bring up all this kind of stuff, I don't want anybody to get in trouble, but I also don't like the way things are going, but they agree with them on literally everything else, and they're getting toasted too. It's like, well, now there's no safe place for literally anybody who's trying to make sure this doesn't happen as a regular thing. But now we have the images to kind of back this up, and they have a bunch of people who are like, oh, this person is an unjust firing because he was telling people to like stand down and blah, blah, blah. They've got the whole bring Alan back, no to union busting and retaliation at Activision. I'm like, I'm not really big on unions. But here's stuff he says. His post did not threaten, encourage, or endorse violence or illegal conduct. Quite the opposite. He advised that workers should always seek de-escalation and escape first. And if they did own firearms, they should understand the dangers and risks so you get solid training on safe use. I agree with that, but I feel like he should have been, guys, we shouldn't be talking about this at all. That should have been what he said.
Yeah.
But I love what they say.
Um,
Alan responded to posting recommendations for safe and responsible firearm ownership training, especially for those from LGBTQ communities and other marginalized identities. As if that matters. It shouldn't matter if you're a marginalized or not marginalized. One, you should have the right to own a firearm in America because that's kind of the constitutional right. Two, you should already be looking to do safe training so you're not just letting off rounds whenever you are going nuts and stuff. Like you should know how dangerous it is to have a firearm and how to handle it cautiously and safely. And then intent is everything. But regardless of that, there's some other things that are popping up because they're a better ABK. I don't care for unions personally because they take more advantage of the workers than probably the corporations do, honestly. But that's a different story. But then they get to this post. It must be working on blank, making me more violent, but I have never been more tempted to buy a gun. Arm the left! After all, an armed minority is harder to oppress. It holds a picture of a hand holding an Uzi. If you can afford it, get life insurance. No one fights harder than... No on. I can't spell, whatever. No on fights harder than insurance companies, and if more minorities get them, that'll be harder for hate crime to be swept under the rug. First off, it wouldn't be life insurance you'd be getting. It's firearm insurance you'd be getting. Because if you have firearm insurance, that means if something was to go...
This is get life insurance so that if you get killed, they have to pay.
Possibly.
And they will fight to make sure they don't have to.
Wouldn't it be better, though, to get, like, firearm insurance? Because
I'm not saying this comment makes sense.
It doesn't make sense. It's like life insurance, you should probably have life insurance anyway for at least a time. But if you're not doing that already, then problems there. But if you have firearm insurance, then if you're a minority or an LGBTQ plus or whatever the case might be, and you think people are going to persecute you for this, having insurance so that a lawyer is going to show up and actually defend you against all this stuff is better than you having to get some stupid defense lawyer that they assign to you because it's some kid who doesn't care that he's there. He's not going to put any effort into it. And you're just going to end up going to jail because of stupid stuff, regardless of whether you're innocent or not.
You get a lawyer if you have firearm insurance.
That's the whole point of firearm insurance. Firearm insurance isn't for the firearm. It's for basically because if you were to shoot somebody in a place...
It sounded... if someone steals your firearm,
oh no,
you can get insurance.
No. You have to report that to the police and stuff, and if they find it, they can return it to you, kind of thing. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Police are very bad about Second Amendment in general, because if you, like, let's say somebody breaks into your home and you shoot them because they had a shotgun or something and you shot them first or whatever, but they died, they're going to confiscate your weaponry, and odds are you're not getting that gun back. Just police are very anti-Second Amendment, despite what anybody believes. And I don't like that.
It makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
No, it makes sense from their perspective.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No. Why would they take the person defending themselves on their property?
The whole point for police is that they are the only ones with weapons. So the more people have
not
weapons,
in America. That's not America, dude. America's totally different.
I get that.
The
but
Second
they
Amendment
want
literally...
as little people to have guns as possible.
They do, yes, but sometimes cops have been saved by people with...
So it makes sense from their perspective.
Well, it doesn't, because in some situations, a police officer is almost about to be killed by a criminal, and another person who's concealed carrying shows up and kills the criminal, or at least incapacitates them, and saves the cop's life. If the cops took all the guns, guess what? They'd be dead in those situations. So it's not in their best interest for that to happen, because more often than not, it's a 9 times out of 10, almost 10 times out of 10,
sure,
it's a law-abiding citizen carrying a weapon. And the times that it is not, they're already the aggressors by default. They're doing the crimes. They're doing the things that they're not supposed to be doing. So it doesn't make sense to be blaming this on people who are not breaking the law, who are following the law, and who are protecting themselves, or somebody who can't protect themselves.
Or maybe they just really like guns, and so the more they can confiscate, the more guns they have.
Yes, but you're not legally allowed to confiscate guns just because. You can't just say, oh, well, you're involved in this instance, and I'm going to take your gun. Like, if they take it to do, like, ballistics or something, sure, that's fine. But they have to give it back. They can't keep it. And recently, judges have been saying, no, you have to give the guns back after a time period. But police
Yeah.
are always saying, like, no. It's like, we can always get another gun. We're still like legal, like we're doing the legal path and everything. We're not the criminals.
Yeah, yeah.
So we can just go buy another gun. All you're doing is costing us more money, which makes us more angry at you. Now, if you confiscate it, do your testings and say, okay, what was said that happened the way it said it was happened, and here's the definitive. And then once that's over with, we give you your gun back. Ta-da. Makes perfect sense. It doesn't make any sense to be like, we're going to just keep your gun indefinitely because we can, because that's illegal. But they still do it. But I do find it funny that this is part of the slack, and none of this is saying, oh no, we're all going to be, hunted down by Trump's cronies and blah, blah, blah. And, it's like none of that's happening. It's just them like arguing for it or something. I don't know. But the first one saying, it must be because I'm working on blank, making me more violent. I'm assuming like Call of Duty or something. But I have never been more tempted to buy a gun, like, which means you don't have a gun right now, which means you don't have any proper safety or anything like that. Like, you could go out and possibly get it, but why?
Well, don't you know about the genocide, right?
Yeah, so many genocides in America in modern day. Yeah, so many of them. It's kind of like all the Indian genocides and when the Indian tribes were wiping out other tribes, and oh wait, that's just normal conquest in an entire world all the time through history. Whatever. But point being, bunch of stuff going down in that regard, and I thought this was a bit weird how it was handled, because again, taking out the whistleblowers is not a good look when you're trying to when you're trying to actively like give people a bit of, oh, I just crashed.
That's not good.
No, it's not. All right, crisis averted, I think. Here we go. So, for those of you who are familiar with the channel or have been here since probably the beginning, we are originally a Wheel of Time theme. Well, not originally themed. We are a Wheel of Time themed channel for a plethora of reasons. Main one being we like Wheel of Time. that's the easiest way to say it. But yeah, I mean, the questioners from Wheel of Time, they're usually the bad guys, albeit not the bad guys, but bad guys in general, because they do a lot of stupid stuff. Is that how you describe them? I can't hear you, Sage. Hold on. More problems. Hold on. All right. Sorry. All right. We are good. Man, I'm just having technological issues today. Maybe I'm just stupid.
Yep.
That could be the problem.
Who knows?
I'm stupid. But anyway, we are Wheel of Time themed. Questioners are notoriously the bad guys. Not the bad guy, but like they do bad stuff most of the time because they're like the Spanish Inquisition, essentially. But
Yeah.
we like the play
And
of we like
Inquisitor.
Inquisitors, yes. We like the play on words with the whole, questioners. So we ask questions. We, question the poor decision making skills of Amazon and Rafe. And yeah, so for those of you who have been around, for those of you who've been around for a hot minute, you'll be aware of this because you probably maybe started watching some of the videos we made just because we're Wheel of Time people. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of stuff to cover on the Wheel of Time front because it's not nearly as popular as I would like it to be. But even then, I was like, you know what? I want to add some more stuff. So we started adding more of the pop culture, entertainment, and all that kind of stuff into it. Video games, movies, TV shows, whatever the case might be. But I have some sad news. The Wheel of Time, so season 3 from Amazon will be continuing.
Next week,
next week. So my condolences. Requiesce in pace. From Screen Rant, The Wheel of Time Season 3 needs more than its release date advantage to turn things around.
Yep.
So
Well,
that's a face to scare anybody.
is that a new picture or?
No, it's probably season 2. Amazon's The Wheel of Time it might even be season 1. I don't know. I don't care enough. Amazon's The Wheel of Time has finally gotten a release date announced for its upcoming 3rd season, unfortunately, which will be available on Prime beginning on March 13th.
Hopefully,
sadly.
it's the last one.
I doubt it. They're not very far into the story.
Yeah, no, but
they're marked down for 7 seasons, but I haven't seen anything that says
but only the first 3 got
greenlit. You mean?
greenlit? Yeah.
Yeah, but by the time this one releases, they'll probably greenlight the 4th one. But whatever.
Do you think so?
March 13th, 2025. Since the Wheel of Time's explosive season 3 trailer, I don't know about that, but was released at CCXP 2024, it seemed that the struggling fantasy series. I thought it was a raving success, guys. How could it possibly be struggling if it's doing good?
Don't know, but maybe they don't renew because it's struggling. It's not really a good thing. So
depends on who's viewing it as struggling. Because if you go to the Wheel of Time Amazon fans, aka the show fans, not the actual.
I know they
fans
think
of the
it's
source.
struggling as well.
No, because they're like, oh, it's amazing.
Need...
It's the greatest thing ever. It could never possibly do anything
They say
wrong.
it's amazing. It's the greatest thing ever, but they still think it's struggling. Otherwise, they would not go through the effort of rewatching it on repeat to pop up the numbers.
It wouldn't matter if
they're actively trying.
There's not enough of them to do that.
Yeah, no,
I get
that doesn't work. I know, but they don't understand that.
Let them do it. I don't care. It's fake numbers.
Also, they probably don't really realize that their login details are probably tracked, so they know, this person just watched it on repeat for 75 million times or something.
Yeah, there's a lot of technical side things they're probably not thinking about. But it seemed that the struggling fantasy series may be finally reaching a balance between needing to remain faithful, it's never been faithful, to the beloved book saga, it is beloved book saga, and finding its own identity as a TV show. You should never find your own identity as a TV show because it's not about you, it's about the actual book series you're covering. Because
exactly.
People don't show up to a fantasy series and be like, man, this is a brand new thing. No, actually, it's been around for a hot minute. It's a book series. Man, it's a brand new thing. No, seriously, it's been a book series. It's been a brand new series. Like, no one goes in like that. People are like, oh, what's this about? Oh, it's based on a book series. Ooh, that means it's going to replicate. It's going to replicate the book series faithfully, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Wait, what?
And that way, when I watch this, I'll be like, yeah, I know, right? Anyway, but like, are we gonna watch this TV show and be like, wow, I really want to go see like the whole book series now? No, we get something that's like,
yeah, I do want to see the whole book series.
Yeah, well, I'd love to see the book series actually properly represented on the big screen. Not the big screen, the TV screen. It should never be a movie. It should be definitely a TV show. And I want to see it
probably animated,
ideally animated, but it'd be nice if they could do it in a time. Like if they could sit down and say, okay, we're gonna have one team working from season 1 to season 15, and we're gonna burn through all of these in one go. But there's gonna be another team who's gonna take every season and cut it up and do all the editing and do all the post production, blah 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 blah, and then we're gonna go through and then just release them in one season, like once every 2 years or something. You could have the whole 15 series done.
Yeah, you'd have infinite money.
And you'd be printing money because the series is really freaking good. But people are like, well, we can't do this because it doesn't adapt into this type of system very well, so we gotta do this instead. And it's like, you're making excuses, not coming up with creative problem solving. You could say, oh, I couldn't do this. Well, if you have to tweak some minor things, like if you don't want to do thoughts in the head, which you could do on screen because it's been done before.
Yeah,
not very often.
Sometimes it's really awkward though. So.
Well, yes, but that's part of the creative aspect. And the creative aspect is saying, hey, this could be done better than it was done in this one other film or this one other show because they did it and it didn't come across as natural. But you could do that in this situation. But they don't try it. But even if you wanted to change just the little things like being able to hear thoughts or something like that, having something else where he says it out loud, like whispering to himself or something, if you wanted to do that, you could. And it wouldn't change too much as long as people understood that it was inside the mind. That was the problem. Like, it could be done. but I feel like you could probably do a pretty good 1-to-1 reimagining for the most part. There are obviously problems. Aiel being freaking tall being one of them.
Yeah,
Aiel
but
being
that's not a
able to
problem.
outrun horses, kind of a problem.
That's not a problem if you do animated though.
Well, yes,
This
animated
is
wise,
why
it
I
wouldn't
think.
it wouldn't have any problems. But I would want it Japanese animated. I wouldn't want it Western animated.
Oh no, definitely not.
They would end up going the route of the War of the Rohirrim Western animation
Yeah,
crap, and
that's
trash.
yikes.
Because you can do Japanese animation as if it were Western. Like Vinland Saga is a perfect example of this.
Mm-hmm.
It looks perfectly fine. Vinland Saga looks like a fantasy,
yeah,
but it's
that
actually
art
more.
style probably works well for Wheel of Time, I'd say.
Yes, it worked great, and it'd be fine.
Just add in some, magic effects or something.
Oh yeah, that's difficult to do in anime.
Yeah, no, but
Magical
that's why
girl, poof! And it's just like, oh, look at all that magical stuff. How did they manage to pull that off?
the magic, I think, is the reason you can't really do this well in live action unless you
No,
have
I don't think
an
the magic's the
unlimited
problem.
budget.
Well, I mean, I think CGI would cost a lot, but I don't think they did. I don't think they did the weaving, technically speaking, bad when it comes to visually.
Yeah, I think they did.
I think they used it incorrectly, but I think the actual like CGI of it wasn't that bad. I don't think they represented it properly, but they did it. The CGI wasn't bad. They probably burned all their budget on it, though. So.
Have you seen the battle for Emmons Field, though? That's not good CGI.
Yeah, I'm not talking about just CGI. I'm talking about CGI of the One Power, specifically.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
The weaves themselves don't look horrible in terms of the quality of the CGI.
I guess they look better in season 2.
I'm trying to remember season 1 specifically, and I don't.
But season 1 really does not look good.
And that might be the case, but
the exception of the
CGI in the whole show is pretty atrocious. The one exception I would give is the weaves. I don't think that's how they should look, but that's the least of my worries in the series.
I mean, the little the wispy string stuff, that's probably good.
Are you talking about like the little black humanoid looking things that are like whispering into Logan's ears, or
no, that I mean the whitish,
the string
threads.
That's what I was talking about. The CGI for that looks good.
That is only part of the magic, right? You also need to show the effects, and that's where they really.
Well, yeah, I wasn't talking about the actual effects.
But and of course you need to not have them come from like some random place in the environment, right? Because that's not how it works.
I just need somebody who knows the book series and how to be a creative on it and figure out how to take this stuff and just throw it at somebody, pun intended, and make it work. Because they don't understand how it would work.
This is keeping in mind the early books, right? Later, the weaving gets super crazy, so
it does, but when you're doing weavings, all you have to do is show, like, if it's the first season and you're seeing your first weaving, you show the threads and stuff, but you don't have to show that every single time. You just have to show that there's actually effects. So like if somebody's throwing a ball of fire from their hands.
Magic battles, right? That's
well, sure, but you're seeing the effects of the magic. You're not seeing the threads.
I get that.
That's all you need to see.
Need to be.
For example, if Moraine has a fireball in her hand, not like a casting a fireball, but like she has a ball of fire and she throws it at somebody, right? Like throws it at some Trollocs or throws it at Shan Chen or something, or whatever the case might be. If she's throwing it at something, you'd see the ball leave her hand and go streaking through the air and go when it lands. Like that's pretty straightforward. When you have wind cutting, you'd see like ripple effects go forward.
See,
you don't have to have an actual thread.
The CGI has a very high chance of looking not particularly great for that type of thing.
Why?
Historically,
it's been done pretty good.
Throwing fireballs does not look good in movies/series. At least not in live action.
I mean, I've seen a couple that are pretty realistic.
Very few exceptions.
It'd be easier if they actually used an actual ball that they threw and they just, tracked it. But like, it shouldn't be that difficult. I do agree anime would be a better set, but I would like to see a live action equivalent to like Lord of the Rings level of production.
Yeah, sure. That would be nice, but
I don't think it'll happen. Well, yeah, it's going to cost a lot no matter what. It's 15 freaking seasons.
But like, I mean,
you're gonna
a season.
I think if they went the anime route, they wouldn't have to use the quote unquote A tier
Also,
actors or anything.
15 seasons, you're going to have to make sure to film it in rapid succession, to not have like
Aged
the
people, yeah.
actor for, say, Rand in season 1 suddenly being super old, like in season 15, right?
Well, to be fair,
Because
if they did it
if
right,
if
they
it's
could have
at the
done it.
same rate as this here, right? What is it? Every one season every 2-3
It's
years?
supposed to be every 2 years.
Every 2 years? So
And if you're
15
if you're
seasons.
doing really
You're
good,
30
you can do it once.
years through at the end.
Yeah, I know.
So then you have a 50-year-old Rand.
Well, yeah, but that's the same thing as like Lord of the Rings. They just started in Fellowship and went to Return of the King in one back-to-back thing. They released them differently, but
Yeah,
they
no, I
were
get that.
they were intended to be
They'd have
recorded
to
in one
have
go.
a plan worked out and shoot it in rapid succession
Sure, I agree.
for it to work,
So
right? So that's
okay, I
I don't
think
think that's something that
if they went
really is
in,
doable these days with
I mean,
the
it
way.
is doable. It's just not doable with the
No,
people that
okay,
they're
it
trying
is.
to do.
I guess it's doable, but it's not something that will just be allowed by, for
But
example, say Amazon does this, they would need to say, okay, we're going to pre approve 15 seasons, pay for all of the work to make it actually filmed, right? So that you can do it really quickly after one another, and then if the first season flops, they have 14 more seasons of terrible stuff. It's too high of a risk that they
well,
don't want to
true,
take.
but that's why
I don't think.
you find people who are good at visual effects, and you find people who know how to plan and
I get that,
execute these things. Because that's the thing.
but
It's
I.
like when it's done, like look at Lord of the Rings. Lord of the
Mhm.
Rings did with a smaller budget
But I don't
some
think
great
there
things
is
than what other people did.
any company that would invest
Then make them.
such.
Like, I mean, you want a good visual effects department for pretty much every studio, regardless. So
Yeah, sure, you want that,
why
but
not
that's not
just
what I
go
mean.
out and hunt down merit based and find people that are
I
really
get that.
really
Yeah,
good and
but
then use that?
in the way the industry works, I don't think,
Well, now
unless it
probably
changes, right, in like the next 10 years,
it'll take probably 10, 20
that
years
it
till somebody attempts to do this again if they have
that's
the rights
fair.
available.
Well, 2030 probably
I
more
mean,
like.
if we're as unlucky as we were with this show, it'll never happen again.
That's true.
But point being
But
is that the
see,
people
especially.
do exist that could do it this way. It's just
But
people aren't
especially
willing.
since this one failed, I think the corporate types that have to prove this look at that and
Well,
think,
yeah, the corporate
oh,
types are retarded.
yeah,
And
but
you can
they're
quote me on
still in
that for
charge.
telling the corporate guys, you guys are absolutely flipping retarded.
They might be retarded, but they're still in charge,
Well,
and
sure.
so
You could be retarded
they
and be in
decide
charge.
things.
You're just because you're in charge does not make you like, oh, I have
Mhm.
the numbers to think about it.
But that is the reason I think it won't happen anytime soon or even at all,
This is
because it's too high a risk, too high a gamble for them to prove something like this and plan it such that it's all filmed in rapid succession, only
again,
to be then
that's
released
literally just
afterwards.
having somebody who's an efficiency coordinator, and
No,
literally,
no, no, that's not
yeah.
the problem. The problem isn't the planning. The problem is that you have to do all of the work, pay everything before you ever see a single return.
Well, true.
It's not done in parts, it's all simultaneously. And then only afterwards, when you're committed to a 30-year long release schedule, you'll find out will it actually make money or not. If you're banking
I mean,
on.
I understand where you're coming from, but I'm saying if somebody was to actually put effort into making this a legitimate good adaptation, they could put 4 billion into making this, but they'll come away with
Mhm.
like 20 billion. Like they would
Yeah,
they would
that's fair,
make
but
their money
you
back
would
if they did it right. It's just I don't think
you
that
would
anybody's
need,
capable of doing it right.
in order to even get this off the ground, you would need someone who is passionate, like, yeah, but also rich, let's say.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not that.
You would need someone in charge of a company like, say, Amazon, but maybe like a smaller studio could also work, that is also willing to take that risk because they believe in the product, right?
Again, I understand what you're saying.
That in
I
addition
I
to all the
agree.
planning stages, it's basically never going to happen.
I
Just
I
like we will never see a Lord of the Rings type thing again, probably
well, not as good, not
until
as well done as it was done, but
like maybe 100 years from now when
well,
society has gone back to its senses.
whenever it comes out of it being locked down by rights and stuff, you'll probably see people putting stuff into it because at that point it's like, okay, we've waited long enough. We want a good quality with this.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
So at that point, maybe. And Wheel of Time could be the same thing, but we got to wait a lot longer for Wheel of Time. So it's newer than Lord of the Rings. Go figure.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say I agree with you that in the current state of things, it would be very difficult, if not nigh impossible, for it to happen the way it needs to happen.
At least with a live action, right?
Yes, with live action. I mean, even
Animated
animated,
is
I would
much
still
easier.
I would still say animated would be virtually impossible because they're going to find some excuse as to why they can't do it.
Yeah, sure, but
And it's like,
that's
no,
not
no. You can't
that's
just
a
do it in
different
anime
type of
and it be
impossibility.
okay. You have to do it in anime and it be done right.
Yeah,
If you do it right, you will make a killing. But I know a lot of people are like, oh,
but
I
that
don't want to
has
watch anime
much
because
less
blah, blah, blah.
hurdles, so it's easier, but probably still won't happen anytime soon.
True. But if you, a lot of people don't want to watch it in anime because they don't like anime cartoony thing. It's for kids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
In Japan, they don't see cartoons as for kids.
We don't recognize those people as smart, so it's all fine.
Those people aren't intelligent naturally. But Japan makes them for adults, makes them for children. They make them for everyone in between. They don't have the limitations that we do in the West, where we're like, oh, well, you only are allowed to watch cartoons until you're 12,
right?
and then you're done. Well, they're not bigoted at all in that regard. But in terms of like, I think it would be phenomenal because you could do same thing for Lord of the Rings, doing the anime. I've seen visuals for like what would Lord of the Rings look like under Studio Ghibli, and I'm like, I like what they put out. I just don't feel like it would nail certain aspects, like the war scenes. I don't think would be nailed very well. The rest of it probably, like the adventuring aspect, probably the scary parts, maybe, but not the battles. I don't think the battles would be given a proper execution. There are other forms of anime that people have done like anime art for it. And I was like, that looks pretty freaking nice. And it ain't the War of the Rohirrim, because the War of the Rohirrim was drawn by Westerners, but was animated by Japanese. And the Japanese studio who just did animations didn't do very much on that regard because there wasn't a lot to do because the writing, the drawings were like trash. And there were so many problems with War of the Rohirrim, and I'm not going to get to that now because I have a whole video for that, so you can go watch that if you want to. Several videos actually. But yeah, I think an anime would be ideal. I don't think it would get nearly as much support as a live action, just due to Western.
I think it's
Western,
the most realistic.
It's the most realistic for getting a good adaptation, yes. I don't think there's enough support in the West to give a good reason to have it be funded. But I do think
especially
that if it went really, really well, like if it was made really well and it got really strong word of mouth, I think it would make its money back pretty easily.
Yeah.
But that's a different story.
Assuming, of course, it was made well.
And assuming that they're hour-long episodes, not 22-minute.
Yeah. I don't think that matters necessarily.
No, I do, because there's a lot of content. You need to put a lot of content into it.
Yeah, but you still have just as much runtime in the end, minus maybe the opening or
if you're
whatever.
doing like 36 to 50 some episodes per season, sure. But if you're trying to do like an actual like breakdown of it, you can break down a season
just do
of live
one
action
episode per chapter or something.
Yeah, that won't be like super freaking good. Dude, do you know how long it takes to read the stupid books, let alone hear them in the audiobook form? It's ungodly. Yes, it's ungodly. So you can't be like, well, it's 46 hours alone just for the first book to read the audiobook. We can make the entire series in 20 hours. No, you can't do that. Now, I will say, I personally would argue that
there is a lot of description in there, so that.
Well, that's the thing, is that I would argue that the descriptions, when visually shown, cut out a whole lot of words. Because all of the heavy time is in the, like, this part will just paint it onto the screen and we don't have to worry about it. Because if you take like how Tolkien likes to just talk about gardens and forests for like 5 pages,
3 pages of description of a single tree.
But you can do that in an image in like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's not going to take up the same amount of time. But when you get to dialogue takes what dialogue takes.
Yeah.
People standing or people positioning themselves, weapons being drawn, all that stuff takes time regardless. So some of it you could do, some of it you couldn't do. But some of it you need to set the tone with music. And like, for example, Rand and Tam coming to Emmons Field the first time. As they're walking down, you'd have like the Hobbit almost type music. And then when the Murdral is watching them, and you get like the more dark type music of the Nazgul or something, and then it just like disappears, then looks back, and nothing happens, and it kind of just goes back to the happy stuff as they introduce Emmons Field. It's just like that, you get that feeling, but you need that time to set up that feeling, and it might take 5 minutes to do that, but it sets the tone of like, oh, something's gonna happen, and you're like expecting this amazing like rendition of whatever the case it might be. So if you're doing that for 15 books, that's gonna be an awful lot to do in a short time period. So if you gave it an hour per episode, which is doable, it'll be more expensive than a normal series, obviously. But keep in mind, a normal anime series with 24 episodes or 12 episodes, like a 12 episode, I think is like a couple million.
Actually, it might be best to just make every book one continuous thing, and then afterwards cut it up into episodes.
Well, sure, but you'd want to cut it off where the books are, or like where they end.
Yeah. Book 1, season 1, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not
and
saying,
then just
but
make like
the typical concept for like a TV
a
show.
7-hour movie or so for the whole book.
You sweet summer child, 7 hours is way too short.
I'm assuming
7 hours wouldn't even hit the first season. If you're doing it a 1-to-1 adaptation, which is doable despite popular belief.
It was just a random number, right?
I know, but you're wrong.
Just make like, okay, fine. Let's say you make a 20-hour movie, maybe 30, whatever.
That's just the first 2 seasons.
Yeah. But then you make the movie that long, and then you just cut it up in pieces afterwards, based on roughly.
I agree. I agree, but you also have to make intro and outro for each episode, and you have to make it like, it's like the cliffhanger, like how chapters are written. You write it with a cliffhanger for the following one to come in and be like, oh, I can't wait for the next chapter, or oh, I can't wait for the next episode, kind of a thing. If you just do it in one stretch, there is none of that.
That's where the cutting in pieces comes in.
Yeah, but you'd have to cut it, and then you'd have to add to it. So you'd have to like basically customize every ending to fit. And that could be a lot more work than just replanning it and then making it work.
Yeah, sure. Maybe if you just do the script, and then
the script's going to be bigger than Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 script. Holy crap, that thing's huge.
Do timestamps that we expect this scene to last this long, etc. This scene is this long.
It's just like all this stuff has to be in it. Never, ever go through battles fast. Never. Always like take advantage of these big battles, because those big battles are what got people to go to Game of Thrones. Those big battles are what got people to do Lord of the Rings. Those big battles are why Lord of the Rings got an epic battle epic battle sequence rating on a PG-13, which I don't think has ever been on any other series or any other movie ever other than Lord of the Rings. It's literally so epic they had to give it its own unique rating.
You can even add extra stuff, right? That we know happens, but isn't necessarily on screen.
Yeah. If it's implied in the books, but you can't imply it per se in the show naturally, you could just show it.
So, for example, that's one thing I think the show made a good decision on.
Grendel killing Asmodean would be like,
you don't
have to show Grendel, but you can show Asmodean dying.
You show Asmodean like looking through the cabinets for liquor or whatever, right? And then, oh no, he looks around and dies. Right?
It's like, darn, I'm sober. Oh, I'm dead. But that's the thing. It's like that kind of an editing will cause people, just like it did for the books.
Right, wasn't that what he was doing when he died?
No, he was sitting strumming, I believe. He just saw.
Hmm.
He looked up from his strumming and saw. Wait,
So he was looking
you
for stuff in the
no, and
cabinet.
then dies.
Maybe I misremember. Who
There
knows?
aren't cabinets in tents, dude.
He wasn't in a
I think
tent.
was he in a, I thought he was in a tent at the time.
No, this is in the royal palace of Camelin.
I thought he was still in the tents outside the city for protection's sake.
No, they teleported in, fought the guy.
Well,
Forgot his
I
name.
know they took the city. I'm saying I thought he was still in
Then
the
he
tents.
died, and then Rand balefire the guy.
Robbie?
No, maybe
Samael?
Ravin.
Rob,
It's
Ro-
one of those two, but I
Ravine had
don't remember
Andor.
which one is in Andor.
Ravine.
And then he got resurrected, but they forgot about him because
If you
I
get
don't know
balefire,
why.
there's no resurrection. That's how that works.
No. Ravin died, but Ravin killed Matt Perrin, whoever was there.
Who?
Maybe Perrin was not. Matt died there from lightning bolts.
That's Ilion,
Asmodean
dude. That's
died.
not Andor.
No, that's Andor.
No, Samael kills when they storm Ilion.
No, I'm
Samael was
pretty
using.
sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're wrong. Samael uses lightning strikes and it blasts Matt while they're attacking Ilion, and then that's when Samael and Rand go to freaking where the other freaking guys from? What the frick is it called? I'm Shadar Logoth. They go to Shadar Logoth. Samael gets balefired out of existence, which backpedals the lightning strike. You're welcome.
During the skirmish with Ravin in Camelin, Ravin killed Asmodean, Matt, and Avienda, amongst
that's
others.
obviously not true because he's already said it's Grendel who killed Asmodean. But yeah.
When Rand finally killed Ravin using a very powerful blast of balefire, he undid the Forsaken earlier attack, bringing Asmodean, Matt, and Avienda back to life. This is in Camelin.
Camelin? There's not two incidents of it, though.
No, it's once. In Camelin, he kills them with lightning, I think. I'm not sure if it's definitely lightning, but he kills them. And then the balefire resurrects them, and then afterwards,
maybe I'm
he is looking around in the palace
Where's
something
Robin
in the
killed?
cabinet.
He wasn't
In Camelin.
Was he
Well, no,
killed?
they sort
Or
of
did they
went into
went
the
somewhere?
dream world, I think.
Oh yeah, that's the what? I could have sworn I read it to be the. I could have sworn it was when they attacked Ilion. That's when it happened.
Ilion, I think, is like that is
It's Samael.
a frontal assault with armies, right?
Yes, but Samael was like raining hellfire from the skies and blasting things up and everything.
But I don't think anyone died there. Oh wow,
no,
not
a lot of people died there.
Right?
Well,
no one important.
I thought that was it because I'm pretty sure he used lightning as well. And
could be, but maybe they both use lightning.
It's possible. I don't know why they use
I
lightning.
distinctly remember
they're not using lightning like
thing...
they're not using like the Emperor from Star Wars lightning. They're using like lightning from the sky down, which doesn't make any sense. Why you could just zap things or have lightning traps. I don't freaking understand how they do it, but they did some really weird stuff.
But yeah, he dies in Camelin, gets resurrected due to balefire.
Oh, I'm incorrect.
And then he's looking in the palace.
Man, it's been a while.
For stuff to eat or something.
So Samael was actually killed by Mashadar.
Okay.
I don't remember that. I thought it was by Rand.
Yeah, that seems weird.
He forms a gateway to Shadar Logoth where he's apparently killed by Mashadar.
Yeah, that's right.
Robert Jordan confirmed during a CNN chat with Samael.
I
love this like CNN.
The
bastion of quality. How did he not know about Mashadar though? That's the question.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, let's go escape to the one city that neither of the people involved in this fight liked.
Yeah, I don't know why he teleported there. Must have been like a miscalculation or something.
Yeah.
Or maybe he thought, yeah, I can go to Shadar Logoth and then lure Rand into being eaten by Mashadar. But then, oh shit, fuck, it's me. I don't know. Regardless, though, yeah, just don't show Grendel killing Asmodean. Just show him getting killed.
And let everybody wonder who it is.
The stuff, yeah.
That will cause a.
And then never answer it because, yeah, it's not answered in the books either. So.
It's in the glossary technically, but yes.
Yeah, but that's not part of a scene, so no one will ever
It's
know.
in the books though. It's in
Yeah,
the
but not in the
books.
story.
If you count the glossary as part of the story, yes.
No, that's the glossary is not a story.
Sure it is.
It's
It's
a
a story
fucking
of all the
dictionary.
information that we didn't get in the book. Anyway, but yeah, you do those like type of like scene ending things to like get people
Yeah.
into it and all that stuff. They're not going to do that type of stuff though. I think there are some things that'll be harder to do, other things would be easier to do. But for
Hmm.
example, what was it?
Yeah, I
Season
don't
three.
remember what we were talking about.
Season 3 of The Wheel of Time promises to show some major pieces of world building that haven't yet made it into the screen.
Oh
Probably
yeah,
because they have
Titans.
never, ever been concerned with the world building of Wheel of Time. They're only concerned with the actors as
Hmm.
whoever they're playing and whatever fantasy they're trying to make that isn't Wheel of Time,
Yeah.
utilizing the stuff because they're not putting effort into it. Every culture in Wheel of Time is basically homogenous,
Hmm.
with certain
Well, in the
exceptions.
show, right? In the books, it's actually proper. Nice.
Homogenous is what the books are, not homogenous is what the show is.
Oh no, sorry. I thought you meant in the show every culture is homogenous to every other culture.
No, no. Every culture in the show is not homogenous. It's a multi-diverse cultural
No,
scenario
but it's
every time.
homogenous in the way that every culture is the
Oh,
same.
every culture is the same, yes, but every culture is not homogenous because homogeneity implies that they're all the same culture, like same ethnicity,
Yeah, the
same
same
culture.
culture.
Well, yes, but ethnicity specifically.
No, I mean, yeah.
Because in the
If you have
books, if
a
you're
homogeneous
Aiel, you're a
ethnicity,
freaking
yeah.
7 foot tallish looking.
But
I mean,
homogeneous doesn't
six and a half,
necessarily
6.5 foot to
implicitly
7 foot
mean it's about
Irish dude
ethnicity, right?
in
And
the
in the
freaking
context,
desert.
we were talking about the culture, so I'm still right.
Well, culture is a part of it. It's not the entirety of it.
Yeah.
Um,
Let's go. Let's
so
continue.
Aiel, if you're an Aiel person in the books, you're
You have
six
white
foot
skin,
5,
you're tall,
you're
you have red
7,
hair.
you're Irish nomad in a desert.
Yeah. Gray
But
eyes?
you're
Yeah.
you say crayons?
Gray eyes.
Oh, they said crayons. I'm like, what are you talking about, crayons? I will
No.
kill you with one of my 3 crayons. Just flings a crayon at you across and kills you. That would be funny.
Yeah, but regarding the Aiel, we'll see a picture later that shows why why shows that they put no effort in.
There's a lot of those, but yes.
Yeah.
Um, if you're in tier, everybody in tier looks the same. They don't look there's no diversity in tier.
Well, they look
Apart,
different, of course, from each other, but they have the
well,
same general
you know
feel.
what I'm saying. Ethnicity wise, they all the
Yeah,
same.
yeah.
They have the same culture, they have the same ethnicity, and the only people that wouldn't are people who are not inherently Tyran. They would be
Yeah.
from other places that either moved there or are there to do merchant type stuff, mercantilism. So when somebody's like, "Oh, hey, well, these guys are really cool because they have this," the only place that I
Hmm.
can think of in the entirety of the Wheel of Time that is multicultural inherently is Tar Valon.
Yeah.
In Tar Valon, it's not a culture. It's literally the White Tower, and everybody decided to build a place around the White Tower. It's not
Hmm.
it's a trade hub. It's not a culture and ethnicity of its own. It would have true diversity because you'd expect people from all over the place. All these women from all these nations are being sent here to become Aes Sedai.
Yeah,
That's
they probably have a local population still of mainly the surrounding regions.
the surrounding regions all got wiped out by either bandits or whatever the case might be. They're in the middle of nowhere. They're not
Yeah,
touching
I get
anything
that.
majorly.
But like the population in the city is likely still the same as what would have been around them in the past. But since the
Not
outside
likely.
died, they still themselves
I would say they would have been bred
hold
out a
back.
long time ago. They would not stay the
Mm,
same. Not with not with the amount of
I
trade
don't
and people
know.
coming in. And we know that in the books there are people from one country going to another country, marrying in, and then basically just settling there. They do
Yeah, I get that.
exist,
I get
but
that.
they're not like every other
But
day. And in those
even in
situations, they're
Talvalen,
not
right?
like it's not
You
like
probably do not see too many people from the south since they hate Aes Sedai.
too many what?
Too many people from the southern regions because they don't like Aes Sedai.
Well, they fear Aes Sedai. They
Yeah,
there's a
I
difference.
mean,
Like if the tyrants
so
find
if
a
they
girl who
fear
can
them,
channel,
why
they kick her out
why
and
would
send her to the tower.
why would they voluntarily move to the city where they are all collected?
Well, do you not recall what the sea folk commented on this for?
I
If
mean, I
if
not
if
specifically know
okay,
what
okay.
you're referring to.
I'll refer to it then. So the sea folk, in order to keep their windfinders secret,
Yeah,
would send girls on occasion
hmm
to the tower to
but
keep
that's
them from
different.
being. No, it's not, because if the people in the south are not sending people up, they're like, we know people in
They
there. Odds
send
are
the
going to do it.
girls, yes,
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. They
but the
send.
girls become Aes Sedai,
Yes, even
and
if
they are
you hate the
stuck
Aes
in the
Sedai,
tower. But
they're not
there's a
stuck
whole
in the tower.
population out. Well, depends on how long they take to get to
They
accept
might be
it,
a
and
novice
then
for a long time, or maybe
yeah,
forever, but eventually some of them
hmm
will become sisters, and they will,
sure.
know the stuff.
But outside of the tower, there's the whole city where normal people live,
Yeah. Why would you
and
go
those
north to a trade hub? Because you're a merchant.
yeah, but merchants don't stay there
If you
for a
have
long
if
time.
you
They
have a
move
base of
back and forth,
operation,
right?
you can have a base of
They might
operation.
have a base of
Also, keep
operation,
in mind how many
but
eyes and
not
ears exist in the on the continent.
how many what?
Eyes and ears of the Aes Sedai. How many of them exist?
Probably a lot.
Yes. So there are people even in Amadisia who like the Aes Sedai.
Sure,
So if that's the case,
but
why
their
is it
job
unheard of for people?
is
And
to do stuff in
also
Amadisia.
keep in mind the population would have established at the White Tower well before Amadisia went anti, or Tyr for that matter, went anti Aes Sedai.
Sure,
So
sure.
people from all these places back when freaking Manetherin was around,
But traders are a minority of the population.
depending on how well they're all over the place. We got peddlers, we got merchants, we
Yeah, I
got,
get that. But
like, that's the economy.
let's take the example of a real world trade hub, right? Which let's just
I was gonna
say
say pick one.
Venice,
Venice, Cephalonis.
right? Or maybe Genoa, since that's closer to the more African regions. They were not multicultural, despite trading all over
Well,
the world,
true, but
all around multi-ethnicity.
but here's the thing though, is that
Multi-ethnical?
just
No, no.
multi-ethnical.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it sounds weird.
it's called diverse.
Yeah,
but no,
but
like
their
when you have
local population
considering the
stays the
countries.
same.
Well, sure, in some situations, yes, but there was no established country in this spot. That's the whole
get
point. So
But
there was
most of the
nobody
local
there prior.
population-
There would have been villages at best.
Yeah, you have the tower. It's set up right back in during the breaking, I
Mhm.
guess.
Yes,
I
3,000 years
assume
before.
that's
Yes.
yeah.
Mhm.
And then there's a bunch of nations around it at the moment, right?
Mhm.
And the local population is relatively big, right? Because it's a big island.
It's a moderately big island. It's
Okay,
not like
it's a
huge.
decently sized island. I'd say
I mean,
big, but
it's a city.
maybe.
It's not a village.
Yeah.
It's not a town. It's a city.
The city needs people. They would
Sure.
likely mostly come from the surrounding regions.
Yes, but the surrounding regions have not been populated in a long,
Yeah,
long
but
time.
they all moved there, and then surrounding regions died.
Sure. But we already know that when they go there,
Then
there's people
it's
from
the
all
trade
over
hub.
there all the time.
Sure,
Yeah.
but it trades primarily with Andor, Tyr, Carrion, and the
Borderlands.
northern
Yeah.
borderlands. Yeah,
Well, I
you
mean,
don't see
directly is a different thing,
directly, sure,
because there's a lot of people
But-
who are like, oh, there's just random merchants and they've got stuff from
Mhm.
there. Yeah.
but the merchants are not the majority because the majority is the local population still.
I mean, that is.
So you have
I
to
understand what
agree.
you're saying, but at the same time,
I don't think it's enough because the merchants are the rich people that travel around, right? The regular,
well, they might be
normal
families that pay for
that.
merchants and stuff.
maybe
whatnot, but who knows?
refugees. But why would you, as a refugee, go all the way to Tal Valen from, let's say, I don't know, fucking
Wealth.
Yeah,
What
but-
else?
it's not as easy to travel around the world. As it is
Also,
now.
where would you
Yeah.
think would be the safest place on the planet to be if you knew nothing about the Shan Chan or anything else? Like, under the eyes of the people who literally do magic. They're not
Sure.
going to do it on you. They're going to protect you from outside forces, so you have
But
nothing to worry about.
keep in mind that the Aes Sedai are supposed to have broken the world in the eyes of most of the population.
Yeah, but they say the men. It's pretty well known, the men. But
No. Well, the man, sure, but even if we look at the two rivers, right? The Aes Sedai are distrusted
well, yes, because they
Aes
also
Sedai broke
they
the world.
the Aes Sedai as a whole, technically speaking, yes, but
Yeah.
they're also thought of that way because they go around and basically push around the kings and
Yeah.
queens of everything and the councils
And
and all that
so
jazz, which nobody's
you
fond of because it
exactly
causes
nobody's
problems.
wanted that.
Yeah.
So you'd likely, as a refugee in Tarabon, move
Yes,
to a
I'm
different
saying
nation.
this all happened before Terabon even became a thing. That's my point.
Sure.
I'm saying that the population, let's say 3,000 years ago the towers formed. Everybody's a refugee at that point because nobody has a
Yeah.
home. It's basically the world's been shook like a rug and everything's been
Then
replaced.
the local population establishes itself.
Yeah, well, there is a local population. Some of them
Yeah.
might leave, some of them might stay, whatever. But as more
There's
people come
villages
in,
around it as well.
as more
outside of
people come in, they're going to be from different ethnicities. They're going to be from different backgrounds, and they
Yeah.
will eventually do the same thing that the Emmons Field would have done with Manetheren. It would have bred out the extremities, and there would be something there. But in modern times, you'd have people who are like, I want to settle here because I can get a nice house as a merchant,
Yeah.
and I can
get
have
that.
my guys sent out, blah, 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 and then it'll become
But I'm
multicultural,
saying those are
multi-diverse.
probably still very much the minority.
I don't know what the minority is because it depends on
it
which
would only be
ethnicity
the
you're
rich
referring
people
to.
who get to settle there.
You're not going to see a lot of sea folk there.
Yeah, no, obviously not.
So you can put that out of the way, which means there's not going to be a whole lot of African-looking people.
Anyone who has to travel a really long time from their home to Tarfalon probably wouldn't settle there.
Unless
as
they had a
opposed
reason to
to
go, but
Europe,
again, that'll be a very
unless they
small percentage.
specifically had a reason, small percentage.
Yeah.
So the west of the
But
mountains.
I'm not going to say they're all going to be Andorans. I'm not going to say they're all
Mhm.
Kyrian, and I'm not going to say they're all Borderlanders. I'm
It's
saying that they're going to be a mixture.
primarily Borderlanders, Carinian, and Andorman.
But also keep in mind, it's not just a trade hub. It's literally the point between the Borderlands.
Mhm.
So it's going to have people from both north and south coming there specifically
sure.
for a lot of reasons. And if you're a merchant, what better place than to be the halfway point?
I get that.
Same thing as like if you're in America, where would you put your distribution center on average? Well, around Kansas City.
Would you?
Yes, because it's right in the middle. So your distribution hubs being in the middle means that it's a shorter distance to go out than to start in like New York and go to freaking Los Angeles.
Why not just have two distribution hubs, one in California?
Because it costs twice as much.
Okay, but you save on the travel.
But you don't, because you still go from Los Angeles to Kansas City to drop off a package.
Yeah, but see, most of the population is in Los Angeles.
No, most of the population is not in those locations. There are large populations there, but it's not most of them.
You set up your distribution hubs in large population centers.
Logistics, you pick the best place that can reach all of your areas from the same point. That way, you have highways all over America that can reach from one single point. Kansas City is like in the very smack dab middle. It can go north, it can go south, the same exact distance, and hit both Texas and Minnesota.
Yeah, I get that.
You can go left and you can go right, east and west, to the east coast or the west coast, and get there probably roughly about the same time either direction.
But you're not going to have to go there as often as the really dense population centers.
But there's dense population centers on both areas. There's dense populations north, south, east, and west. So which one?
Sure, but
you're gonna have 4. Now you're increasing your cost by 4.
You have the most people, right?
Potentially. Usually,
so
I should say.
Distribution centers near the coast.
I mean, yes, you can do
because
that.
Most of the stuff is going to go to the coast areas.
Well, what happened? Okay, if you were saying,
if you set up one distribution hub,
okay, here's an example. Where would you put a trade hub in Randland?
In Randland, it's probably Ilion or Tyr.
No, because in the Borderlands get nothing. You're too far. They're too far.
Sure.
So what's closer to them than Ilion?
closer
Also,
to the
Ilian's always at
west.
war, or attempting to be at war with
Okay,
Tyr.
that's a good point.
So Tyr and Ilion are terrible ideas. Andor has access to a river, but not access to like any major trade port on the south where you think that most of the population is. I would argue it's not necessarily, but it's going to be different in different places. Do they
The
have?
river goes from Tar Valon to Tyr, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. So setting up a distribution center in Tyr is the best option
Why?
because then you
Because if
can.
they go to war with Ilion and Ilion cuts off their trade, boom, you've already locked out
Well, then
half,
you
most of the trade.
okay, but if Tyr goes to war with Ilion,
If your trade hub
you're not
is
getting through there from
if
Tar
you
Valon either.
no, because if neutral ships come by, you're blockading them from the docks. You're not blockading them from the rest of the world. And for all they know, if like let's say Ilion's sieging the
Then
docks with
just
ships, for
be
example,
a neutral party that happens to operate out of Tyr.
that everybody out of Tyr is a neutral party by definition.
They're not going to know
Sure, they would.
that you live in Tyr if you just put a different flag or whatever.
If you're not landing in Tyr, they don't care because Tyr's who they're at war with. So if you're like, I'm going to Ebu Dar and you're coming down,
Okay,
why
then
would they
don't
stop you?
set up in Tyr, but set up on
And
the river next
somewhere
to
north, like maybe I don't know, Tar Valon.
No. Juan, next to Tyr, right? Because it's on the river.
Also, keep in mind a lot of the really expensive stuff, like ice peppers, comes from the borderlands. So you have to be closer to the borderlands to get them more regularly.
Sure, but then you'd set up in the borderlands to make sure you can get all
And
that.
also, you're closer to Kyrian, and Kyrian gets all the stuff from Shara, and
Okay.
you
So
get
then
all the
set up
silks and all
on
the other stuff.
the little town in between Andor and Carrion.
Because you can't have a little town; it'd get attacked all the flipping time. You'd have to have a city. And if you're in a city inside of Kyrian's borders, they're not going to like it if you're not under their rule, which is exactly why Tar Valon, being north of them, outside of both of them and Endor, and outside of the borderlands,
Right.
is perfectly sensical because it's like, hey, we're not in anyone's jurisdiction, we're not stepping on anyone's toes, but we can still do our thing.
You misunderstand the concept of logistics. You don't just go to a central location because everything is equally near. You go to the location where most of your stuff is going to go to.
Well, but if you're bringing it from one location to another location, you don't know where that is.
Then you go in one of either of those two locations, or both.
Yes, but they're not going to make a whole city in two locations with two white towers.
No, you don't need to make a city. You're not a city. You're just one merchant.
Yes, but you go to where the trade is.
Yeah.
It's the reason people go to Florence or Venice or Genoa or any place like that is because that's where the trade is. If that's where the trade is, people go there.
Right.
So if people
why is the trade there?
Where else would the trade be? There's still trade in other places, but they're not trade hubs.
They are the coastal distribution centers that bring stuff into the rest of Europe, specifically in the Italy region.
Yeah, but you also have a lot more availability because of the way the world is mapped.
Sure.
Like the Mediterranean allows a lot of things to happen that wouldn't normally be happening if that was all desert or something.
Your idea, you would put the distribution center not in Venice, Genoa.
Ebu Dar would be the in between Arad Daman and Tyr.
In Switzerland.
Yeah.
Because it's the central location.
If you were to put one in Randland, you'd put it near Ebu Dar. Because Ebu Dar is going to be almost, not exactly, like there's going to be differences obviously, but there's going to be more equal between Arad Daman range to Tyr range.
Yeah, except
the fact that it's in somebody else's territory and they're not going to want you to have that territory.
What do you mean? You're an individual living there.
I'm not talking about a merchant. I'm talking about a merchant culture. Where would be a smart place for merchants to go? Well, a merchant deals with other merchants. So where would you go? Yeah. Where other merchants are gathering. Where do other merchants gathering? At a trade hub. And where's the trade hub at? Tar Valon.
No. The trade hubs are on the coastal regions because you can get everywhere with ships.
Yes, but you can go up rivers with ships too.
Yeah, but only specific ships.
Yes, and those are the ones that are usually mercantile.
The big cargo ships are sea only, typically.
They don't really go into detail on how big each one is.
Well, I
They
don't
all
know
carry
how
cargo, but yes.
the details of their ships, but typically
Bale Doman could do
merchants,
cargo and do everything, but he's
but
stuck typically to
typically
rivercraft.
merchants, congregations, let's call them, right?
Well, also
They
keep in
are
mind that
almost
they don't always
exclusively
own their own ships.
coastal
They
areas.
hire ships to take stuff to places.
Sure.
So they're like, hey, I have this cargo. I need you to deliver this up in Tanchico. And then they take it from Abu Dar or Ilion,
And
and then they go all the way up. So
everywhere,
it's not the merchants
obviously.
themselves using these
but
ginormous
most of
ships.
them will be in the coastal areas.
I mean, it makes sense. There's
That's
a lot of trade in the coastal.
universal.
Sure, yeah,
That's
I don't disagree. But that's a merchant. But if I'm going to be a merchant of, whether it be renown or otherwise, would I not be in a place where it seems that most merchants are going to be at?
But why are most merchants going to be there?
Because it's just a trade hub. It naturally became one. It's not like people designated at the trade hub. It's not freaking Stellaris where you just go in and say, I'll be the galactic marketplace. That's not how that happens. It's just, it happened, and that's what you do. You just say, hey, it just happened to be this place. The Tarvalon witches or the Aes Sedai, whatever side you want to pick, is going to say they have a lot of power. And if, for example, another option would be if you're a merchant who's being denied services.
But it's not a hub. It's a passing through region.
What do you think a hub is?
Not a hub is where you sort of go, and then from there you can go to many different other places.
Mm-hmm.
Tar Valon only goes north of the river, south.
And the ocean only goes this way and this way across the coastline.
The ocean goes everywhere.
But there's not everywhere to go. That's my point. So if you have Randland and its curve, you can only follow the coastline. That's two directions.
Right. Let's talk Tyr, right? Tyr has
one direction to go.
Ocean, right? They can go to Mayenne. They can go to Ilion. They can go north up the river to Tar Valon, and also they can go across the.
And they're always at war. Yes.
Road to, I think it's is it Hadon Merc?
Oh, you're thinking I know what you're thinking of.
Murundi?
No, it's not on the coast. It's inland.
No, that's not a coast. That's inland. They have a road.
Well, yeah, they have roads.
Yes, northwest-ish.
Most places have roads. That's how that works.
So Tyr,
imagine a city with no roads to it. That'd be awkward.
Tyr is located right in the middle of both east, west, and northwest-ish, northeast-ish.
But if you go to Ilion, you have the same exact stuff, and you're technically closer to Arad Daman if you wanted to do that.
Sure.
But here's the thing. We're not talking necessarily close to...
Don't control.
The trade hub doesn't have to be close to everyone, because last time I checked, Venice is not close to Asia.
They didn't trade with Asia.
There was the Silk Road. Everything transferred across land to get over there, and then everybody went there to get stuff because it was kind of split.
It doesn't have... So, see, that is why Tyr is fine, because you don't have to...
No. You're not understanding. My saying is that Florence is inherently not the best location for everything to happen. It's in a decent location, but it cannot reach the entirety of the continents and the world as a whole.
Sure.
So, it doesn't matter. You could be in Arad Daman and be like, I have a land connection to the borderlands, and then I have all the outside. But then you have the inside you can't access, like Andor, Mirundi, I guess technically Gildan and Amadisia and stuff like that to some extent. And then Kyrian. Sorry. And if that's the case, it makes logical sense for you to be like, it's not where it's located as much as where's all the stuff coming from. What is seen as a power in the world? Well, the one that's not ruled by kings or queens or councils. Who might that be? The Aes Sedai, the White Tower. Okay, so it's powerful. It's protected. Basically, everybody will come to their defense by default if they ever get attacked, so it's one of the safest places to be.
I'm not so sure about that.
When the Aiel War happened and it went north, all the armies went north to protect it.
That was because the Aiel War was not
Well, it
just
was
Dark Alliance.
Kyrian, yes, but
It was
when it
the
went north,
entirety of
they
the
didn't say,
Western.
"Oh, we're done. Oh, let the Aes Sedai deal with it." No, no,
No,
no,
no,
no.
no. See, that's a different situation because it wasn't specifically Darth Valen being attacked, but
There
it
was no
was
reason for the Aiel to attack Tar Valon to begin with,
no right, sure.
except for the prophecies, which is kind of a big deal. But
Yeah,
but here's
they
the
went
thing.
to war against everyone.
Yes, but also the
The
White
West.
Tower's also been around for a lot longer than the other nations.
Yeah, but they all banded together because the Aiel was attacking everyone.
I know I'm not talking about the Aiel anymore. I'm talking specifically when it came
If
to
Darth Valen
the
on
White
its own
Tower has been
gets
around.
attacked hypothetically by the Borderlands,
The White Tower has been hypothetically around for 3,000 years as an actual building, a location.
sure, yeah,
No other country, no other civilization, no other people group has been around that long
sure,
in any one particular place. So another thing you get by being in Tar Valon is consistency. You're
sure.
not worried about a war wiping over you. No one's going to be dumb enough to attack the witches, except for maybe the Aiel. But
And
and they don't really care that much. But they weren't even there really for that to begin with. So I don't know what the point is. But the Borderlands will defend Tar Valon by themselves against the entire South if necessary, because they respect Aes
Sure.
Sedai a lot. So
But
the
it
South's not
wouldn't
going to
work
just
the other
attack
way
them.
around.
What do you mean?
If hypothetically, let's say the Borderlands for some reason attacked Darth Valen, they would get no help.
Oh, that
from
would
Tyr.
depend, because again, the game of houses is
Yeah.
a dangerous thing, and if the Aes Sedai promise something, the leaders will know that they're not going to back out of it. Now, granted, I think the Borderlands would win because they have better fighters, but
That's probably true.
that's not anything to do with the relationship between Aes Sedai and the South. And even in the South, they still respect Aes Sedai. It's just certain, like Tyr, the Tyrant Lords, they fear them, and yes, they outlaw the
They
use
fear
of
them, and so they think,
they outlaw the
guess
use of the one power. They don't outlaw Aes Sedai. Aes Sedai are not illegal like they are in Amadisia.
wow.
The use of the one power is illegal. There's a difference.
Fair.
So, and we know from the series multiple times the Aes Sedai send a gray or an advisor of some color of the Adjas to Tyr to talk to the High Lords. It's
sure.
that it's not like they're just saying "You're Aes Sedai, you out," and then never let them in.
Yeah, no, I get that.
So
but that's more
if somebody was to say if the Aes Sedai become destabilized, so does the rest of the world. Ilion and Tyr, who are bickering, will start actually going to war and just wastelanding both of their countries, which will destabilize because then other countries will start eyeing their territories, and then everything just goes to crap.
Each other. That's one of them is getting wastelanded, the other not so much, probably.
It's the Battle of Kadesh, dude. Both sides lose, and they lose hard. It's how you do it. War never changes. Come on, you should know this.
I get that. Sure. One of them has to move to the other side, and then a battle will be where they meet. They're not going to be simultaneously destroyed.
I mean, one side could be victorious for a lot of it and then get wiped out. Then the other side becomes victorious for a lot of it, and then they get wiped out last second. And devastation is going to happen regardless. But the point being is that if one of them is devastated, it destabilizes things, because now Kyrian's going to look at Tyr because they got devastated, or Ilion will look at Tyr, or Andor will look at Tyr. A lot of people will start looking at other places because of the destabilization. The Aes Sedai use their power and their positions to prevent that destabilization, and the rulers know this.
To be fair,
what?
I don't think they're necessarily doing a good job.
Well, I didn't say they were doing a good job of it, but they know that that's what they're attempting. So basically, if the Aes Sedai throw their support behind somebody, the people who look up to the Aes Sedai in their own lands are going to support the Aes Sedai probably more than their own rulers, especially if they're being mistreated like peasantry typically would be. Fair. So it's a good thing to balance. It's the game of politics, because I mean, look at just Kyrian when Rand goes down there with Huron and everything, and they all mistake him for an Andoran lord, and everything just goes chaotic, obviously because of Taviran, but everything goes chaotic aspects. Because things that you and I look at and say, that doesn't make any logical sense. To them it does, because there's other things other than logic at play.
Sure.
Or how they're utilizing logic is in other forms of reasoning rather than in the direct form that Rand would be using. Because Rand's like, I don't understand why this is happening. And everyone else is like, we know what's happening. we don't know where you fit, but the way you don't fit is what makes it fit, which doesn't make any logical sense in normal situations, but to them it does, because that's just how the game of houses is played, and it repeats itself over and over and over again. So again, that's kind of the thing where it's a safe place, it's the oldest, it's the safest, it's got a good connection between the north and the south. It's logical because people can go there all the time. There's no, oh, you're a tyrant and there's an Ileana, you're going to start killing each other, stabbing each other in the streets. No, because they're not going to allow you to do that. So it's a place for both people of places that don't like each other, like Terabon and Arad Daman, Tyr and Ilion. People there can go to these places and not have to worry about getting, butchered, because they're different. They might want to do it, but they won't do it because they fear the Aes Sedai. Because the common folk, even nobility of some sorts, don't know the full extent of what Aes Sedai are capable of, and they don't want to take the chance. So people who are not intending to become actual criminals aren't going to be doing this. And that could be most merchants, because they value their wealth. So logically speaking, it makes logical sense why it's there. Now, does the actual spot they're in, like that little island that looks like a vagina, is that a reason? What is it, triple ensemble or whatever it's called, where you have like multiple reasons it's the same thing, but no, double entendre I think is what I'm thinking of. But like, there are a bunch of women on a vagina island, whatever. But if they put the tower literally anywhere else, I still think it would be a major trade hub. There will be trade other places, sure. There'll be a lot of trade going on places. But the major trade hub, where probably the wealthier merchants would be, I'd imagine would be in Tar Valon, because it's going to get the most traffic regardless of who it is.
Perhaps, but I don't think so.
But I think also because how we like Civilization, Old World, and other those kind of games, we know that the most common places cities to be landed is next to water, specifically of the river or ocean variety, not just lakes. So if that's the case, it makes sense that no matter where the White Tower was plopped down, it'd be near one of those resources, which means it's going to have access to north and south, probably either way, or at least one of the two very easily. So it makes logical sense that it is the way it is. So for it to be a diverse place doesn't bother me in the slightest, because it makes logical sense.
Yeah, no, it could work, but I think
also
it's
because
probably much less diverse than
whether or not. Well, I mean, I'm not saying like every other person's an African, every other person's an Asian, every other person's Indian, every other person's a Native American. I'm not saying that.
Larger minorities, sure.
I would say that,
but still,
you would see more black people in Tar Valon than you will see in Kyrian or in Andor.
That's fair.
By far.
Well, do we mean sea folk?
Sea folk don't typically go up rivers.
Right.
They only go up for
who are these
other
black
things.
people you're referring to?
Any dark-skinned type people, whether they be Sharans. Obviously not, no Sharans would be there.
So which black people would be there?
Well, Terabonners are pretty dark-skinned.
They're not black though, right?
Well, not necessarily black, no.
Not sea folk.
Sea folk are like the exotic dark black. Like really dark-skinned. There are blacks that are not completely dark-skinned. So, kind of like what the guy who plays Perrin in the movie or in the show.
Yeah,
he could. I don't think he's technically African, but I think he's African adjacent.
Black, but I mean, maybe that's
that's the thing. Is it's like in America, African can be. It's a range. It's not just one.
Yeah,
so from that aspect, you could still see quote unquote black people, but you wouldn't be seeing necessarily sea folk level black people. Until obviously the Shan, but that's a different story.
They don't exist at the moment, yeah.
But yeah, the Shan with Texan accents, I still can't get over that. That's just weird. Anyway, we're talking about diversity and all that jazz. So homogenous cultures in the books, not homogenous, other than the homogeneity of nothing being homogenous in the show.
So diverse monoethnic cultures in the books.
Yes.
Diverse homogeneous cultures. No, they wouldn't be diverse.
Homogeneous is what you're saying, but yes, homogeneous. What is that?
So homogeneous.
Homogeneous.
Multi-ethnic cultures in the show. Yeah.
Basically, to clear it up for everybody. In the show, every city is so diverse that there is nothing unique about them amongst all the other cities. Every city has Asians, Indians, Native Americans, South Americans, Europeans, Africans. Every city has all of that blended together in every single city. Whereas in the books, one city or one country is unique, monocultural, mono ethnic, everything. Like they're one people group. They are the Kyrianan. You know they are Kyrianan because they're short. You know they do certain aspects, like the soldiers will shave the front of their forehead and they pat it with powders and stuff like that. Like, you know who is who by looking at them because they're the same. They're not very unique. Well, I mean, they're unique in that they're different from everybody else in all the other nations, but they're all the people in that group are about the same. Andorans are much taller than Kyrianans. So you're not looking around and be like, oh, that guy is just a really tall Kyrianan. It's like, no, that guy's probably an Andoran. The same thing is like Tyr has a very unique, kind of like almost a darker, handsome Spanish kind of look. They're not going to look like Andorans who look British. So it's like they have their unique appearances. They're not going to be the same as somebody else. And most of the time when people hate each other in history, it's because they look different than you. I don't like them because they're different from me.
They have stuff that you want.
That too. But they can say, well, the reason I can take their stuff is because they're not like me. But yes.
Fair.
Either way. Major pieces of world building I haven't yet made to the screen. So far, the Wheel of Time has struggled to find the support from old and new fans. Well, yes, because it's trash from everyone's perspective, except for the extreme hardcore
the
people.
Old fans obviously don't like that they actually don't make the Wheel of Time.
There are people who like it because they want to hear the new telling of the wheel.
Wow, but they're retards, so that's
of course
fine.
They are.
The new fans, it's the modern audience, which...
Well, not even that. The new fans are just people who are like, this looks like a fun fantasy series, but this doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Why is that there? How did that happen? Nothing's being explained. Nothing makes sense because it's like they almost following a different script other than the actual source material.
Well, but they don't know about the source material.
Well, no, I'm saying like the idea is nothing makes sense. It's been put together poorly. It's shot poorly. Things are done poorly. Therefore, it makes logical sense. It's not very good.
Yeah.
Then if you add the story into it in terms of like what it's supposed to be versus what it is, it's completely off. Although it looks like the Wheel of Time Season 3 will change at least one complaint about its adherence to established canon for the better.
Which one is that?
Is that a good thing? The show is in a precarious position and in dire need of solid success.
I'm going to check what complaint that is.
He's invested.
Blah, blah,
Keep going down.
There's an entire fucking article.
Keep going down. Almost getting warmer, getting warmer. The show is in a precarious position and needed dire of solid success.
Okay. The complaint is that they don't focus enough on Rand.
That's a complaint. That's not the complaint.
Yeah, at least one complaint, right?
My complaint is that they don't focus on the source material. But the show is in a precarious position to dire need of solid success, with the Wheel of Time Season 3 also positioned to introduce long-awaited characters, and a lot of them we're never going to see because they'll never make it to that part of the series. Or they're going to ignore them completely like they did Tom. Tom's just gone.
Who's Tom? What?
I don't know who Tom is. There's certainly no Tom of mine. He has no harp. He has no flute. He's just a guitar player. Toss a coin to your Gleeman, I guess, is the stupid nonsense of that. There's a lot writing on this chapter. It's not a chapter. It's supposed to be a book, but yeah. If there's hope for the fourth season. Yeah, they're whew. Wheel of Time Season 3 date advantage is good, but it needs more to succeed. First mover advantage. I don't know what first mover is.
First mover is someone who moves things first. I assume this is...
Are they trying to make like a chess reference? What the frick?
I don't fucking know.
First mover advantage won't be enough to correct 2 seasons worth of audience discontent with Wheel of Time. Yeah, you don't say. Maybe restart. Why does he have a sword on his back? He carries it on his hip.
No, this is because it's cool, I guess, to have like a sword on your back, right? That's how they... Oh, this is the pictures. Yes.
Yeah, we're getting the pictures now. So pictures.
This is...
That actually works worse, but yeah.
This is Rand.
This is allegedly Rand.
But he doesn't have hair, so that's a problem.
Well, that was from a different show, to be fair. But it is.
Okay, good point.
I'm not gonna hold that against them per se, but they could have given him a wig if they wanted to try.
I mean, they had a whole rig budget, right?
This is
So
probably Alcair Dal, which looks nothing like it would be
this
described in the books.
this is a perfect example of them putting in no effort, right?
Zero effort. They're like, hey, let's find a little dune here and then throw some random rocks.
Assuming that this is indeed supposed to be Al Dal, which makes sense given that there's a little podium thingy in the center. I guess that's what that is supposed to be.
It's the area we're supposed to. Yeah, this is supposed to be a canyon, like a legitimate,
Al
like
Dal
rising. You're supposed to have like
literally
rising
translates
mountains.
to the golden bowl, right?
Yeah,
which, of course, this is.
This is a bowl that can't hold no milk, is what it is.
It's described as a circular canyon.
That can hold thousands and thousands of people, mind you.
And with perfect acoustics.
Yes, so you can speak in the middle in a whisper, and everyone in the place is going to hear you.
What we see here...
There's no acoustics at all.
There is sand on the floor.
That's not necessarily acoustic when you have wind blowing.
Terrible for acoustics because it absorbs vibrations. So if this person is speaking, I'm pretty sure the guys on the chairs there won't be able to hear.
Those are supposed to be the clan chiefs, but they don't use those chairs. They say literally in their books that they only use the chieftain chairs for very, very particular ceremonial stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They don't use it for everything.
So
they sit on cushions.
Is large audiences, not in this picture.
And they're all wearing black for some reason, or it looks
canyon.
Black. It looks black for that reason.
This is not a canyon. Circular. Well, they failed that as
well. This is a dimple.
And good acoustics, which is also not the case. This is the anti-Alcair Dal, right? This
is almost the inversion of it. If it was up like a small little hill, it'd be an inversion of what it's supposed to be.
So,
because also I'd like to point out, the Aiel waste is not covered in sand.
It's mostly rocks. Yeah,
it's a wasteland, not a desert.
And sort of, it has shrubbery, I guess.
We demand a shrubbery.
Yeah. There's all ponds and streams sometimes, but
there's water.
Yeah.
It's not a desert. Why they went to a desert, I don't know. Point being, first off, that podium would be up in the air on like an outcropping where they could kind of go over the bowl and be able to speak.
No, well, it's raised, but it should still be lower than the I don't know where the people.
Well, it's going to be. I'm not saying it's like it's not freaking Pride Rock hanging out over everybody, but it's like it's raised. No, there's like a drop because there's a walk around area that the maidens would be sitting, and they would climb up to get up to it, so that it's above. There's no climbing this. It's literally stepping.
Well, no, if you have really small people,
that's a stepping. Yes, I yield. Notorious for small people. Freaking A. Oh gosh.
That's indeed not really a platform.
So this is a terrible view of Alcair Dal. Now, I bet that they're going to change those from being clan chiefs to being wise ones.
No, I can see them doing that.
The wise ones don't use any chairs for that matter.
Can we see if those people look like women?
They're wearing very long dressery, which is not that of a clan chief.
But like this person.
Also, in the top right, there, they're all women. They're all wearing dresses and such.
Yeah. So there's two people.
Also, I'd like to point out the Aiel in the bottom right corner all look like women too. The only guy I can see besides Rand is the guy in the middle, which is probably Couladin.
Probably, yeah. It's hard to say if they're women because they have like very baggy clothes, I guess. So
you can see very well some of them have shapes, dude. They're not that difficult. But I'm saying from the perspective of size, they don't look big like a man would be. If there is any men in there, there's gonna be a couple. Well,
yeah.
Like, let me see.
I guess we don't really have
this one right here. That's a woman. That's definitely a woman. This one's got longer shape, dude. Look at the freaking butt. Look at the legs. Come on.
Okay, yeah.
Use your eyeballs. But those kind of things.
Like the rest of them is all just sort of a blended
They
dark.
they look a blended of the same body shape. They don't look blended like muscular guys. They don't look like they're warriors. They look like
Yeah, but that
freaking.
could just be because
They
they
look
have
like wetlanders. Gosh dang it!
that could just be because they have people from California playing.
That's true. And this whole training, because that's not how you train. For one, you train facing each
Yeah,
other
it's actually not really a great stance, I think, from Rand.
or land. But yeah,
Well, Lan at least has the sword away from his body, right? So he can technically
well, we
block
can't
stuff.
see the blade. We don't know which direction it is.
No. So I mean, yeah, I guess it could be like weirdly sideways.
I mean, I think it's still probably stupid either way because the people don't understand the basics of like Al-Caradal being a golden bowl, being an actual cavern or cavernous type carved out amphitheater type thing. But
I'm basically imagining
how
sort of
how would they ever possibly figure out what boar rushes down the mountain is?
Yeah.
Cat walks across the courtyard.
No.
They're not going to know any of these.
It's actually he transforms into a boar and then goes downhill.
That's anime right there.
Yeah.
Just
that's the boar rushes down the mountain.
But you don't train with your back to somebody. You train facing them so you can see what each other is doing, and then Lan would actually be able to give proper instruction.
Mm-hmm. No, but Lan's just doing his own thing here.
Yeah, they're
Rand is. Yeah,
he totally doesn't actually spend time training Rand at all. Whatever. Ah, yes, Ruidion. The way it's not supposed to be. Okay, see this guy right here? This guy? That's a guy. That's a guy. This looks like a guy. This is a girl.
But that's a different color clothing, right? So that's whitish, gray, maybe.
This looks like a guy.
Yeah.
That's obviously a woman.
So the guys,
guys
all have the dark.
I think this is Egwene. I don't know why.
Did Egwene bring a hat? I don't remember.
I don't recall her ever using a hat. They used those little towel things that you wrap over your head.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they could put water on it to keep them from dying.
Mm-hmm.
The spears don't look horrible, thankfully.
But let's focus on the city, right?
What city? All I see is a bunch of things popping out of the smoke and clouds.
You can clearly see there is buildings.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was definitely sure the source material said there's a big cloud hanging over this place that we call Ruidion, but no one can see it.
Mm-hmm. And actually, also, you see, I think that's a wall.
Yeah. There was no wall on it.
I'm assuming
there was no wall on it.
A wall. Viridian obviously doesn't have a wall because
Ruidion doesn't have a wall.
Because the fog cloud.
The fog magic was the wall.
Yeah.
It was a magical type of thing. It's in the waste. Who's gonna come to the freaking waste to like conquer anything? It's the waste for a reason.
Yeah.
Still lots of sand. Notice that. I don't know.
Buildings should be unfinished. Does this look unfinished?
I don't know. I can't see them very well because the sun's in the way. But why are all these spears on the outside cropping? Is this like Is this all the people who went to go be chieftains and died?
No. These spears are not near the city, right?
No, they're right on the edge of this little overlook. I'm saying, why are there a whole bunch of spears on this overlook?
Maybe that's a fence that you don't fall off or something.
Yes, fences that obviously aren't close enough together to actually do anything, and also have Sharpie points on the end. Yes, yeah, that makes sense.
I designed that. I'm just trying to guess, right?
Guess better, dadgummit.
But yeah, there should be the clouds, obviously, right? It's a dome.
The clouds should completely submerge the city. There should be no city to be seen from outside. Also, that city looks like crap.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at it, this is the same building design as they used in the
all the other ones.
The flashback from when they go back to the Age of Legends, right? In the episode.
The one we were inside, you mean, or
no?
When they look out the window, you mean?
So when he looks out of the window, you see sort of the weird modern art buildings.
Skyscrapers.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, they could look like that, but I don't think the glass and everything would survive that long. It would probably be covered and overgrown and stuff like that. Like it wouldn't be the way that they're portraying it, like where it's obvious.
I mean, it makes sense that it's in the same architecture because, of course, they build it almost immediately after.
But how many of those big towers are going to survive the breaking of the world? You have to break a little bit of... No. I'm talking like the stuff of modern day,
Oh,
Age of
probably not.
Legends level stuff. That
That is
stuff's
all
not
gone.
gonna. That's not gonna survive in that regard.
Hmm.
You'll have monuments of post
Yeah,
breaking.
yeah.
So
The Iridian was built post breaking,
yes, but I'm saying it wouldn't have
but
natural.
like immediate.
It wouldn't have skyscrapers and stuff to the level necessarily.
No, because first of all, it was unfinished, so the
Well, that, but
skyscrapers
when
at that
anytime
time,
if you go to the Rudian chapters, nothing in
and also
Rudion
I think
even
it's still palaces,
implies.
right? It's palaces, not skyscrapers.
What I'm saying is nothing in Rudion is even described or implied to be something that is of what's the term? It's not even implied that it is of the modern type sensibility. They're just described as normal buildings that they experience all the
Yeah,
time everywhere else. So Rand's
palaces.
not going and saying, "Wow, this palace looks entirely different from what I'm used to," considering
That's
he's been
fair.
to
Yeah,
multiples. He goes in there, it just looks like a
I,
building.
they did build towers, I think.
Yeah, they
But
had
they were
towers, but
very
they weren't the
finished.
same type of towers. Like,
Not like the skyscraper
yeah,
variant.
but we can't see too much here, so I'd assume like there's some stuff you could see. Like
Yeah,
this little bit here looks a little funny. These
but
couple
all of it
ring
should be
ones look
unfinished.
more like
These they do look finished mostly, right? This is
yeah.
all
I mean, a couple of them like
so
these out here might not be, but these look
yeah,
like the
but they
gates. They don't look like that. Looks like a very square
oh, that
building.
could be gates, yeah, because it sort of looks like the building we have in
It's
front
it's
here.
it's a very square. But either way, that's not what Rudion looks like in any shape or
Hmm.
form. You shouldn't be able to see it except from the inside, which would be more like
Yeah, and
a shadowed area with like a moonlight kind of setting.
it should basically look like a construction site as well.
Trips over a bag
Uh,
of 80 pounds of cement.
and without, I guess, without the
The construction tools.
yeah.
They'd be filled with Tirangriel, put it that way. And Angriel
No, only
Sangreal.
that's only in the central plaza.
Well, I know, but I'm saying there would be a ton of it everywhere in the Central Plaza.
Oh yeah, sure.
I don't know where the Central Plaza
Actually,
is here because the Central doesn't look central. But needless to say,
yeah, I don't know what's going on
these
here.
are supposed to be the representations of the
There's the
Forsaken.
Forsaken.
Yes.
Oh my god, they look like.
I'm
some sort
assuming
of
this is supposed to be
Gothic,
Samurog.
maybe.
I
This
don't
is
know
like
what the
a
frick this
modern.
is.
This is a modern sort of.
This looks
goth
like a
band
this looks like a
of
Jaguar commercial is what it
stuff.
looks like.
Yeah, I guess
who's this?
that's
It's apparently a woman. They're wearing like a
is it?
skirt type of thing with straps over the arm.
Could be just some.
This is a horrible
kinda-
picture. I'd like to point that out.
Could be Californian.
They're all Californian. I still don't think she's the best rendition for Lanfear that is available.
Also, Lanfear should wear white clothing.
Yeah, well, I mean, you'd only know that if you read the books and were familiar with the source material.
Also, the Forsaken aren't like goths
They're not.
slash emo.
They probably are. They're treating them like vampires, the traditional European vampire shows where they're all dressed in leather and black, and they're always edgy and yeah. That you know what I'm talking about, don't you? It looks
Yeah.
just like that, doesn't it?
I know very much what
And
you're.
you have this random person wearing white for no apparent reason.
Maybe she or he, whoever, because the
It looks
face
like a
doesn't
she.
really.
I can't really tell what is the face. It's literally just blurred. This whole thing's
Yeah,
just a blur.
no, it's blurred, sure, but like the face doesn't scream woman to me.
This face screams to me.
That it does.
This is Rand, the actor, going, or Josh is going, "Get me out of here!"
Actually, is this also this? No, because he has longer hair in the other scene, so that it can't be Rand.
This might be a flashback or something, or maybe he's seeing himself in one of the many lives in Rudian or something. I don't know what they're.
Yeah, but it could
I
be
can't
maybe
tell.
that,
I can't even guesstimate what they're trying to do because it doesn't make sense because they're not following the story.
Yeah.
Like if Blue's Clues showed up, I'd say, yeah, that sounds right. Like I can't tell you. Freaking Reading Rainbow comes in and starts reading a book. I'd totally run with it and say, yeah, that makes total sense because nothing about this makes sense.
Yep.
Let's see, is there any others? Nope, just back to the beginning. All right. So that's images we got to work with. It's objectively a good thing that The Wheel of Time will be released without any competing shows splitting viewers' focus. Okay.
Is it the...
I'd like to point out that Reacher Season 3 just came out, and it's still releasing episodes.
Actually, let's look up when that releases.
By the time this comes out because they're doing one episode per
Which season is this?
3.
Okay.
The
Do
first
they
3
have...
episodes came out. It might be ending about the same time, but it will still be there. And Reacher is much
It
bigger.
runs until the 27th of March.
Yep.
And I think Wheel of Time goes until 17th.
Well, yes, but it'll be the 13th when it comes out, so it's going to be overlapping. People aren't going to
Yeah,
be
but
jumping on it.
only the last, well, the first 4 episodes.
Yeah.
The first 3, of course, being on the same day for whatever reason people have to do that, I guess.
Yeah. But my point.
20 is the last. Did I say 27 previously?
You said 27th reason.
Okay, so episode 1 to 5 will release simultaneously, essentially.
Wait, episode 1 to 5 of what? Oh, for Reacher?
Of the Wheel of Time.
Oh, 1 of 5 will be during Reacher's
So
release.
Reacher ends at 27.
Okay.
And Wheel of Time starts 13, but it does 3 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
And then 20 an episode and 27.
Hmm.
So the first 5 episodes, of which we have the titles, by the way. The first one is To Erase the Shadow.
I love this. I don't care about the titles because they don't mean anything to me. But like, one of the issues plaguing the Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power, for one of the reasons, it's not the Lord of the Rings. It's nothing to do with Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is way after this. It doesn't have anything to do with the Rings of Power either because they were not even made in the right order or anything like that. But it is repeated release alongside the House of the Dragon. So what you're saying is that Rings of Power is worse than House of the Dragon.
Yes.
If that's the case, that's not good. Because you're supposed to be better than House of the Dragon. Like, this shouldn't be a competition. Like, if you were to release Peter Jackson's...
It should be a competition.
No. It shouldn't be.
You want your show to be the best one.
No. It shouldn't be a competition between Lord of the Rings and freaking Game of Thrones. Lord of the Rings is hands down more popular.
Sure.
No contest.
Well, I'm
especially
not so sure
after the disaster.
In the popular culture.
But no, like, if you were to release for the first time Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings films alongside like a House of the Dragon or Game of Thrones movies, like if they were like a movie to movie thing,
sure. In that case,
Lord of the Rings is going to wipe the floor with them. No contest, not a chance. Not saying that they both wouldn't do good, but it would wipe the floor with it because that's exactly what Lord of the Rings did to anything nearby it. It just obliterated it. And every time they release just one of the movies, I still don't know why they do this. They release one of the movies by themselves every couple months. I'm like, just put that out every freaking month. People will buy tickets to go see it. I don't understand it. Leave it permanently in your theater. It will make you money. It's literally a cash printing machine. It's stupid. But whatever. If you have that come out, it's going to blow out any competition. It's going to do good no matter what. The soundtrack is fire. The actual movie is great cinematography, great quality CGI for the time, especially. The CGI for Lord of the Rings is better than most CGI modern. That's depressing in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
but they did so much so well, except according to Matt, at the adaptation aspect of it. But they did so much so well, it is going to make billions no matter what. House of the Dragon, from what I understand, is good. I've not watched it. I kind of gave up on Game of Thrones, and I don't want to watch the prequel to something that I already know is terrible. But you're not going to get the Rings of Power properly done with the proper storyline, with the proper characters, the casting, proper locations, geographically speaking, the proper everything being talked about, the proper scripts being done, the better acting, etc. That is never going to fail to a George R. R. Martin anything. It's just not. Because Lord of the Rings fans. I think that's actually a movie with the guy who plays Dominic Monaghan. I have a video of it. I think it's Lord of the Fans or something like that. It's like a little documentary. It's actually a cool little video. It's like probably like $2 or something on eBay. But Lord of the Rings is never going to be beaten out by anything in fantasy. It's just
if done
not
correctly.
If it follows what it's supposed to, it will always be better because it's just superior storytelling. Period. You can't beat that.
Well,
So
or better world building in the case of the early stuff.
I
right?
also
There's
love
a-
this, forcing viewers to prioritize which show they watch.
Why not watch both?
You can watch both. I mean,
Oh, but wait,
House of the Dragon's on
Rings of
Max.
Power isn't really that good, so why not just watch
I
House of
know.
the
Why
Dragon?
not just
right?
watch something that's
Yeah.
good quality? Well, you just gotta
Okay.
wait until the third season, then it'll
Hmm.
start being good. That's not something you want to hear about
Ah.
a series you want to watch. I'm just gonna skip the first 2 seasons and watch the third, and then you're gonna disappoint me. I'm never gonna listen to you again.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
if you're forcing people to watch, one's on Max, one's on Amazon Prime. Nowadays, it's not uncommon to have both of those, or at least know somebody who has access to one of the ones you don't have. Or if you don't have either of them, you can go to one, watch it, go to the other, watch it. It's not that difficult. It's
Mhm.
very simple. And if you're like, I'm just going to watch these and then be done, you pay out for a month. Say, I'll buy 1 month of each. Boom, boom. You pay like $15. You watch all of the stuff. Boom, you're done.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
probably
that-
cheaper than
and then-
getting a movie ticket, right?
That's about the price of a movie ticket nowadays. And you're going to get a lot less, because like, a movie is going to be 3 hours, 3.5
Yeah,
hours, maybe
it's-
4
it's
hours
just
at
like-
most. And you're getting
to
a
be
whole
fair,
TV series. You're going to probably get more
You'd
time.
have to wait until it's fully released.
Sure. Well, no. If you're paying for the month, no.
Okay, you have
'Cause-
to wait until
Because
the
they'll
end
release the
season is-
first 3 episodes all in one drop. Then you have 5 episodes to get. And if they're doing in
Sure.
1 week, you know.
But like, so in this case, right, the last one comes out in April and it starts in March. So
But
if you
again,
start in
even if that
March,
was
you
the
have to wait until April.
even if that was the case, buying
pay
2
only
months
1
of
month.
each, if you buy 2 months of each, you're
I
still
guess that
cheaper.
would still
You're
be
still
4
cheaper than
hours.
You're still cheaper than 2 movie
Fair.
tickets in 2 months. Like,
Yeah, I guess.
it's not that big of a deal. Let's be honest. But that's if you're like really interested in it. But it says, in the modern streaming environment where initial stream counts are a major benchmark by which a show's continued viability is judged, which it shouldn't be the only thing. It should be a major part.
Do they not wait like
No, because they want to know about the hype. If people are hyped about it, they're gonna watch it day one.
Sure, but do they not like a weekend
No.
number?
Because
that
TV
they
shows
take into account?
don't
Because
have
not
that's
everyone
movie.
can just go and do.
That's not a
watching
corporate line of
or-
thinking. That's a normal person
Okay.
type of thinking. You're too much
Okay,
of
fair.
a pleb to understand how the money bags can understand things.
see.
But yeah.
See, that's fair.
Not having to worry about another platform stealing viewers is a blessing. You're not stealing viewers. You can have one person with like this is literally cable TV.
Yeah, you can
Cable
watch
TV gives you all
simultaneously.
these channels. Here's 120 channels. But if they watch that channel, they won't watch my channel. Well, yes, but that's why you put something on that they want to watch, then they'll watch your channel. That's
Why
how
not
that works.
just watch them both simultaneously
On 2
right? It's
screens.
not like you need to think about these. Right?
I've got one on this screen, and watching both at the same time.
You can just put Rings of Power on one screen and then actually go watch the House of the Dragon instead while the other one is running.
Mute Rings of Power
And-
and then go over
yeah.
here. I don't know.
And
That'd be giving them the time though. That wouldn't be.
Yeah, but like you basically have essentially all the information from the Lord of the Rings one because nothing happens anyway. So it's
I feel
fine.
like you can make a little short and be like, here's the Rings of Power in like 30 seconds or less. It's Galadriel's fault. She's a witch. Ban her. Ban her. The
Yep.
end. That's
But, like,
that's
if you
literally
actually
Rings
do
of
that-
Power.
If you were to do it more seriously, right? I think you can summarize
Oh,
every
you thought I was
episode.
joking? That's literally
No, no,
it.
but I mean, like, if you want the actual what happens every episode, that would be 1 minute per episode. And it's done.
It'd take 1 minute to do multiple episodes. What are you
Well,
talking
but
about?
you need to set up the
5 minutes for
look,
the entire series, probably.
maybe.
Do you know how fast you can set up the settings?
Like,
Like
yeah,
Galadriel does
sure.
a bunch of dumb stuff.
But that's if you summarize everything in one go, right? If you have to summarize every episode separately,
Galadriel
get
the
a bit of
evil,
extra.
not to be confused with Galadriel the beautiful.
I guess.
So, what do you have?
Stealing viewers. Yes. Okay.
Blessing for the show that spent the past 2 seasons continually making choices that alienated potential viewers. So what you're saying is they did stupid stuff consistently. They didn't do what they were supposed to do. They failed because of it. It's an actual failure. It's being admitted by Screen Rant that it's an actual failure. Ha!
Mhm.
The Wheel of Time
Oh,
ratings
fun
by
fact.
season via Rotten
by the way,
Tomatoes.
I clicked on the Rotten Tomatoes link to see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
And the season 1 has 5,000 plus audience people,
Which is not
rating.
10,000, mind you.
It says 5,000 plus. I don't
Well,
know.
I know,
how
but if
many-
it was 10,000, they'd put 10,000 plus.
But the Wheel of Time season 2 only has 2,500 plus, which I assume
It's
means that it's less
less
than
than
5,000
half. Yeah,
plus.
it's
So
probably less than half.
it's half as much if you disregard the plus. So you can probably safely say half as much
It's
viewers.
failing more and more.
And that's only the people who specifically like the first one, most likely, right? The
Yeah, because if
others,
you didn't watch the first season, odds are you didn't watch the second season.
well, or if you did watch the first season but thought it was shit,
You didn't
like
watch the second season.
40% of the audience rating, I guess those were all gone.
Yeah, so
Maybe.
the 80% audience rating for season 2 is 80% of the 60% of the season 1. So,
So
the critical rating
not
nobody
great.
cares about because it's invalid anyway, so why would I care?
Yeah.
But
To
yeah,
be fair,
they gave it really high, but again, it was a very small percentage of people
I
actually
think
watched it.
season 2 probably was better
Yeah,
because
I'd agree.
it fucked up less, let's say.
Well, I
It
mean,
didn't really do
no,
anything
I would
good,
say it did the same amount. It just didn't do it as obviously.
or it didn't do it as much, right?
Yeah.
Not as many events happened to fuck up.
Nothing happened, therefore nothing was there to screw up. Therefore,
Yeah,
it's a better season.
that's how I would
What a
describe
way to
it.
summarize a season.
Yeah, because really,
However,
what happened in season 2, right? Rand sort of hang out in
Rand
Carrion.
goes full blown evil. Moraine stays evil. Um,
Well,
Everybody else is still evil, and then they
I
go
was more
fight evil
talking about
guys while being evil, and then everyone's evil.
I was more referring to events that happened, not specifically motivations, but sure.
Those were the events. Evilness
So
happened.
Rand stays in Carrion and becomes a doctor for some reason, right? A therapist or whatever.
He
Um,
becomes the guys who take the straight jacket people to their cells.
yeah, yeah. He
An
does that.
orderly. He's an orderly. That's what he is called.
Okay. He does that for at least half the season. Um, Matt,
He bangs
he's
a
in prison.
Forsaken multiple times.
Yeah, I guess that also happened. Matt is basically in prison for half the season. So nothing really happens there. As is Min, interestingly, for some reason.
This character,
Right.
nothing happens. This character, nothing happens. This character, nothing happens. This character, nothing happens. This character, nothing happens. It's all over and over the
Nynaeve
same
and
thing.
Egwene were sort of in the tower just doing random chores, I guess. And then at some point, halfway through the season, they moved out.
After they met
Perrin,
Elaine.
yeah, yeah, and did some, I don't know, alcohol brewing. Yeah, that happened.
That would totally not happen in the tower. They would massacre
Mhm.
you.
So Perrin just walked for, I'd say that's probably 3/4 of the season. And he met Hopper, I guess. Yeah,
A wannabe
that's it.
Hopper. Yeah, it's a dog, but they want
Fair
to make it
enough.
look like a
Yeah,
wolf.
yeah. Not Hopper then.
It's hashtag not Hopper.
Who else do we have? Oh yeah, Moraine.
I don't know. I've kind of blocked out the entire series because it was kind of just it's
Moraine
terrible.
just sort of hangs out.
Unfortunately, not in the literal sense.
Random house somewhere in like nowhere.
Oh, that's the sisters that are not actually sisters because they switched the sisters.
Yeah, but Moraine's also
it's supposed to be Attalus and Van Deen, but they swapped out Van Deen and put Attalus and Varen.
Yeah, Lan. He.
I guess they
no,
thought Van Deen, Varen, they both start with V's, therefore we could just take out Van Deen and make Varen the
fair.
sister, and then this is the house.
So then, halfway through the season, they all teleport to farm. Right?
Hey, anime man,
Except
teleportation circles, man, they're everywhere.
Aaron, he took 3/4 of the season to walk there though, so he was doing the physical travel, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then in form, one sort of battle. I don't think you can really describe it as that happens.
It's more like a
That's it.
skirmish, if anything, but yeah.
That's basically the summary of the entire. The Forsaken got free for some reason.
Moghedien shows up and is more powerful than Lanfear for some random reason, which is ridiculous. Like,
I mean,
Lanfear is not afraid of literally any of the other Forsaken. So why would she be afraid of Moghedian, who's the spider who hides and isn't actually out doing anything at
I know.
all in the open, and is just kind of just doing things in the back in the
Yeah.
shadows
Oh,
because it's
and
safe.
Moraine blows up some ships, of course, and takes Rand's.
Kills a lot of innocent people.
Yeah. Well,
The slaves on those ships are innocent, technically
that's true.
speaking.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Oh, yeah. Egwene gets captured. That's
oh
the
yeah,
thing.
there's also a giant fire dragon. There's that too.
That's all. That's all in episode 8, right? So nothing happens
last
until
episode.
7 and 8, and then
none of that makes any sense.
Still not really
His
much.
banner in the sky was literally supposed to be a flag, and instead of a flag, they made an actual fire dragon, which doesn't mean
No,
anything
it's not a
because
flag.
nobody knows what a dragon is.
His face is supposed to
Well, no,
be
him
visible.
and Baalzamon are supposed to battle in the sky.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah,
but his banner shall be cast across the. It's supposed to be literally
No.
Roose Theron's banner. That's when Perrin
Ye
cast.
shall be bannered across the sky in fire. It's he himself that is shown in the sky.
I remember in the books that when was
Is
it Matt? No,
everyone-
Perrin. Perrin was carrying the banner. Perrin was carrying the
Everyone
banner.
can see him, and they have sketches of his face.
I know because
you
he's in the
see in the
sky.
sky.
Yeah, I know. I'm not disputing that. I'm saying that Perrin carrying the banner of the dragon,
Mhm.
that gets thrown in the sky too. Like it flickers multiple things, but the big one that everyone focuses on is obviously Baalzamon and freaking Rand, two guys in the sky battling it out like freaking Jedi and Sith. Like that makes sense, but the banner is noticed, but nobody knows what a dragon is. So having a big fire dragon would be like, what's a dragon? There's a big, weird looking shaped thing out there breathing fire as it's made of fire.
Yeah. But
what
like the
is
important bit that is supposed to be visible in the sky is Rand himself.
Rand and Baalzamon fighting, yes.
Yeah, you can see them fight, and then I guess he wins or something. And then,
I guess he wins.
And then it's just him there, visible.
Well, then it will disappear.
So
but yeah.
everyone can sort of.
Yeah, I don't know if that was supposed
everyone
to be.
Has time to see his face and sketch it.
Well, people have time to memorize the features.
Yeah, sure. But like, it should be clearly visible that he not like a random person standing on top of a tower without clear facial features visible because it's far away.
You wouldn't be able to see as clear visible unless you had binoculars or something.
Exactly. So that makes no sense.
Well, nothing made sense. That's the whole problem.
Yeah, but that is especially much no sense.
Yeah.
Also, they should be flying in the sky. Right.
Well, they're not flying. I don't know if their actual battle took place in the dream world and was projected into the real world, or if it was. I don't think it was literally in the sky.
Okay, maybe it's not literally, but
they were projected to be seen in the sky.
Not on top of a tower.
Yeah.
With battlements there, you can't actually see what's going on there.
However, Wheel of Time season 3 still needs to deliver something compelling. Obviously, that means first two seasons are not compelling. If you're saying that. If Amazon hopes for it to course correct, why would you course correct now? You've already butchered everything. You butchered the foundation of the material. You can't course correct.
Meant, of course, but it's impossible to course correct now.
Actually, he could wake up and say it was all a dream, and then
Yeah, but that's not course correcting.
That's starting over.
From scratch.
That's the course correcting. We're correcting from what we're doing to something that's proper.
Course correcting assumes that you have something salvageable.
See, I could go to Amazon, go to Jeff Bezos and say, put me in charge completely and utterly over the entire studios. I will get all the people that need to be gotten, and we will put together an actual verifiable studio, and we'll make an actual money-making machine for you.
So why don't you do that?
Because I don't have any credentials. Why is he going to come see me? Or let me see him?
You just write him a letter or something.
Yeah, that'll make it to him. Guarantee you that. And find itself in viewers' good graces. Too late. There are plenty of narrative and production opportunities ahead for the streaming giant, and as the show begins to explore some of the more critical turns of the plot from the original Wheel of Time box, it's not.
There aren't really any narrative. Well, I guess they can make their own show, but
they are making their own show.
Yeah, but like officially depart from them.
Yeah.
I guess
if this is how they make fantasy series in general, I would never want a fantasy series from Amazon.
No, but this is. how fantasy series in general are
No, no,
made.
no, 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 no. I'm saying like this is how they make fantasy.
Yeah, I get
Which
that,
means that
but
if they were to make a completely brand new fantasy, it's going to end up just like this. These guys
yeah,
had
yeah,
literally the
I get that, but
guideline
that's
to success and
how
failed.
many good fantasy series are there that are original, made
Maybe a couple.
after 2010?
Okay, practically none.
None. There are no good fantasy series
Because what was it? What was
that
the
are
one? What
live
was the one
action.
MTV did? The Shannara
MTV?
Chronicles.
Uh, that
Shannara.
one was
It's,
good.
yeah, it wasn't good. The books are supposed to be good, but the show wasn't good.
Yeah,
They did Sword of
but that's the
Truth.
problem.
The Sword of Truth was done,
That's
and it
also
wasn't
not
that
good.
good, huh?
That's also not good.
Yeah, it
That's
was
what I
also
said.
sadly not
Yeah.
good enough, even though it had the
So
Mouth of Sauron in it.
fantasy series in general seem to be cursed or
I
something.
mean, Hercules and Xena.
Yeah, but that's longer ago,
That's
right?
that's in the '90s, I think.
That's like
Point being,
yeah,
they made them better when they had less quality.
they made them
Um,
better when people were still actually thinking about how to make good series,
when they actually had talent.
rather than trying to bank on the fantasy genre that is unexploited at the moment because there is nothing good.
If somebody mentioned a particular
Why
fantasy,
do you think Game of Thrones was such a massive success back when it released? Right, of course,
because it followed
season
the books
five and
as
onwards.
close as you can
It followed the books,
for the
and it
first
was
4 seasons, I
actually
think.
the well, it started deviating roughly season three, beginning end of season two, maybe. I think probably
Uh,
three,
I
halfway through
vaguely,
is
from what I can remember, it was season 4 was okay.
no, it might have been okay, but they started diverting from the source material in
Oh,
season three.
well, that would be on George himself because George was still doing guidance for that
Could
at
be,
that
could
time.
be.
So that was his
But
fault.
like the first season was a massive success
Yeah.
because it was a story that was good,
Mm-hmm.
right? And it had a proper production quality, let's call it. That's the only successful one that I can think of
But overall, it wasn't successful
in the
because it failed and
no,
has
no,
a horrible
because
reputation.
it was really good until halfway season
I
four.
suppose. Well, I would say that if you're talking about post 2010, House of the Dragon's probably the best.
Yeah, yeah, sure, but has it, and that's like maybe that's still part of Game of Thrones, right?
Yes, but it's separate.
Technically, it's
They're
separate,
different
sure.
directors. They're different. Like the showrunners are totally different.
Mhm.
You have a different, entirely different
Yeah, so
cast.
we have exactly one example of a franchise to
And
use
there's still
the
time for them to screw it up. Don't worry.
yeah, yeah, exactly. So
Honestly,
Game
if
of Thrones obviously had a great start,
mhm.
but fumbled, um, uh, probably in large part due to the fact that
Wouldn't it be hilarious?
someone didn't write a book.
Yeah,
Uh,
shame
yeah,
we don't have any material to work off. But wouldn't it be
um,
hilarious if House of the Dragon decided to push up their release date right next to Wheel of Time and just
that
absolutely
would be
crush it?
hilarious.
I'd
But
be
no,
like, oh man, Max is just dunking on Amazon at this point.
they have to time it next to Rings of Power again.
No one's gonna watch
Which is
Rings of Power regardless.
no, no, but well, sure, that's true.
I mean, no one's
Maybe
gonna
they just
care.
fair, fair.
So there are plenty of
But
narrative and
so
production
House
opportunities.
of the Dragon so far is the only good one that kept being good
Well, I don't.
for
I've heard it's good. I've never watched it because I don't want to watch a prequel to something that I know is bad.
that's yeah, I guess that's fair. Um,
Like I'm
Game
not
of
like
Thrones
I can say
started good,
let's say the first 3 seasons are good, hypothetically, of Game of Thrones.
sure.
I'm not gonna just buy 3 seasons of the thing and just like
No, no,
not buy
that's
the
fair.
rest of it. Like
The
I'm not gonna
first
just
three
watch the first three
seasons,
seasons.
let's say, were good, right? But then it broke the rest of the sequels, I guess.
The overall was
But the
trash.
reason the first few were so successful is because there is actually a massive audience for fantasy stuff,
Yeah,
but there is just nothing to watch other than the Lord of the Rings films.
yeah, that's not too. Yeah,
So Game of Thrones releases new fantasy series.
And it was big
It was big.
for years.
It had intrigue, right? So that's a bit
Political
of timing.
intrigue. It had battles.
It had battles.
It
It
had
has
fantasy
well, it doesn't
things.
really have magic, I
No, it
guess.
does. White Walkers.
Yeah, okay, but that's
The
not
faceless men
magic.
of the faceless men of Bravos. They literally changed their faces.
Yeah, okay, but those
It's
only
not wizards blatant magic. I mean, there's
they come
dragons as
online
well.
only in season 4, I think, right?
Possibly. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't
There's
care enough.
one guy that sort of stalks Arya, and then they sort of make her go there, I guess, to join the club.
You talking about
Maybe
the faceless men of Bravos?
no. There's this one guy that that is captured with Arya, right? And Arya asks him, "Kill someone," and then I can only do that 3 times or whatever.
Yeah, that's the faceless men of Bravos.
Yeah, but that's only one guy
Yeah,
that is near Arya, and then in season 3 they actually get to the proper place.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying that the faceless men of
But he's
Bravos
not really
exist and use
he's
some
not
form of.
really magical during his presence in the first seasons, right?
Well, yeah, they don't use
There's
magic
no
the same way
sorcery.
as other things would be. I understand that.
It doesn't actually change his face. He looks the same every time.
Oh, well, in that case, they're just doing poor
So
representation. But yeah,
there's not really any magic if you don't count the White Walkers, which I don't because they're just
what about
zombies.
dragons?
Dragons,
They're magical creatures. Checkmate.
but yeah, okay, maybe.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying that there's no blatant stabs shooting fireballs or summoning ice spikes or something. That's not an anime. I get that.
Okay,
Yeah.
low magic setting.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, it's not focused on magic because magic would be the thing that would crush armies if that was the case. Yeah.
And that was a big draw, and it was good, right? It had hype, whatever. No one knew of the Game of Thrones series or Song of Ice and Fire before that, apart from a few people, I guess.
And the only reason Game of Thrones exists as what we know it as is because of Robert Jordan from Wheel of Time.
Exactly. Yeah. There's even a character named after him in one of the mage. Well, they're not really mage, right?
There's no magic in this. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they don't use magic. They're just sort of.
They're mages that don't do magic. That's an awkward situation.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird.
But anyway,
they sort of just write stuff, I guess.
Anyway,
I don't know.
Those are called scribes. Those are called scribes, because they're not mages.
Yeah, no, sure.
There are plenty of narrative and production opportunities
big
ahead.
Success because people want fantasy, but there's nothing to watch, and so everyone's
nothing good. Yes, there are plenty of narrative and production opportunities ahead for the streaming giant. Are there though? I mean, there might be opportunities, but not successes. And as the show begins to explore some of the more critical turns of the plot from the original Wheel of Time books, I bet the guy from Screenwriter or the lady or whoever wrote this doesn't know anything about the Wheel of Time books. It's crucial that season 3 not just keep up making the same story mistakes, no matter what the external advantages it has. How the Wheel of Time season 3 can turn around the show's biggest complaints. A little bit of consistency goes a long way towards reinvigorating Wheel of Time's narrative. You've already killed the narrative. Oh, we have more pictures.
Consistency can own. Oh, more pictures. No, these are all season 2.
These are season 2, yeah.
So we don't care about those. You can't really make consistency happen if the first 2 seasons aren't already consistent, because then
season 2 introduced important characters like Elias Machira and Massima Dagar. Yes, the ones that are notoriously. It did.
Wait, Massima?
Massima was there.
Which one's Massima in the show?
He's one of the Shinarans.
But I don't know which one of the Shinarans. Right?
Doesn't matter. He's there. He's there, yo. He's there.
But introduced.
I love this. This person does not know because they say both of whom have great significance in the books. They really don't, though.
So
they do things, Elias, but they're not great.
Machira, right?
Elias Machira.
Yeah, whatever. Right?
Say it right. Say it right.
If it was Elias, he wouldn't be written with a Greek Y.
What do you mean a Greek Y? That's the only way you do a Y.
No, you just put an I there, not the Greek letter, right? I mean,
it's a fantasy world, good sir. They don't have Greek.
Yeah, but that you pronounce like Elias, right? You don't say.
If you're in the real world.
Yeah.
You're not in the real world. They don't have those languages. They don't have the grammatical structures of that. It's Elias Machira. Congratulations. Anyway,
he disappears after book 2, right? Essentially.
he's always a background character. He's never a frontrunner. He appears with Perrin on rare occasion. That's literally
Yeah,
it.
but like he teaches Perrin his stuff, and then he disappears.
And then he comes back,
And then he comes
and then he
back
kind of
later,
stays in the
like
background,
book,
and then he
I don't know,
disappears.
fucking 7 or so. And then
It's like
he's
he's
not important.
in like 3 times. The first
Well,
time,
okay.
the first time
I
to
guess-
make Perrin and to teach him.
guess
The second
he
time
has-
to help him find Fael, and the third time to come back with the wolves.
Yeah, I guess he has great significance in that he is the one who teaches Perrin in book 2. 1.
That's significance, not great significance. Great significance means they're like
Okay, fair
it's a
enough,
constant
yeah.
role. I think he's
Messina-
important. Yes,
Messima is much more important,
he gathers a bunch of people that do a bunch of bad stuff.
but
It causes a lot of problems for Rand. Yeah, that's important, I suppose.
but I do not remember.
But he's not vital to the success of Rand.
Yeah, but
He's, if
he has
anything, the
great-
wrong way. He's the wrong.
Sure. But he takes up a lot more screen space. Let's call it. In the
Oh yeah,
books.
yeah. But he's also
Um,
not in frame all the time. He's talked about,
fair.
but he's never in
Yeah.
frame.
The bigger problem is Elias, right? He
I'm so proud of you.
disappears. He disappears after book 1, only to occasionally just randomly come
Like I
back.
said, he
once.
really only pops up 3 times in the entire series.
So he is not important
Not excessively
After-
important. He's not.
after the current.
He's a side character.
Messima
It's a side
Is more
character.
is more important, but I literally don't know what he looks like in season 2.
That's because he's just so important. You don't understand.
So
You can't
he's not
can't
really-
spot importance like this.
he's not really introduced, is he?
That's where you're wrong, kiddo. All right, let's see.
Of the Shinarans, Uno is the
Season 3 needs
the
to
one
continue
that
on this
is known,
trend,
the
not
evil.
necessarily by conforming to the novel canon 100%. Actually, that's where you're wrong, kiddo. But definitely by following up on the Wheel of Time book events, but there are none, from the Season 3
the
trailer.
book events from the season. The book events.
Did we watch the trailer? I haven't watched it.
I don't recall that. Let's actually do that now because we might as well, right?
Come on, slowly.
Because I don't think I've seen it.
Okay, we'll watch it.
So wait, let's first read the thing so that we know what to look out for. So a bit further up, right? There is
The novels
following
provide a rich tapestry
Huh?
of text to draw from, and the changes Amazon makes often feel arbitrary. They are, rather than
Yeah.
that they contribute to the story, because they don't. Rand and company visiting the forbidden city of Ruidion is such a pivotal moment in the Shadow Rising. It is, and if executed
but
well, it
only
can help
Rand
the time.
goes there. Yeah.
Well, and Avienda and Moraine.
Yeah, but it's not Rand and company visiting. It's just Rand, Matt.
Well, they
and
do
then Moraine
visit. They just stay
separate.
outside.
And then Avienda also goes
But
separately.
they do show up. The company does show up, for the most part. It's different
Sure,
company
but
than what they're probably going to
okay.
bring.
Do you count staying outside as
Yes.
visiting?
Yes. Because the wise ones are at Ruidion, but they're not in Ruidion.
Fair enough.
So I would
Yeah.
agree with them, even though I still don't think they've read the books. But it would help with the Wheel of Time to redeem itself, at least for most viewers. It might be too late, blah, 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 blah. Some will never be satisfied, regardless of adherence to the Wheel of Time canon. Because you're not adhering. If you're not adhering to the Wheel of Time canon, then why would fans be satisfied?
No. See, this is where they're wrong. Like, because some fans would never be satisfied
This
regardless
is such
of
a
this.
false narrative.
I guess technically it's true that some fans will never be satisfied, but most fans will be satisfied if
If you make it
adhere
a
to the-
1-to-1 adaptation according to the canon, all the people who want the new turning of the wheel will be disappointed. But all the people who like the source material will be happy. If you do the opposite, which is what we're doing right now,
if you're
you'll
doing
have
like
people. There's always gonna be somebody disappointed, so don't make them all happy. The goal is not to make
Yeah,
100% of
but
fans happy. It's to make
it's
the
a
best thing you
technically
can.
correct sentence, but
On
it's
accident.
very
It's on accidentally correct.
it's very sneaky in that it makes
So
no sense.
this particular line, it was inevitable that Amazon's version of the Wheel of Time would be different from the books because that's the nature of any adaptation. I call BS.
Yeah. No, see, this is correct.
It's not though.
Technically, it's
Well,
inevitable
according to the standards
that
that
it
we
would
run
be
with, yeah, sure, but
that it
it's
would
not
be
true.
different from the books because
Well, yeah,
obviously
it's not a
if
piece
you
of
adapt,
paper. It's not a piece of
you
paper. It's a
have to
visual.
change minor details like, oh no, this person is thinking about something, and we
Still, I
do
think
we want to show that?
you could make that work. It's not
Sure,
impossible.
but like there will inevitably be small things that are different
So
because it's
I,
you can't perfectly
I
unless you're like
that's
super
not
autistic, right?
true. Weaponized autism, baby.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not a true statement according to what is possible, like actually achievable.
Okay, sure.
It
It's
is true
possible,
compared to what they do now because they don't have a creative bone in their body.
but it is inevitable because it has to also be a good
Well,
like film.
this is only inevitable because they didn't put the right people in charge and they didn't hire the people that are right for the job.
Okay, but different, right? Could be like something like, oh, there's like one less house in Emmons Field.
Well, you don't know how many houses are in Emmons Field, so you can't do
Right.
that. That's not a
So
detail.
because we don't know what Emmons Field looks like exactly, the
That's not a
show,
difference, though.
there is a difference.
That's not a difference. If you don't know how many houses there are, you can't say it's different because you don't know how many it's different from.
Right. So should we put like 1,000 houses in Emmons Field?
We do know how many farms that they name because they name, oh, this guy over here is the miller, this guy
Yeah, but
over here is the farm over here, the tobacco and the sheep, this
do
guy
we
has a
make
farm
it
over
like
here.
a dense collection of houses,
We
or are
know
they also
Emmons Field, the actual village, is pretty condensed.
okay?
We know that there's also a lot of farmsteads around it.
Sure.
We know that there's a lot of named people. We also know there's more
How
than
how big do we
several
make it?
hundreds, huh?
So how big do we make it?
There's not a defined specific one you
There is
need.
no defined
There's no
specific.
defined specific thing you need to follow because it's not explicitly stated the exact layout. That's not a difference. It's a
No,
representation. No, it's not. Now, if they say, we have the wine spring in and you don't add the wine spring, that's a difference. But if you have a spring and you call it the wine spring and there's the wine spring in, that's not a difference.
right, sure.
If you have a green, that's not a difference. If you have a
Okay.
blacksmith, if you have houses, if you have things, if you have carts and wagons preventing trucks from rushing in, that's not a difference. It's not. We can't tell you how many houses. We can't tell you how many children exist in the place. That's not a difference because it doesn't even
Okay,
tell us in the
okay,
source
fine,
material.
fine. Let's go with that. Regardless, though, it's still inevitable because they won't put like a weaponized autist, let's say, on making sure every described detail 100% matches up.
I mean, it's not impossible. You literally have it written down.
No,
You
no,
just
I'm
follow
not
it.
saying impossible. I'm saying inevitable.
Well, yes, lazy people are inevitably going to do things wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Consider that a shocker.
This is 100% a correct sentence.
Well, like I said, it is in the current setting of Amazon's setup.
Yeah.
Yes, it's inevitable. Is it inevitable entirely? Because it says because no.
Wrong because that's no, that's also true.
No. That's the nature of any adaptation.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the nature. The nature of an adaptation is that you take something and turn it into a different medium. That's all an adaptation is required to do.
Yeah, and necessarily there will be like some details that get lost.
But they're not getting lost. They're just not being used. Like the same thing for the whole Tom Bombadil argument for Lord of the Rings. Could they put Tom Bombadil and that entire Old Forest thing one for one in the movie? Yes. Could they do it in a way that would fit within the hour constraints they were trying to do and make it not boring for people who have to have action every 5 milliseconds? No. You can make these things be the way they're represented. Because again, a written to visual is a representation. So you have to represent it as...
because it's a representation, it will necessarily not be 100%.
Is the representation of Fanghorn Forest in Lord of the Rings accurate to the books?
Probably not.
Why do you say that?
Because I don't remember the exact description of the forests in the books.
It's probably because they described a forest that had ants in it, and there's a forest that had ants in it.
Yeah, but
Congratulations.
I don't know if it has a knowing Tolkien, it probably has a very specific description.
Probably, but it's not like he
but
says,
I
"Oh,
don't
there's
remember.
leaves on this tree." Well, so do the other trees. You don't have to
But
count every individual leaf that's
the issue is
mentioned.
that it's not just like the objective details that are described, right? But the feel as well, and that's subjective.
You can make feels. It feels like a big battle because you have a
No,
lot of people doing big battle.
I don't think that counts as a feel.
No, okay, let's do this.
It's the atmospheric stuff that.
Yeah, and if anybody nailed the atmospheric stuff, it's Lord of the Rings adaptations.
Yeah, sure. Lord of the Rings probably did that, but
which
the
means
nature
it can happen.
But it didn't do it perfectly because it missed certain parts, right? It focused too much, of course.
Did it miss the atmosphere, or did it miss events that you're thinking of? Because every event I can think of had basically a perfect atmosphere for it.
Sure.
So it's not the atmosphere's fault, if that's the case.
Okay, fair.
So if you're taking a specific scene of one thing to another thing,
the original author make the adaptation into a different medium.
What's he gonna do? Walk into orchard, say cut down half of these trees because there's too many that I didn't describe in the book? Like, no.
Well, no, he can say, okay, this is how it should feel.
Well, unfortunately, we have the death of the author in the literal sense in this regard, so you can't really do that. I'm saying if when Robert Jordan
else is making the adaptation, it cannot be 100%.
No, if they don't do their due diligence, I 100% agree. They're not doing their due diligence. That's the problem.
It's impossible to do something 100% perfect.
Well, perfection is dependent upon a lot of other
perfection
factors.
Is not possible.
Well, what is the perfection? Is the perfection based upon what is possible to accomplish, or what is?
No, it's the absolute ideal version.
Yes, but the absolute ideal version, when you switch mediums, is going to completely change.
Yeah, exactly. So it's the nature of an adaptation that you
No. I'm saying, like, you want to see a perfect adaptation of a book? You take a book and you record the book as the pages turn. Congratulations, you have a perfect adaptation, because the only perfection in the medium of books is a book. So if you're changing mediums, it cannot by definition be a perfect adaptation.
But you're not changing mediums.
But you are, because you're visually showing it.
You're just looking at the book still.
Yes, because that's what visual means.
Yeah, but the book itself is visual. Right, you're not reading it in braille.
If I make a movie of hours length, and all you see is a picture of you see a person turning the pages of a book.
Yeah.
Is that a movie?
That's not an adaptation.
Is it a visual form?
It's visual.
You're visually seeing something.
But it's not an adaptation.
It is, because the book doesn't come in movie form. It's a totally different form. But
you still have the same book.
Yes, that's the perfect adaptation of it.
It's just
you have the perfect source material doing the perfect stuff in a medium, aka visual, aka not just reading it, because obviously reading a book's visual because you have to see it to freaking read it.
Yeah.
But it's a visual in the cinematography. They're using lighting, they're using sound, they're using atmosphere, they're doing all that type of stuff while looking at a book.
No, this doesn't count.
It does count. That's literally how mediums work. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Your idea of a perfect adaptation doesn't exist because it wouldn't be able to be allowed to leave the medium it's in to go to another medium.
And because
you will not allow anything to be perfect once it does that.
It naturally means that any adaptation, which is not right, because it doesn't count if you just film the book. No.
That does count. That does count.
No.
It does count.
No, that's silly.
It is silly. That's the point. Your idea of perfection of an adaptation like that is silly. That's the point. Right.
No, but see.
So okay, if a book says Rand walks down the road,
Yeah.
Is it not perfect because it's not the exact road he walked on? Because I hate to break this to you, there is no
Yeah.
road he actually walked on. It doesn't exist.
Mhm. It exists in the
Mm.
mind of the author.
No, because he couldn't point to it anywhere in existence. He's not going to
Yeah,
say it's
but
the one that goes through my back garden. It's not the one that goes through the forest that's a little hiking trail. It's not the main
No.
highway. There is no physical representation of it. You have to create a
Fair,
visual
sure.
representation of it. So if it's a walking, like when the Fellowship of the Ring are walking across mountaintops and hilltops and peaks and stuff, that's not an exact, because it's not brought up what the exact spot they went to.
Yeah, sure. Which is why you need the author to do a perfect one.
What's the author going to do? Yeah, it's a landscape. It has a path. It'll work.
Maybe if it's
But that's not a perfect
particularly-
adaptation. That's a perfect rendition by the author.
Okay, sure. So,
So
are
an
we just saying
adaptation.
that adaptations don't exist then, and it's always a rendition?
So an adaptation is if you take something and it is defined, like Rand's sword is slightly curved, right?
Okay, yeah.
If you use in the adaptation, the visual adaptation, a sword that's not curved slightly, is it a good adaptation? The answer is no.
How
Because
much is slight?
you like a katana. It's slightly curved.
Why?
Because it's slightly curved. It's not
What
straight.
if it's slightly more curved?
Then it would not be slightly curved, it'd be curved.
Yeah, but see,
Words
this
and
is
definitions and definitions matter. Gosh,
slightly
come
doesn't
on.
have
Now you're
a
being difficult for the sake of being
exact-
difficult.
No. See, that's the issue because words have meanings, but they're not perfectly
And definitions.
100% clear, right? Slightly, for example,
Means barely.
can have a range of values.
Yeah. And we also know what swords would work.
One of
in
them
the
is the
combat sphere.
correct value,
Yeah.
but you don't know which one, so you have to guess.
But a straight sword is not one of those ones.
Sure,
And a 90-degree angle sword is not one of those ones either.
sure, but
So
it's something
if you
in
if
between
you
those.
can give at least a slight curve, it doesn't matter the exact, because there is no exact. There was no drawing by Robert Jordan that I'm aware of the sword itself. Now, if there was one, then yeah, use that. That's fine. You have it.
Okay.
But I'm saying if you go out to the main army and say the army was armed with swords, okay, they're probably just going to be long swords because the culture of the time is going to use long swords. That's fine.
Well, I don't know if they use that.
But I'm saying
specific-
their swords won't matter because they're not described. They're just described as swords.
yeah.
or
See,
A buckler
okay.
is a buckler.
think
It's
we're
not a
just
tower
going to
shield.
have
It's
to
not a heater
disagree.
shield. It's just a shield.
Because-
It's a small buckler.
I think it's important that you have a specific thing to adapt, right?
Okay.
It cannot ever be a perfect, right,
Can you
adaptation.
perfectly adapt something that's not specific?
No,
Why not?
because it's not specific.
If all you have to do to fulfill the adaptation requirements, which is put the things in that it was mentioning, that's
yeah, but
a
then
perfect
it's not
adaptation.
the original work. It's your own interpretation, which is naturally
No, because there is no other interpretation. Because there's no interpretation. The
You
interpretation is
have
what's on the book.
fill in the gaps.
What's the gap?
The exact fucking shape of the sword.
That's not a gap. If it
Yeah,
says
it
it's, if it's slightly curved, it's probably a slashing weapon.
Okay, sure.
Well, it's not going to be a scimitar because that gets curved near the end, not the whole thing.
Well, that could be slightly curved.
They're also really curved, not slightly curved. But
I mean,
this
see,
also put in consideration the cultures that are
think-
put in a position.
you clearly don't think that's important. I think it is.
No, I didn't
So
say the
we're not
slightly
going to
isn't
agree.
important. I said
No,
that,
that's not what I mean.
which one?
You think it's not important to correctly because you
What
don't
is
know.
correctly? That sounds extremely subjective, but okay.
Right, it's subjective, and we think different things about it.
Okay.
If something is not described in the book, you think, oh, everything you can do is fine.
no,
I think
no,
no.
that's not what I said.
Okay.
That's not what I said. I
When-
said
what-
if something is not like when Rand walks through an orchard, what does the
Mhm.
orchard have to look like?
We don't know.
An orchard.
Okay.
What is an orchard? An orchard is trees lined up in
Sure.
rows so they can be gathered from easily.
What type of tree?
Well, I'm pretty sure that one was particularly an apple tree, if I recall correctly, because
Well, I don't know
it
which
actually
tree you're
states
talking about.
when Rand goes. Oh, gosh. I'm pretty sure it's in the Memory of Light near the beginning after he has his
I
recovery on the
don't
top.
specifically recall.
He goes to an orchard.
Oh,
He
this
meets
orchard
the
has
farm.
this specific tree. If it's
It's not a
described there,
specific tree. It's a specific orchard. He goes to the
yeah,
orchard,
okay, sure.
talks to the
Apple orchard.
farmer, and then all of a sudden he's like, "I'm going to perform a miracle. You're going to need some help." And he's like, "What do you mean? We haven't gotten nothing in years. You about to get some. Go get some help." And then the farmer's like, "Jim, go to the town, grab your cousin, grab your," probably not that accent,
Right, so,
but he runs out. And they have to get a whole bunch of people because guess what? Apples every freaking where.
I get that. Let's say it was never described that it was apples,
Okay.
just orchards.
Okay.
You
It doesn't matter what the fruit is then.
No, it does.
Well, it doesn't because it was not brought up by the
It was
author
not-
that it was there.
Sure.
Details are not important if they're not described.
Right. And this is where the case happens that you think
It's a
the
blue
detail
tunic.
is not
A
described.
blue
There's
tunic
no
does not have
gap.
embroidery unless it says it has embroidery on it. That's the
There
kind of
is
thing.
there is no description, so everything we can fill in is fine.
You use the base object of said thing.
What's the base object of an orchard?
An orchard.
Which tree type?
The standard.
Do we go with like a Mediterranean orchard?
No, all you have to do is something that can be recognized as an orchard. It doesn't matter.
Right. No, I get that. So
like
you're saying
if it mentions a vineyard, does it have to be green grapes, purple grapes, other colored grapes? Does it have to be any of those?
But because you're filling it in,
it just has to be grapes.
Different from the books.
That's not different from the books because nothing in the books is described other than that.
It's not described in the books. It is described in your adaptation. That's different.
It's presented. It's not described.
Yeah.
It's presented.
Right. It is presented, but it doesn't have a direct counterpart in the book. So it is necessarily different. That's my opinion.
But how's it different? What's the
because
difference?
You have put in your own perception.
No. A perception would be like, okay, instead of doing the questioner's
right, see, this is what I'm trying to say. You think it doesn't matter what type of tree.
I'm the one arguing autistically over need way more detail. Well beyond your standard of way more detail. Like whatever detail you think it needs to have to reach a point, I'm like way above that.
I'm
you have
saying
to go way above that.
Something is not described. You say fill in whatever you think.
If they say a ball, does it have to be stitched? Can it be just flat? Can it has to be bouncy? What kind of ball does it have to be?
You can choose whatever type of ball you want. Fair?
Okay, if it's just a ball, and it's...
I say that's not enough.
Okay, what can make it enough?
The author specifically saying it's this type of ball.
The author didn't say. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
He didn't say what kind of ball it is.
The perfect adaptation, therefore, only exists in the mind of the author.
But it didn't exist in the mind of the author because he didn't put it in the book.
Just
That's the
because
problem.
He didn't put it in the book doesn't mean it doesn't exist in his mind.
Then why is it in his mind and not in the book?
Because not everyone.
You're talking about one of the most detailed authors in the world in history, autistically detailed, and he did not put that detail in there. That doesn't make any sense. Because, okay,
if he did,
what we can say is of the time.
He have book one because he would still be writing it up until the point he died.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
No. The most autistic authors of all history can write something that they're happy with because it fulfills what they want.
Except you say that he has to write down every detail he thinks of.
What in the setting, what kind of ball do you think would exist if a kid was to play with it?
I don't fucking know.
A pigskin.
Okay, sure.
That's the most obvious go-to because pigs
are 100% what he intended. He
didn't intend it. That's why he didn't mention it. If it's
So
not
he
important
didn't
enough to
intend
him
there
to
to be a ball.
detail, it's not important enough for it to be given a detail.
No, but see, he has a, I assume,
I mean,
right?
if it's a
Because
football or a soccer ball or a basketball, I would agree with you. That's you
he
making it
thinks
up.
of a scene.
Okay.
He writes a thing.
Okay.
He's not going to meticulously write down, oh, the wall had this many stones in the bottom layer of this type and blah, blah, blah.
But
That's,
he will say the wall is about 20 feet high.
yeah,
So it
because
doesn't
he
matter
is,
as long as you
there's a
fulfill it.
wall.
Mm-hmm.
He has an idea of what that wall is supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, okay, the rough details are this high, this wide, whatever. It's
Mm-hmm.
stone-ish, I guess, maybe, depending
Mm-hmm.
on the situation. But he has the
Well, usually
image,
he'll say stone or wood or whatever, if whatever it
right?
is.
But he's not going to write down like an exact pixel color coding system to make every scene that he imagines
Well, yeah.
on the page.
You
Obviously,
don't need to. That's not
no, you
required.
don't need to because it's not required to make the story flow.
What do you need to make a successful, perfect adaptation? You need to follow the
The
plot
exact
points. You need to
plot
follow the plot points. You need to follow
and
the character points.
visuals the author imagined.
Nobody has access to those visuals,
Nobody has
not
access
even
to
the
that.
story.
Exactly. No
Then
one
it's not
has
an
access
adaptation
to
because what
that.
you want is an adaptation
No,
of the author. No, no, no. You want an adaptation of the author's mind. You don't want an adaptation of the books. I'm saying
it's
we
something.
can't have. Okay,
The book.
let's say I come out with a book and
Okay.
I am here.
Yeah.
You come to me, ask me for stuff.
Yeah. I say, what does this look like in my new adaptation forever?
You're not looking at my series as source material. You're looking at me as an author. That's not an
So,
adaptation. That's a creation. Or rather a recreation, I guess, if you would consider that, because the
right.
source material does
An
exist.
adaptation is a recreation, obviously.
It's adapting from one medium to another medium.
A perfect adaptation, let's say, is
Would hit all the dialogue, would hit all the interactions, would hit all the plot beats,
Yeah.
would hit all that kind of stuff.
But
But
this is the point,
if there's a
right?
ball rolling made of pigskin in the background, it's not going to be
Because
like, it's no
we do
longer
not
perfect.
have access to the perfect view of the story that the author
No one's
has.
asking for a perfect view
No,
of the
that's
author.
not. I'm not saying anyone is.
That's what you were saying.
No,
You're
I'm
saying because we don't
saying
have the author, we can't have it
it's
perfect.
impossible to do a perfect adaptation because we don't have access to the required information.
It's
We
not
can
required.
only. It is required to do it perfectly.
No, because you're
Yes.
adapting the book. You're not adapting the author's vision.
Yeah, but the book is imperfect.
Why is the book
Because
imperfect? It's created by the author.
it could be a good book,
If the
but it
book
is
is
an
imperfect,
imperfect
so is the vision
rendition.
behind it.
The book is necessarily imperfect because words cannot adequately convey the exact meaning someone is thinking of.
What?
If I say blue,
Yes.
which color am I referring to?
Blue.
And which exact color coding is that?
Well, in the RGB sequence.
Yeah?
Isn't it green and yellow?
No, it's blue.
No. Green and yellow mixed together makes blue. Isn't that what you were asking?
Okay.
How you
Yeah, but
make blue?
which yellow?
Which yellow? Well, they have
I'm
standard
saying
yellow.
if you have, say, 0 to 255 for RGB, right? Which exact color am I referring to when I say blue?
I'd have to look that one exactly up because I don't know.
Because there are many different
But
shades of blue.
Sure. But that's why they say darker or lighter. They use
Yeah,
those words
darker.
to explain it.
But those are necessarily sort of vague ranges.
The author will not know those answers. If you asked him which exact shade of blue, he's going, I don't know, maybe
Right.
that one. He'll give you
It
an
doesn't-
idea. He doesn't know. He doesn't care. The things he cared about, he put in the book.
Right.
So
But
if it's not important to
I
the
do think-
author, it's not
Okay.
important to the story. Therefore, if something is in the scene, now I'm not saying that if there's no
that
scene,
doesn't matter though.
It literally does, because
Important.
I'm adapting
No,
the
no, no,
book
no, no. Because we're talking about a perfect adaptation.
of books, not of
Yeah,
authors, of books.
but the book itself is imperfect.
How
And
do, how
you
do I
cannot
perfectly
make
adapt a spatula? I don't go to the
you
guy who molded the metal to make the spatula. I go to the spatula. That's how he wanted to make it. That's how it ended up being made. That's what I'm adapting.
right,
The
but you
target
cannot
is
do
me.
that because in a visual medium you have to add all the visuals.
Yes.
You
What is the
make the
purpose of
visuals.
visuals?
The book has words, you have to translate those into visuals,
The words
and
have
you will
descriptions, and the
not
descriptions hit things. If it's a cloudy light blue
perfectly.
day, you find a cloudy light blue day and record on that day.
Right.
It's not the well,
That's
that cloud wasn't in
yeah, yeah,
my
yeah. I
vision.
get that. I get that. It's good
What's
enough,
no,
sure,
well, it's not good
but
enough
it's
for
not
you
perfect.
because it's not the exact cloud in the sky that the author
And
had in
because it's
mind.
good enough, that's
That's
fine.
ridiculous.
But good enough is not the same as perfectly the same.
When somebody talks about a perfect adaptation, they're not saying the exact same as what's in the head of
No,
the
no.
author. That's not what it means by any means.
Okay, fine. But you still have to add your own visual perception, your own imagination of what it looks like into it.
Well, if somebody's wearing chainmail armor, is it you're not making it out of Italian metal? You're not making it out of Japanese folded metal? You're not making it out of African metal? Like what exactly do you have to do to fulfill the chainmail requirement of the vision of the author?
Make it exactly as the author envisioned it.
And the author didn't
That's
envision any of those, so what do?
so
Make it out
it's
of plastic?
impossible. No. Well, you could if
Do
you
you make it
make
out of
it.
cotton?
Cotton probably
Do you
wouldn't
make it
work.
out of seashells?
But that doesn't. That's not what I'm saying, though.
That's
It
exactly what
doesn't
you're
have.
saying.
No,
It's
no,
not
no.
perfect enough, therefore it doesn't work. That's what you said.
It's different, right? Different doesn't mean entirely something. So let's say I have here an empty bottle, right?
Well, let's say it. We
Different.
know it. You just showed it to us.
Okay, yeah. Different
But
does not mean.
is that what you had in your vision when you first held that up, or is that incorrect and impossible to be perfect
No,
accurate?
this is the exact thing I had in
I
my
don't
vision.
think that's true at all, good sir, because you can't tell me which exact shade of color of red that is.
Right. And so I cannot make a perfect adaptation of this thing.
That's absurd.
No,
That's
it's
absurd.
not.
That's an ad absurdum.
I can make a very good copy.
No, because you don't know what exactly they put in the chemical creation of that plastic. You know how to make a plastic, but you
Yeah,
can't
so
know how to
it
make
will
that exact.
necessarily be different.
So the author will always be incorrect in their vision because
Yeah,
whatever's in their vision will always not be possible.
sure, yes.
But that's not what a perfect adaptation means when somebody mentions a perfect adaptation.
No, but I'm not saying that
That's
someone
what I'm
says that.
talking about. I'm talking about an
I am
adaptation from one medium to
saying
another medium.
there will necessarily be differences, even if extremely minor, to the books.
Are you saying because
Because,
there's an ant in the background and it wasn't supposed to be there in the vision of the author?
yes,
That's not how that works.
that's okay.
Because you can't control all of
No,
nature. Not
see,
even the author could do that.
I get that. I get that.
That's what
But
makes it an ad
that
absurdum.
means, no, it's not ad absurdum.
It is. It's
It's just that
literally
it's
absurd.
inevitable to make exactly
That's not a difference.
books
That's a
in a different.
byproduct. That's not a difference.
A byproduct is if you have the original plus the byproduct, that's necessarily different from just the original
No, because a
because you
difference.
add
A
the
difference
byproduct.
is Rand's wearing a gray shirt, but now in the adaptation he's wearing a purple shirt. That's a
Yeah,
difference.
sure.
And it's not necessary in any shape or form. Now,
But
if he's wearing a gray shirt that's a slightly lighter or darker gray than what you think
then
the
that's a
author
difference.
wanted, that's not a difference.
It is.
No.
Yeah.
Because all we're told is it's a gray shirt. That's it.
Yeah. And so you don't know which type of gray shirt, so it's going to be different.
If I said I went fishing and I caught a fish and I told you to properly, perfectly adapt that fish, how do you do so? You could.
No.
You use a fish.
I could use a fish.
Yes.
But then you can show
all
me,
it
oh, look,
has to be
this is the
done.
actual fish.
All it has to be
is
done.
not the same.
All it has to be done is it has to be a fish, and it has to be recognized by the audience as a fish.
Yeah, that's
Is
good
the
enough for
fish
the
in Lord of the Rings
adaptation
that
to
Gollum
work.
catches? Gollum catches a fish. Is that an accurate representation of fish in Tolkien's thing?
No.
How do you know that? Did you ask Tolkien?
No.
Then how do you know it's not?
Because it's not the exact same fish he
You
imagined.
don't know it isn't. That
I
could have been literally pixel for pixel the exact fish. You can't say you do know when you couldn't possibly know because you never met
Right.
Tolkien.
Okay.
And he never wrote
But
about it too.
it doesn't matter, right?
Well, I mean,
If
it
I
does.
know or not
It
what
does.
Tolkien imagines.
Because you're making a
Because
judgment call on something whether it being perfect or not perfect. But it can't be
no,
not perfect if you
I'm
assume,
not.
but it's
Okay.
not true.
I'm just going to summarize, right? The problem in our communication.
I'm saying a perfect adaptation from book
I
to
am
film.
saying
That's it.
if you add something
You're
that
not
was
editing.
not in the original, it becomes a different thing.
So a white backdrop with only the characters and nothing else? Because nothing
That's
else is
different.
mentioned? That's not different.
It is.
All that's being mentioned is a character.
Yeah.
Holding an apple.
But you added the white background.
No, the white background's the lack of anything. There's no lack. It's
No,
always
no,
going to be
no.
something. There's
No,
always something there. You can't not make something.
exactly.
Okay, so if the only thing mentioned is a person holding an apple,
Mhm.
you have a naked person holding an apple. But you
Yeah.
can't even do a naked person because what
Well,
the
you don't
person
know what
looks
it looks
like
like.
could
Yeah.
be incorrect. But
And
what's
so
behind them?
no, I get
Darkness,
that. I get that.
brightness,
But see,
nothing is gotta be,
you
something's
have
gotta be
to
there.
add in those details because the real world can't exist without everything
But
being
you're not
detailed.
creating them.
Yeah, you are.
They're not being created. They're assumed by the works. If Ren
Which
walks
is
through a
um,
town, but they don't specify the town and he walks through it and walks
yeah,
out of
you
it,
have
there
to
is
just
a
make up
town.
your own town.
You, no. You're not making up a random town. That's
Yeah,
like
you are.
I'm not going to just go freaking down the middle of the streets of London and say this is the town Rand walked through.
Okay,
What you're going to do is you're
fine.
going to find the time period and what the average building would look like of a village in that
Okay.
time period, and you would use that because all you're trying to do is make the person feel like they're in the world, and that's the way the world is being presented.
Problem is
So
the
thatched roof
time
houses would
periods.
be normal for Edmonds
The
Field.
time periods are fantasy times. They don't have a real world counterpart.
They do. You know what a thatched roof house is?
You know how many different types of the rest of the structure can happen if you only have
That's
the
not what I
information
asked.
that
I asked, do you know what a thatched roof house is?
a house with a thatched roof.
Yeah. Congratulations. You have successfully fulfilled all the requirements for that house.
Sure,
Nothing
but
else
it's not.
matters.
It's different still
It
because
is, you
added
perfectly
in.
fulfilled the requirements because the only things that were mentioned is a thatched house.
Yeah.
That's it. If there was more
See,
details,
and
I would
that
agree with
is
you.
again where the communication error occurs, right?
That's not a communication
I
error.
say
That's a blatant different phrase.
you don't care about adding things that aren't described.
I can't not add things
Exactly.
if that's your definition. I'm saying I'm not
I
adding
say
things.
adding things necessarily is because of how you interpret parts of the story.
Then you can't do anything anytime any way, which is what
No,
is
you
an added
can.
cert. No, you can't
You
because
can.
it's always going to be necessarily different than what you wanted.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter
It does.
if it's close enough.
But then that's not good enough.
It's different, yes,
So it's
because
not what's
that's
being told by the source
perfect
material.
adaptation.
Is the source
But it's
material being followed or
fine
not
if
then?
those differences don't matter.
Well, I'm saying you could be happy with something like that. Like you could be happy with a rendition of a thatched roof house or something that isn't that big of a deal because it doesn't play a major role in the series, and you could be fine
Yep.
with that. I'm not saying that's incorrect.
It's necessarily different.
The
But
only
it doesn't
thing,
mean
it's
that
not
the
necessarily
differences
different because there's
necessarily
nothing to
matter.
you can't say it's necessarily different because there's nothing to differentiate it from that it is different. We
It's
don't
different.
know what it looks like.
Yeah, and that's why it's necessarily different.
But it's not different. In order for something to be different, there has to be an original. There is no original. There is a thatched roof house. So any thatched roof house fulfills that by definition. You can't have a difference if there's no original. That's what I'm
You can.
saying. You can't. I have a ball of nothing in my hand. What shape is it?
Don't know.
You do.
But
It's a
any
ball.
shape I
It's a
come up with,
ball. I literally
any
told you.
okay, but any shape of ball, because you have different shapes that all qualify,
But it wouldn't be a
are
ball
going to
then. It
be.
would be a different shape. Or it would be a defined ball. It's an elongated
How
ball.
large
Or
is it? Right?
I didn't say. So how
You
large does it
didn't
have
say.
how large does it
Right.
have to be
But
perfect
the
then?
thing is, you have a non-existent ball.
I could probably
If I
find one.
come up with an existing ball, it's necessarily different from the nothingness that you have because it's something.
But the book's not telling you about nothingness. It's telling you about something. But there is nothing in literal visual form that is an original that you can use as a
So you
contender
have
to
to
declare
add your own
differentiations.
stuff.
What?
You have to add in your own visual interpretation of that thing.
I could put out 5,000 different thatched house designs and
Yes,
say any of these fulfill the requirements of the book.
sure.
Any of them. There is no differentiation because the
But they are
original,
different
they're different from each
still.
other. Yes.
Yeah,
They're not different from the book.
they are.
No, because the book doesn't tell you anything other than that they're
The book
thatched roofs.
doesn't tell you anything, and so anything you come up with necessarily is different.
No. If I say there's a house, does it matter what the house looks like?
Yeah.
No. It's just a
Doesn't.
house. It doesn't matter. As long as it fits within the world at the time period. Like, obviously, if
Well,
you're talking
that
about it,
time period doesn't exist, so
well, no,
that's
it does exist. We have descriptions of weapons, of armor, of building designs. We know how this
yeah,
stuff
but
looks.
we don't know. It doesn't have a
We know the
real world
foregate's made
time
mostly of
period
wood and is
counterpart.
easy to burn. So if you had a stone house there, it'd be a little
That would be
freaking
wrong.
weird.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a
So
differentiation because
see,
we
see,
know what's
that's
there.
no. So the stone would be a difference that matters because it's
Well, it matters as it plays a role that
contradictory.
contradicts it. Yes, it doesn't
It's
matter in the fact that
contradictory.
it's
So
there.
that's a difference that matters. But if you make any old building of wood that functions as a gate, that would be necessarily different from the description in the book because it's not perfectly described. But it
We're
doesn't
not talking about
matter
if it's perfectly
as a
described or not,
difference.
though.
I am.
But you're incorrect by default
Why?
because nothing is perfectly described
Nothing is
beyond what it
perfectly
is
described,
described
and
as.
therefore everything will be different by nature of
So
the
then no
adaptation.
adaptation is possible because
Yeah,
everything,
no,
including main characters, is going to be
no
incorrect.
perfect adaptation is possible.
Which is that's not the definition of perfect adaptation I'm arguing for, but I'm
Yeah,
appealing
but
to
I am.
yours. Well, I know. I'm not. Yes, but I'm saying what mine is, and you're
Right, my
saying that
values
mine's
are
not
different than
possible
yours.
based on your view, not on my view.
Yeah,
Is
because
is
it's
what is what
precisely
I'm
objective.
saying possible via my view?
Sure,
Okay, so perfect adaptations can exist.
but I disagree about your views there.
No, you're disagreeing with what a perfect adaptation is. But
Yeah,
your
which
perfect adaptation
makes
cannot
sense
exist
because
even in the mind of the author. It literally
sure,
is not possible to exist. There's no
exactly.
probability or possibility it's even
I'm not
possible.
saying it should exist.
I'm saying it can't.
Yeah,
Period.
and I'm saying
You're
that
saying
is
it's
fine.
no, you're saying it has to be in the mind of the author
That okay, maybe that's not necessarily
because it's not
exactly what I
possible.
mean.
I can guarantee you that of all the houses that are in Wheel of Time, Robert Jordan's not going to remember all the design types. It's not going
Sure,
to happen. It's not. And guess
that's
what?
fine.
If he were to write it down, that would be in the book.
No, it wouldn't.
It would, because why else would he write down the freaking design? If he's not going to use it in the book, there's no reason to have it. That's
Because
why
the
he wouldn't
story
write
has
it.
to be actually readable.
Describing a building does not mean it's not readable.
It's unreadable if every
If you
single
say a
detail.
small farmhouse, you don't have to make a huge, crazy description for that. It's not required. We know what a small farmhouse looks like because farms exist in the real
Yeah, but
world.
that's necessarily insufficiently communicated because we have many different types of farmhouses.
Yes, but each
I know
culture
which
that these
one.
farmhouses are built in, they have in the book, they have like the Aiel like with the Bedouin, the Japanese, and the Irish blended together with I think one other
Right.
type.
Sure.
So we know what their architecture looks like. So we could say
But we
that's what they're
don't
going to look
know
like.
how to combine those.
It doesn't have to. Like Tyr uses a lot of like the Thai or the Vietnam or
Sure.
Vietnamese style, so we know what the edges, the roofs, and the like the particular decorative aspects of it look
But
like because we can
you
see
clearly
that.
don't value that. I do.
What do you
And
mean? You,
so
I
we
don't
will never.
clearly do. If it's described and it needs to be implied, that's why I would go into autistic detail.
Okay, so the problem is your definition of a perfect adaptation is different than mine. Agreed?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. We will never agree on that.
Well, no, we just did.
No,
We just
we
agreed that our
never we
definitions are
will
different from each
we
other's.
will never agree on the definition of a perfect adaptation
Yes, but if you have a
because you
definition,
value different things than I do.
but you're not valuing anything.
I am.
No, because everything you claim to value doesn't exist.
No, see, and also clearly you don't understand what I'm saying.
You said the only person that has the actual perfect model is in the eyes or the
Is
mind.
the creator
is
in
the
the
creator.
moment of creation.
Yes.
And then afterwards he may forget. Okay, fine, that's possible.
Then it doesn't exist.
But it did at some point.
It ceased to exist. So if you went back and asked him, he wouldn't be able to tell you.
He wouldn't
Therefore,
be able to tell you.
it's
So no perfect adaptation
so the
is possible.
author is imperfect in his own creation then.
Yeah.
So there is no such thing as a perfect anything, let alone adaptation.
No, there is a perfect version.
What is the
It's
standard of
just
perfect?
that it is exactly as
Without blemish, identical to whatever it is. Like it is what it is. But how can you describe something perfect? Because no matter what description you have, it'd be like the Holy Trinity.
The only
Trying to
way
describe the Holy Trinity would, by definition, not be the Holy Trinity, because every time you try to describe it, you're going to impose something that's not part of it into it, and thus it ceases to be the thing you're trying to describe inherently.
No, I don't know too much about how that exactly
I know,
works.
but I'm saying there's a reason there's heresies and whatnot. But the point being is that when you say this is perfect, for example, if you looked at your hair and said, my hair is perfect, by definition, your hair is growing as you say that. So a second later, it's not the same perfection.
I get that.
So you, by
So,
definition, can never be perfect. But when we
I
say
never said
perfect, we say,
perfection is attainable.
I know, but your idea or brand of perfection
No,
is
no,
not
but see,
possible, let alone attainable.
yeah, but that doesn't matter.
It does.
No,
Because there's no possibility. Like perfection does not exist in your world if
it's
that's your definition.
unattainable. Yes,
No, it's not obtainable. It's not even a word. It's not a definition. It ceases to exist in anything because it's not possible. There's
it
no
is
way
possible.
you can't describe perfection because perfection cannot be
Or
described
rather,
without being incorrect. That's the problem. Philosophy.
no, it's not.
It's annoying sometimes. Yes, because if I said describe perfection and you describe it, I say that's an imperfect
Yeah, but I
definition
can't.
of the definition of perfection. That's the
But that doesn't
problem.
matter
Yes, it does. Because you
because
have
I
to.
don't have to be able.
I can't understand what you're
describe-
saying if you can't describe it to me.
Yeah, that's fair.
Show me something that's perfect.
I can't
Everything
because
because there's nothing
I,
perfect.
in my actions, cannot attain perfection.
I'm not saying you show me yourself. I'm saying show me something else.
No. So anything I do will not be perfect, right?
Is it possible to get a perfect
And
90
so
degree
my
angle?
description of perfection will, by nature of the medium by which I try to convey it to you, be imperfect.
Is it possible to get a perfect 90 degree angle?
No.
Why not? How does anything that uses a 90 degree angle description for
Because it's
buildings
not
or anything work if it's not a perfect 90? Wouldn't that not be
It's
detrimental
close
to anything?
enough, right?
But it's not close enough. It's either 90 degrees or it's not. That's how 90 degrees works.
And
If it
see,
fulfills the 90
90
degrees,
degrees is impossible to achieve on a molecular level because obviously you have imperfections in every material.
It could be in the very middle of a square block. That doesn't affect the outside at all.
No, but on surfaces as well.
Sometimes yes, but usually you shave those off until you find a part of it that's
No, it
not.
will still be imperfect
How do you show that it is imperfect?
because it's just not perfect.
But also keep in mind, I did not say it is the object perfect. I said is the 90-degree angle perfect.
Yeah, but the 90-degree angle can only be perfect if the object is exactly,
Nope.
perfectly
Nope.
90 degrees.
Nope. The object as a whole does not need to be perfect in order for it to be a perfect 90.
Right, but the surface area that makes up the 90-degree
Has to
area
fulfill the requirements of
needs to
90.
be perfectly 90 degrees if it wants to be a perfect 90-degree angle.
It has to be up with the 90. But if the 90 is not possible, then the 90-degree angle you're using to do your very own measurements is by definition not possible. So therefore 90
Yeah.
degrees does not exist in the world.
No, so 90 degrees does exist.
It can't.
Not in the world,
That's what I said.
but
It
as
doesn't
an
exist in this world.
ideal.
You can't even have an
Exists
idea
in...
of it because you can't represent it in any shape or form.
No, we can.
No, you can't. If it doesn't exist, tell me how it exists. Well, it looks like this. Instantaneously, not a 90-degree angle, because it can't exist in the material world.
Exactly. But it exists in the world of ideas.
But it doesn't.
It does.
Because if I ask you to show your world of ideas of what a 90-degree angle is, you cannot do it. There's no description.
Simply, right?
It's two lines at a particular angle. That's the closest you can get.
If you have a point,
I have lots of
let's
those.
say it's this, right? And you go a full circle until you reach exactly the same point.
That's not a perfect circle, though, so it's invalid.
No, it's not a perfect circle because it doesn't exist in the physical real world. It exists in the world of ideas. I'm describing something,
but you can't
that
describe
exists
something
in
that
the
doesn't
idea
exist.
world.
What's the purpose of describing something that doesn't exist?
Because ideas are things that exist but are not real physical things.
Well, no, I can have ideas that exist. Like, I can say, I don't know, freaking, let me find something. I don't know, we'll use this. This is a physical thing.
Yeah, sure.
Okay? It's a square.
Roughly.
Is it a perfect square?
No.
Would you ever call this a potential square?
Yeah.
I have bet $1 million on your name that you do never walk around saying, "Hey, I bet you a potentially square that blah 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 blah." You don't do that
because I know that perfection is unattainable.
Do you?
And it's good enough
how
to be
how
close
is perfection
enough.
not attainable?
Because it simply isn't.
How do you know that? What's perfect?
Perfect is if everything is like...
If I said you, Sage, are perfect, how could you show me that I'm not right?
Because I'm not.
That you telling me that you're not does not mean you're not perfect. That's not how that works.
No, it does.
No, that's like saying I'm a she, her. It doesn't mean squat. It's made up fantasy world.
Okay.
So if I say you're perfect,
right, so
show me how you're not perfect.
Is that you reject that ideas
that you
as
are
concepts do exist?
Ideas as do I believe concepts exist? Yes.
Okay, ideas, do they exist? Yes, no.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the problem then?
The problem is, in order for something to not fulfill perfection, you have to know what perfection is. In order to know a line's crooked, you have to know what it's straight first.
Mm-hmm.
You can't tell me there's a crooked line and never show me a straight line, because I won't know what you're talking about.
Right.
So if I say, Sage, you're perfect, and you say, no, I'm not, then you have to show me perfect to show that there's a difference between you and the perfect. You can't do that. Therefore, it doesn't work that way.
This pen is straight, right? It's not actually,
it's
but
supposed to be
that's
I was like, please don't unzip your pants here. It's this pen.
There's a surface border here, right? And let's say this is straight. It's not perfectly straight because if you zoom in far enough, right, you can't actually... right, this is not a good enough zoom, I guess.
Well, that's
right?
on your
But
camera. That's not me.
This does sort of indicate the problem. Right?
I see the curve.
You cannot perfectly say where the border is if you zoom in far enough because it's fuzzy.
That's because your camera sucks. Your
That's
camera
because
is
my camera
imperfect, good
sucks.
sir.
Yes, but it's also the case in reality because we cannot ever be certain about the exact position of things
If
on
you
a
can never be
super.
certain, then you cannot be certain that perfection is not attainable.
No, that's not what I mean. The certainty is in the physical
So
point.
if you're saying that the pen is not a perfect pen,
Yeah.
then show me a perfect pen to show me that that's not a perfect pen.
No, but that was not a problem.
That is the problem.
This is a pen.
You're saying it's
It's
not
not
perfect.
perfect
That's a
because
claim.
it doesn't, always write correctly. It might have slightly
User
off.
error.
Um, but a perfect pen doesn't exist
How do you prove that?
because well, you can't, but you know that it's
Exactly. You're
fair.
arguing
Okay,
for something that you don't have to say that the thing that you have is not the thing you don't have. That's what your argument is. That
see,
doesn't
but
make
you
any
have
sense. That's why it's an ad absurdum. It's absurd
no,
because it
no,
can't be possible.
because the pen exists as an idea, right?
No, the pen exists as a
Separate,
literal thing.
separate
The
from
pen
the
came from a
physical.
concept.
Sure,
So the person who comes up with the concept of a pen uses their mind to create a pen.
sure,
That pen is what came from their mind.
but
Therefore,
it's
that
not
pen
perfect.
is perfect to what they came up with. But
No,
you cannot say it's not perfect because you have nothing to base it off of.
it is only perfect if every imperfection in the pen
No,
was part
no,
of the original
no,
idea. Yes,
no. No, 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 no. Every molecule on the thing does not have to be a perfect molecule for it to be a perfect thing. That's not how it works.
of course it is.
The perfection is the pen is created and does what it was created to do. That's literally it. That's all perfection is. Now, if
I disagree.
well, of course you would, but
Yeah.
if you were
And
to
that's
say,
why
if
this
you were to
discussion
say,
will never get anywhere.
well, no, we've already gotten somewhere. You've already ceded the point. But
No, no.
yes, you have multiple times. But my point is that your clarification of perfection is down to the detail of every possible, potential, probable detail
Yeah,
has to be perfect. That's not how perfection as a standard is
of course.
operated from. What'd you say?
You mean as a standard?
Yes, when somebody says perfect, that's not what they're referring to in any shape or form. It's literally
Mm,
not.
that's in like daily whatever communication.
Your concept of perfect literally does not exist even as a concept.
No, it does exist as a concept.
No, because you can't even quantify it.
No, but that's because it has to be in combination with another thing.
Because an imperfect thing cannot quantify a perfect thing. That's the whole point. No matter how many pens the pen maker makes, you can never show me a perfect pen because you're basing everything off of literally every aspect of it being 100% perfect. 100% isn't even perfect because there's a bigger number than 100%.
No, that's not true.
It is.
No, that definitionally 100% is the maximum.
It's not when you have 101%.
But 101%
It's only
is not.
definitionally 100% being the whole thing if
Yeah,
the entire standard of 100% being the whole thing is the standard.
yeah, that is the standard.
But that standard was added after numbers existed because numbers have always existed.
Sure. But
Therefore,
it
it's
refers to a concept.
imposed. It's an imperfect standard.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so it's not perfect. So you go past it.
But okay, 100% might be the wrong
Every
word to
number
use there.
is bigger than the prior number by
But the
definition.
whole as a word, right, is obviously the thing we refer to with 100%.
Is it?
Yeah.
What does
Yeah.
100% mean?
It means that everything is there.
Is that a perfect definition?
No.
That's not accurate. By
Right.
definition, it's
And that's the
inaccurate if it's not
problem because
accurate.
I cannot do a perfect thing.
Yes, that's why I'm saying the whole argument you're trying to make is by definition a
My
needless, pointless
argument is
argument.
essentially that perfection is unattainable.
But you can't say that because you have nothing to show that.
I have seen everything that I have seen, right?
I was gonna say you gotta be very
Nothing,
careful. I have seen. You have
nothing,
not seen what I have seen.
and nothing has been perfect
How do you know?
because I have seen the things I have
You
seen.
have seen them, but how do you know they're not perfect?
And I know what I want them to be perfect as.
You want them to be perfect would imply that you are perfect because you have a say in what they
No,
are perfect of.
no, the idea exists of a perfect thing.
No,
It does.
it doesn't. You
Okay.
cannot show that the idea of a perfect thing
Right.
exists because there's nothing
I
to
mean,
compare it to.
what do you want me to say here, right?
I'm saying you
It's
can't do
really
what you
quite
say you
simple.
can do. That's your whole point.
Yeah, that's my whole point as well. Perfection is unattainable.
And I'm saying the way you argue to that point is imperfect by definition.
Yeah, that's fair because I can't be perfect.
Exactly. It's a self-defeating argument, good sir. That's the whole point of
Okay.
this entire thing. A self-defeating
Yeah, but that
argument.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does. I'm not making a claim that perfection exists.
Okay.
You're making a claim that perfection doesn't exist.
So we should never use the word perfect.
No. You use the word perfect within the bounds of context. So,
Okay.
for example, if I read a story and I say, and the little boy picked up a sword and swung it around, or picked up, not a sword, sorry, picked up a stick and swung it around like a sword. It doesn't matter what the stick looks like as long as it looks like a sword. In other words, it's long and straight-ish. It doesn't have to be
Why?
perfectly straight. Because that's all that is required. When you fulfill the requirements, you
What
have
do you mean
fulfilled
required?
them
Who sets these
100%.
requirements?
What?
You say that's all that is required.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Why what? You gotta give me something to
Why
work with.
is that all that is required?
Because that is all that is mentioned.
Okay.
If I said the boy picked up a sword and every 3 inches it wiggled and it went into particular angles, etc., I could say that.
Okay. Yeah.
And then you'd have to find a stick that exactly identified to that.
Okay. So what if I say, okay,
But if you don't
a
give
stick
that, if you don't
that
give
you
the
can use as a
adjectives,
sword,
if you don't give the details,
let's make it
you can't say it's
20
not perfect because there
meters long.
isn't details. Huh?
Let's say, so what were the requirements for this specific example?
The requirements is
It's a
that there
stick.
is a boy that picks up a stick.
Okay. Boy picks up a stick
Yes.
and then does what?
Waves it around like a sword.
Okay. So the requirements are that it's a stick,
Mm-hmm.
it's a sword. Well,
Well,
not really, but you
it's
can use
waved
it
like
as
a sword.
okay. And a boy picks it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's just talk about the stick.
That sounds bad.
Right? Let's say this stick in my adaptation of your story, right, where a
Okay.
boy picks up a stick.
Okay.
The stick is actually a 20-meter long stick,
Okay.
and he picks it up and sort of swings it around.
Okay.
That would be a fine adaptation in your view?
Well, one, I did not pick a genre, so you don't know what genre it is. So you're working on
Okay. Yeah.
faulty information. You don't have the context,
Mm-hmm.
and you haven't actually applied it to what is possible in that context. Now, if I was to say it's a superhero
So it
genre,
will necessarily be an imperfect adaptation.
are you saying we don't know what genre the Wheel of Time is? Are you really telling me
No,
that?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that because I don't have the exact.
You know the context. It's written in the books. I'm going to
it's
literally
this.
tell you the context. Here's the context.
Okay.
If it's a superhero genre, the boy
Yeah.
has super strength. He picks up a 20-meter stick and waves it around like a sword. That fits
Okay.
within that context. But
Okay.
you know what
Right.
also fits in that context? Fantasy. Or
Okay.
not even like a fantasy version of realistic medieval time. You have a child picking up a stick. Can a child pick up a 20-meter stick in a medieval world? The answer is no. So a 20-meter would be incorrect because he doesn't have strength to do that because he's a child in a medieval setting.
What if it's a really light stick?
Doesn't matter. One end of it would always be touching the ground. It would be picked up off the ground.
If it's really light,
And what you'd
it
have to
doesn't.
make literally the lightest material in existence, and the
Yeah,
medieval
no,
people
that,
did not have
well,
access to that, and that's
it
not what
just
a
happens
stick
to
is made
be.
of. Because a stick in medieval
No,
times
but
is
this
going to
is
be
the
the same
fancy
stick
world.
in modern times. It's still a
This is fancy
stick.
world, right? Or not?
I'm saying if it was in a fantasy rendition, it's not historical medieval, but it's a medieval
Right, right.
world
It's
like fantasy.
fantasy. So
It's
in this
under
fantasy
it's
world, I have
fantasy, but
decided
it's not
these
fantasy in
agreements.
okay. When I say fantasy, I'm saying it's a non-historical version of medieval times. So medieval Europe,
Okay, yeah.
just like if it was medieval Europe now in historical times, but
Every physics thing is the same.
yes.
Okay,
The only fantasy is that it's not historical. It's made up.
sure.
That's it.
Okay,
So
2 meters.
within the it might be possible. It depends on what kind of stick. But I didn't
Right.
detail it, so it's not it doesn't matter.
It
Two
doesn't matter.
two
Sure.
meter. I didn't tell you how old the boy was either.
Yeah.
It could
But
be
we're talking about
it
stick,
could be
right?
it could be a
Just a simple
Japanese 14-year
item.
old, which means he looks like a 50-year-old full of solid rock muscle. You don't know because you didn't get the details. If you don't have the
Exactly.
details,
But
you
because I
can't know.
don't have the details, I
Yeah.
cannot make a perfect
No. Because the only thing
adaptation.
that was required was a boy picking up a stick
According
and
to
waving it
your
like a sword.
definition,
No, that's not a definition. That's literally just text you write down. If I write on a piece of paper or on a
you have
napkin,
decided that that is the requirement for an adaptation.
no. That's my requirement you have to fulfill for you to make a visual representation of that.
Yeah, but a visual representation and an adaptation are not exactly the same thing.
If you're adapting to a visual medium, that's
Yeah.
exactly what you're saying.
No.
Yes, because if I adapt it to a non-visual, how are you going to describe it?
Well, not because it doesn't have a visual.
No, you put it in text.
It is
You
already.
just write it. You write the same words down on another piece of paper. Congratulations, you fulfilled the
Right.
requirements.
Okay.
But a visual, if we're talking about an adaptation from a written medium to a visual medium, all you have to do is fulfill the proper requirements. The proper
Yeah, but I don't
requirements are what's
agree
written.
on those being the proper requirements
Why do you disagree with the written text being the proper requirement?
because the written text is incomplete.
It's not. The sentence has a dot behind it. All the descriptions that were necessary have
Right.
been utilized.
But we
Nothing else
don't
does
have
matter.
all the context.
What's the context you're missing?
Where is this boy?
In a place that has trees that have limbs that
Okay.
can drop.
Is it a forest?
It might be. I only
But
gave you one sentence to work with.
right,
So
exactly.
if I say,
But
hey,
we do
hey,
not
Sage,
have.
no. Hold on. I have millions of words in the Wheel of Time to work with,
Sure,
context
sure.
wise. You cannot tell me there is no context. There's
There
millions
is
of words.
more context, sure,
Yes.
but I don't think enough. I don't know.
Then tell
what, for
Robert
example.
Jordan that he didn't do a good job and he should have added more things.
No, but I
Or
think it's
go
fine.
write your own story and add
He did a
that
fine
quality
job.
you think.
I'm not saying it's necessary to
If it's
give
not
that
necessary,
context.
then it's not imperfect.
But the context is necessary for an adaptation.
Yeah, but I'm asking
To
you
be
what context
perfect.
is necessary to help you understand that scenario. Because I can give
Everything.
it to you and it'll be even in written
Okay.
form. So
What does a street in Berlin look like?
I believe are they paved? It mentioned, I think either they're paved or they're dirt. I think they're paved.
How wide? How much open space is there?
Enough for a cart to get through.
How tall are the buildings?
Some buildings are taller than others.
Can 2 cars pass side by side or
I don't believe
not?
so, no.
Okay.
Based off of the context that I'm not looking at this very moment. I'm doing this all from
Yeah.
pure memory.
But there is not enough context to give a good,
Why?
well, not a good, a perfect example.
Why?
Because you cannot.
You can't tell me
There is
how many houses are in Berlin. You can't tell me that's
no,
perfect.
exactly.
It's the
I
imperfect
cannot.
number. I know.
And
My point is
that
that
makes it imperfect.
No. It can't be
Yeah,
imperfect unless you have
my knowledge
perfect.
of Balon is imperfect because I don't know
Because
how
you
many
didn't
houses.
read the book, apparently.
No, the book didn't
Now,
say how many houses there were.
yes, so it doesn't matter as long as it
It
fulfills
doesn't
a
matter.
small
Sure, yes,
town.
it doesn't matter.
Because
That
as
we
long
agree
as
on.
if you can show me something and
It
I can be
doesn't matter.
sold that it's Bearlawn, that's all that
Yeah.
required.
No, that's fair. It doesn't matter
But if
to
you
make a
sell
good
me a
adaptation.
city that's Bearlawn, but it cannot let a wagon go down a street, when it explicitly tells me a wagon can go down the street, then it's an incorrect version of Bearlawn.
Yeah, sure.
Because the thing I'm using to tell you it's not correct is the details in the source material themselves. So if I'm not contradicting the source material, then I'm not making it perfect. It doesn't make it incorrect.
It makes it different, though.
But it's not different because you have nothing else to tell me that it is different from that thing. And the
But
only
it's
thing
not
you
the
can
same.
use to show me it's different is the source material, because that's what I'm using. That's what I'm saying, is that for context,
Right, so see, the thing is, we both agree a good adaptation
uses the
doesn't
source
need that
material.
information, right?
What information?
Exactly the dimensions of the streets of Berlin.
If it's not offered by the source material, it's not required. No.
Not required, sure. For a
But
good,
if anything infers that's wide enough for 2 horses or 2 wagons or a
as
single
long as it
wagon,
doesn't contradict,
if it doesn't contradict the
it's
source material, it's fine.
it's good enough. It's good.
Well, I
right?
wouldn't say it's good or good enough. It fulfills the requirements.
Yeah, so it's good.
If I
As
fulfill all
best
the
as
requirements, I would say it's a perfect adaptation.
then you have as best as you can achieve.
As humanly possible? Because you
Yeah.
could technically always achieve better.
Okay, how?
You could always add an extra house. You could always have
Okay, so if I just
you could
add
always
more
add another
houses
population
to
to it. You could always add another flamingo in the background. You could always
Okay.
add another cloud in the
So
sky. There's always
I'll
more you can add.
extra houses. So
But
Balon is now
no. You're not understanding. You can always add to something that is not it's not inherently told to put it there. There is nothing
Sure.
in the Wheel of Time that says if you don't have this cloud here, you're not doing this correctly. Because the clouds are mentioned as a group. They're never mentioned as individual that I can recall. If there is, then in that situation it would be different.
I don't know if there's a. I don't think.
I don't think there is, because it's not freaking Lion King. They're not like Simba, Mufasa. Like, they're not doing any of that type of stuff. But what we're doing is
Right.
When I say I need you to behave like this, I need you to be brooding. Well, if a guy's brooding, you can't be like, well, that's not perfect enough because he could do a better job. It's like, well, he's brooding. I know he's brooding. I can identify brooding.
Here's the problem, right? You say you can always add another thing to make it better.
I said in terms of the overall, like in art, you can always add more to make it better, not necessarily to fulfill the requirements. Anything if you add that extra house, it's not going to be any better to fulfilling the requirements.
You can always change things a bit to make them better.
Let's use your 100% analogy. 100% is perfect. The requirements each take a percentage.
Like maybe 50 or so. Wow.
No. All the requirements. Let's say there's 4 requirements. Each requirement's 25%.
Okay.
If you fulfill all 4 of them, how much of the percentage is complete?
If all of them are exactly 25, then you're at 100. Yeah.
There you go. It's perfect then. You fulfilled.
Then how can you
fulfilled it? You can't. You can't improve.
But you just said you can always add.
I said you can add. I didn't say it would improve it. Adding does not equal improving.
You said specifically you can always add something to make it better.
I know, but better does not fall in the category of fulfilling. Better just means it would look better.
Means closer to perfection.
No. They're 2 different categories. One is to fulfill the requirements. One is what you can provide to fulfill it. So, for example, if I have 2 Barrelons, I could illustrate the visual of Barrelon in 2 different paintings. Both could fulfill the 100%.
Yeah.
But one could have an extra house or an outhouse in it.
Yeah.
They both 100% fulfill. They're both perfect for what they can be
They
used.
fulfill the requirements.
Yes,
100%.
the requirements are all that have to be required, because guess what? If you read a book and there is no requirement, you don't know it, you don't visualize it, you don't do
But
anything with it, because you can only
one of
imagine
those two
what was
bear
mentioned.
loans that you just made is more perfect than
It's
the
not
other.
more perfect.
Of
Because
course it is.
no, because the 4 requirements are 25% apiece, and none of those requirements said there had to be more of
The
anything.
one is closer to the ideal bear loan.
What's the ideal Barrelon?
We don't know.
Exactly. So it's not closer to the ideal of Barrelon. It could be further
One
away
of
from the
them
ideal Barrelon.
One of them necessarily
It's
is closer
not.
than the other.
No, because
But we
there
don't
is
know
no
which
ideal
one it
Barrelon.
is.
There is no ideal Barrelon.
Of course there is.
No, there's not.
Yeah, there is.
No. Because there's only the requirements. That's it. But the requirements are broad. They're not individual. They're not very pinpoint. They're not extremely pedantic for it by any stretch of the imagination.
Sure.
So there is no perfect, because anything can fulfill these. Perfect would imply that only one could fulfill these. But we don't have anything to show that it couldn't, because we don't have a perfect setup. The 4 requirements are not perfection, as in what could be the perfect Barrelon. What the 4 requirements are is what is perfectly needed to do a perfect rendition of said thing. But we don't have just 4 things when it comes to. Why do you disagree? What do you disagree about?
That just those requirements are what is required for a perfect adaptation.
Well, it wouldn't be the entire film, obviously. Just because you fulfill those 4 things for Barrelon doesn't mean the rest of the series is good or accurate.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying for the adaptation of specifically Barrelon, those 4 things, let's say there are 4, right? Of course.
Assuming there's only 4. There's way more, but assuming there's only 4.
Yeah. Just doing all of them is not good enough for perfection, in my point of view.
Okay, and what would be your perfection in your point of view?
I don't know.
Then you don't have a perfection in your point of view.
I know.
That's my point.
More. No, that doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter?
Because I know that I need more information to make it perfect. Because I can see.
But there's no more information being proffered.
Yeah.
So then you don't know that, because there is none to have.
But that doesn't
I
mean
would agree with you that if there was more definition or more descriptions, then yes, the requirements would go better. So every barrel, every cart, every horse, every person, all of those are requirements for a scene. Because the book is just scenes. That's all it is. But there's no representation of them visibly that would work, because it's a book, not a movie. But if you take that barrel, place it next to that cart, because that's what the book told you to do, then you have fulfilled that requirement. And as long as you fulfill all the requirements, and they're not difficult because they're literally written down for you, building a scene would not take any time whatsoever if you have just the generic basic stuff around.
Right, but
I need a barrel. Well, it's a shame we don't have any of those.
Your scenes would be mostly empty, though.
Why?
Because you don't have.
Is there descriptions of crowds? Are there white cloaks? Are there Rand and Matt causing mischief? Is there mud being splattered around? Because all of those things are described in the content.
Yeah, sure.
And they're in Barrelon, which is a town, which means there are buildings. It's not empty. So
I don't think that's enough.
Okay, what needs to be more? Why does it need? What is everything else? What is it? What needs to be more? You can't just say there needs to be more because I think it. You have to show why or how. I didn't say that was all that was there.
Make it up on my own.
You're not making it up. You're literally reading the script. The script is the source material.
If I have the description, Rand sits in a room across Perrin at a table in an inn. Right, and let's say there was maybe some descriptions of.
Okay, so if he's sitting across the table, where does he have to be on the table?
Because that's
directly across. Does it say directly across or just across? Because across could be sideways. As long as he's on the other side of the bench or the table, then he's good.
Because I have to fill in the gaps with my own imagination,
Why? What are you filling in?
everything that's not described.
What is not being described? From what I understand, you're making up an entire new scenario. So what are you exactly putting together?
Okay, so Balon again, because we're on that topic. They are staying in the inn, right?
What's the name of the inn?
I don't
I don't
remember.
remember either, so I'm not gonna hold it against you. I'm just saying
Um,
that's a detail that if they got that wrong, it would be
yeah,
incorrect.
sure.
It would be
It will be
imperfect.
incorrect.
It would
Mhm.
not fulfill the requirements that is
Yeah.
necessary for a one-to-one
So we
adaptation.
know that that is definitely wrong if it
Is
contradicts the requirements.
yes.
But let's say the scene where Min, I don't know, I think Min sees the fade, right?
Possibly. I don't remember it. It's been a while since I've read it.
I'm not sure. I think that happens.
It's
I
it's
might
it's
be
okay if we don't
imagining
remember
it.
it. It's a 15-book series, it's 2 million words.
Mhm.
I think it's okay.
So let's say
I'll just
the
assume that
wall.
everything you say is described. We'll just go with
Sure.
that for sake of argument.
Um, let's say the walls of that specific hallway or whatever.
Innkeep or
We know
whatever.
it's a hallway, right?
We know there is a hallway there.
Hallway
Yes. Mm-hmm.
where Min sees a black figure cloaked, sort of in
Mm-hmm.
the fade
Mm-hmm.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Walls of the hallway are not described. Clothes that people are wearing,
Then
apart
it
from the fades
doesn't
being
matter. It could be
aren't
plaster. It could
described.
be
And yeah,
wood.
I get that. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They're not described. I
Yeah.
have to fill those in if I'm making a visual
That's
representation.
like the easiest thing under the sun, dude.
It's the easy thing in the sun, but I have to make them up.
But you know what you have to do? It has to fit in the setting.
It has to fit in the
It
setting,
can't
sure.
it can't be made of metal. It can't be made
But
of spaceship
because
parts. It can't be anything
because
like that. You still have to
I
fill it in the setting.
I right am not the original creator.
Okay.
Because I make those things up, I
Uh-huh.
add them to my scene.
Uh-huh. Do you know when you
It's
read the book and you read the description, you're making it up in your head to visualize it if
yeah,
you do that?
mhm,
I do
yeah,
that.
mhm.
There's no single
But
like if I read it
no,
four
no,
times, I could come up with 4 possibilities. That's not a fault of an author
sure.
though.
No, that's not the fault of the author, but it means
Yeah.
that I am adding that information.
But it's not really
Information
information
that
though.
no, I because I'm making a visual representation, right? I
Well,
have to add the
yes,
visual.
but if you use plaster or you use wood or whatever you use, it
I
doesn't
have to
matter.
choose which one to use.
Sure, it doesn't matter.
And because
It could be a
I
green
am the one
screen.
choosing to do that, it is necessarily,
It's not.
it is,
It's not.
it is my own addition to the thing.
Well, it's not an addition. It's a necessity that has to exist for the hallway to exist.
Yeah, but I choose the type of hallway.
It has to be dark.
Okay, yeah, sure.
That's it.
But
That's your requirement. That's literally it. Your requirement is
okay,
it's a dark hallway. Could it be
I make
wood
it up.
panels? Sure. Could it be plaster panels? Sure.
Hmm.
It depends on how Barrelon is
Yeah, yeah.
described. If described
But
as
because
all wood
I'm
buildings, then it's
adding
probably
them
not plaster.
myself,
Yeah.
that means it's not the same work as existed before I added it.
I couldn't tell you details of my own works, dude.
No, but that doesn't matter.
It does.
No,
It's not an addition because there's nothing new in the hallway.
there is. The
Is there
hallway
a
itself
vase full of
is new.
thorn bushes in
Okay,
there?
sure. I'm adding a vase with a thorn bush. That
Now
wasn't
you're
the.
breaking the requirements.
Am I though?
Yes. Because
Why?
that's in a narrow hallway in the dark. One, you wouldn't be able to
Okay,
see it.
so this
Two, it's in
hallway
the way, so anything that happens would
This
probably
hallway,
involve that.
therefore, cannot have any furniture on the walls,
Not on the walls.
any
I'm talking
decoration.
in the middle of the hallway. You could have picture frames or something.
No, but that's not allowed because I'm adding those to the hallway
No,
that
I'm saying
the
that's not a
will
detail
not
that
describe.
matters because it's not mentioned.
So why is a little vase on a I don't know a table?
Because the hallway has only so much space, and if you have a
Yeah, but
fade
maybe
charging
it's
you
a
and you're interacting with
small
it,
one,
there's no such thing as a small one in a small hallway. It's a small hallway.
right? But see, you have a specific idea of what a small hallway is.
It's a
I have a
small
different one.
hallway. It's something that is difficult to
Yeah,
get past somebody by.
that doesn't mean that it can't be blocked with like
If you have two people from opposite ends of a small hallway charge at each other, is there any
why are they
chance they can?
charging?
Doesn't matter. That's not part of the argument. If they
No, but
have
it is. I never
no,
mentioned that. You're adding that on your own. It's different from what
I'm making the entire scenario up on my own. Checkmate. But if you
No,
have
I made the scenario.
if you have a small hallway,
I chose the scenario. You're adding
that works.
things of your own.
No. I'm creating a scenario of a small hallway with two individuals charging at each other. Can they
Okay.
get past each other without colliding?
Yes.
No, because then it's not a small hallway, by definition.
Oh,
They're charging. They're not sliding by.
small hallway.
They're charging. You're running full shoulders, like both shoulders forward, full size men charging
So
towards each
this
other.
is a small hallway to use something like this size.
Range is. I'm saying a small hallways, and it's just a hallway. It's narrow to
So a
basically
hallway
allow a
that's
person to
small
comfortably by
means
themselves.
it's impossible to pass next to one another.
Well, if you can pass, okay, no. I'm talking because the actual scenario that takes place in the Wheel of Time is there's actual interactions, like full-fledged interactions.
Well, yeah, Min is just looking at it, and then it sort of turns around, I think.
Maybe I'm thinking the other one where they charge.
I don't
each
think
other.
Min's attacked.
I think Lan charges at him, but
that seems.
So if Lan charges at him, Lan's not charging like this sideways. It's like,
No, of
don't
course
worry,
not.
Fade, you can get behind me the other direction. No. It's a small hallway because the only purpose of the hallway is to get you to your room.
Yeah,
That's
but
it.
why is the hallway this small that Lan has to sort of scuttle up to the wall?
He
to let the
doesn't.
Fade
That's what I'm saying. A small hallway would fit a single person comfortably. A medium hall would allow two people to pass comfortably. A large hall would probably be like Andor's
Right.
halls.
But that's just things you made up.
No, because that's how do you equate a small hallway?
Small, right? It doesn't have a specific set.
It has to fit
defined.
a person in it. It's not a miniature.
At least a person.
Yes, at least a person. But as soon as you get beyond a person, now you're moving into medium hallway.
No.
Yes.
Not necessarily.
Yes.
No.
Where's the differentiation between a medium hallway and a small hallway?
It's just arbitrary.
It's not, though.
It is.
Because a medium can't be bigger than a large, and a large can't be smaller than a small.
Right, but the exact division point between small
We're not talking
and
about dimensions. We're talking about practicality. You can only fit a certain person through a certain size. If you have a character that says, I got my shoulders touching both sides. What?
Allows two people to pass each other. A medium one.
Are they two people shoulders straight the entire time, or are they two people with their shoulders turned? Because you can turn and make a small hallway passable for two people.
Twice me in like width, right? That's small.
I wouldn't call that small, but okay. I mean, small in comparison to the size of the building, maybe.
That's because small is subjective.
It's a description, technically speaking.
It's a description.
It's a non-subjective description of possibly a subjective interpretation.
It's a subjective description. My small
but it's not
is different to your small.
Because in that sense, Elaine going down a hallway in the White Tower, saying these are small hallways because the hallways at her place back home is freaking huge.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that the halls in the tower are in fact small hallways. It's a perception of a character, just like when they say we always saw Swan and Moraine together.
Something is small.
You can
without putting your own value judgment on what is
but it's
considered
not the
small.
reader's value judgment, it's the character's value judgment.
Yes.
They're not the same thing.
And that might agree or might not agree.
But why do we know that Elaine would say it's small compared to where she's from? Because she said from where she's from, they're bigger. Therefore, the ones in Andor in the Royal Palace are bigger than the ones in the tower.
But we don't know exactly how much
big. We don't need to know how big or not. We know that they're big by definition.
Right. So this is the problem because you're saying small means it's this size, right?
No, I'm saying it was described as a small hallway, if I recall correctly, because of the size of people that were in it and very little maneuverability.
I don't recall the details there. Sure.
From what I remember the details, when Lan charges at the Fade gets away ultimately. But when Lan charges at the Fade, there's There's not a whole lot of space for him to work with.
Okay, sure. Maybe that hallway is specifically described as only fitting one
If
person.
there's another hallway that's similar but is not described as small, then it
But the
probably is bigger.
description of just small
Yeah,
does
but
not
I'm not saying you should
necessarily
use.
mean.
I'm not saying you should use just the description small hallway or just
No, but that
hallway.
was
I'm
what we
saying the
were
con.
working with.
Yes, but the context overall, everything that happens in that scene that involves that hallway needs
Yeah,
to
but
be
I
pulled
don't
into account.
remember if
I'm
specifically it
not
was
saying you
mentioned
need to
that it's
remember. I'm saying that
one person.
I'm saying that if the case, then this. If the case, this,
Right.
then that.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. So you could be right. I'm not saying you could be wrong. I'm saying you could be right if it fulfills the particular things. But if somebody comes in and says, I could barely fit my shoulders together,
Mhm.
that means it's the size of his shoulders.
Yeah,
That's a
sure.
small hallway.
That's small, yes, okay.
But for him, it
But
could be tiny. It could be
small
small for somebody who's more petite.
can be a range again,
Yeah.
right?
If your shoulders stick out 50 feet in each direction, everything's going to be small to you.
Sure.
Yes. That's why it's character
But
perspective. We
it's
use this
subjective
perspective to build
necessarily.
the scene.
I get that, but it's subjective.
Yes. But what
Yes.
materials you use to make that wall of the hallway
And so it
doesn't
is
matter.
subjective how wide I make the wall and whether or not I can put a fucking plant pot
But
next
why?
to the wall.
Why does that matter?
Do I want the entire thing to be a completely empty hallway with just sort of monotone color
Is
walls?
that not what it's described at? Well, I'm sure there's doors on the freaking one
It
side.
wasn't described, right? It just said a hallway.
A hallway to what? Is it a hallway to the rooms? Is it a hallway
I
from
don't
the rooms?
fucking
Is
know.
it... That's what I'm
It's a
saying.
hallway.
It's depending upon what it says. That's how you describe it. That's how you
Right.
would build it. If it's
Well, if
just
it
an
doesn't
empty,
say,
if it's just a hallway, it could be a hallway behind a staircase, so there can't be anything behind it. It's from the outside wall and to something else. It could be the back sides of rooms, and there's a
right,
long hallway back to the kitchen or
but
something.
I have to add in the details that aren't described.
But you only have to. Okay, when you're building a set in Hollywood or UK or whatever, you don't have to build the entire one-for-one replica of Berlon's inn.
Of course.
You only have to build the area you're shooting in.
Yeah, the hallway.
Yes. So if the
I have
hallway
to
just
build
says
the-
it's a long shadowed hallway, or even a partially, like, it's just a hallway, which means it's not particularly long, it's just
a
far enough.
hallway.
It's far
It's
enough.
just a random hallway that wasn't really particularly described well because it was just a hallway.
Okay, assuming that's the case, then yes, you would just make a long empty one that's partially shadowed and partially not. Because we
Yeah,
know that the fade's
sure.
in the partially shadowed, and we know that the other side's not.
Sure.
So if that's the case, that's all that's required.
Right.
Materials to make that doesn't matter. You
I
can use
have
whatever.
to add in the missing details.
Sure. But you can use whatever you want.
Because I'm adding them.
You're not bound
They
by
are
anything to
my
make it.
own interpretation.
But it's not an interpretation.
It is.
It's an imagination.
Right, but I interpret
If it
stuff.
says the wood panel on the walls, then you use wood panel. If it doesn't say anything, it just
Didn't
says.
say.
If it just says the Halloween, the hallway. If it just says the hallway, then you could use plaster. You could use styrofoam. You could use anything, but you can't use stone because Berlon doesn't really use stone like that. There aren't like full stone structures. There's a palisade wall all the way around the town. It's not.
That is quite interesting because it's a mining town, right? So you would imagine they have plenty of excess stone.
Well, yes, but you'd have to cut stone specifically to do that. And if they're not cutting stone, they're mining for gold and gems and stuff. They're not going to think about that.
Sure, but like they need to dig the tunnel and all the stone comes out because.
Well, yes, but you have to get like big slabs of stone for.
So there's
use.
probably like a massive pile of stone that they could use for buildings.
Yes, but it's not like they can melt down stone and cast it in a freaking stone thing and make a perfect block.
I'm sure they can do that, right? They have the one power.
Well, they don't. Somebody
Right,
else
might
does.
be to die or so they can hire. I don't know.
That's how they find out a man can channel. But
Yeah.
either way, that wouldn't be the thing. It's not a place that's going to be attacked. Barrelon's way out in the middle of nowhere. There's no enemy forces that are going to come hit it. It shouldn't even need walls. The walls, I presume, are for wild animals. That's it.
Could be. I don't know.
Who's going to attack it?
It's a relatively mountainous area, I guess. So
it's
yeah,
mountainous.
maybe.
There's nothing north of them.
But
their allies are east of them.
It's a mining town, so they have precious metals they get from the mine.
Sure, but who's coming for those precious metals?
Bandits.
they have a assumed garrison of some shape or form, and
Right.
all of those gemstones are going to be going towards the capital.
Sure.
So if the bandits wanted to take it, they
The
would just
wall
come take that.
is just convenient to protect against bandits.
Okay, I'd say it'd be at least bare minimum reason would be for
But
animals, but
I have to add
even if
in
it was
those
bandits,
details because I don't know why the wall is
we
there.
don't need to know why the wall's there. We just need to know that the wall is there. That's it.
Right.
Nothing
Sure.
implies that you have to have knowledge of why it's there.
No, I get that. But
So you
if
don't
I
need to
make
do
an
anything other than put it
adaptation
there.
of a book that isn't 100% described everything in detail, I have to add in details that are missing.
Yes, but that's not going to affect the adaptation.
No, but because I add the details,
It's not
it
going to
will be
affect the adaptation.
different from the book.
And it's not, because there's nothing in the book that you're differing from.
It is.
No. What are you differing from if the hallway is just wood panels?
From the nothingness that wasn't described.
You can't be different from something that isn't there.
Of course you can.
No. If the book says it was a hallway, then the hallway is there.
Okay, sure.
Then you put a hallway there.
Okay.
If it doesn't say what type of hall, it had gemstones inlaid every 6 inches to the sides, and then there was rubies
Then I
put into the
own
studs.
version, and my own version is different.
But we're not
from
doing
the
your
actual
version. We're doing a book series that's based off of source material. This isn't about what the director can and cannot come up with. This is about whether or not the director has the competency to be able to put together a script, actors, scenes, everything to match what is effectively the books.
Yeah, sure.
So what exactly are you adding that is not
The details that are not in the book.
okay? Are you going to
Yeah.
add in every poop scene?
Sure. Yeah, might as well.
Okay, but that's not going to be against the adaptation unless you're doing it in the middle of something else and it interrupts it. That's not
Okay.
that doesn't affect the adaptation.
Sure.
It's when you change the details that are written, that's what affects the detail. Like that's what affects the adaptation. So if you turn the hallway into an alleyway, would that not be a differentiation? Because it
That would
specifically
be
says
different. Yeah, sure.
yes, and that's when you could use. You say, okay, let's say for example, Amazon being stupid as they are, change the Barrelon hallway to the Barrelon alleyway.
Sure.
We'd say, here's a differentiation that I can actually point to that they varied and differed from.
Yep.
So by definition, that's something that I can actually say is different. That would actually affect the adaptation.
To the books. Yes.
It's different. Yes.
Contradicting, in fact.
I mean, they're still in a place, so it's not completely
Yeah, but
contradicting.
it's not a hallway, so it's contrary to the books.
It's different from the books, yes. Maybe this is just your European terms swinging in there. I don't know, but it's, ultimately speaking, I can point to that and say that's a difference.
Yeah.
If you say I made, I don't know, what materials would you use on the walls in the hallway? Personally, I would use plaster because that seems normal for inside houses of that time period.
Yep.
Okay, so there's plaster.
I don't agree. I would use wood.
Okay, then you can use wood. Guess what? That could be possible for that setting too, because it's a mining town surrounded wood. It's made of wood. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay, so either way, it doesn't affect anything. They are
Still,
different.
though,
They are different from each other. They're not different from the source.
It becomes my version.
Well, yes. If Amazon came to you and me and said, "All right, we're going to give you both the same budget, the same actors, and everything, but you have to show us this scene," and you did wood and I did what did I freaking just say?
Plaster.
Plaster. Thank you. I was like, why? Geesh. If I did plaster in my version and you did wood in your version, that would be a differentiation between our versions.
Sure.
Neither of them would be a differentiation between
but
us
neither
and the
of
source.
Them would be the version of the source.
No, they would, because they're a hallway. That's all that's required.
Okay, well, I mean, this is not going anywhere. We can continue talking like this for another,
That's fine.
I don't know, fucking 2 days and not get anywhere.
Anyway, I wanted to say that
We
irritates me
disagree,
because I'm a
right?
pedantic person. What?
We disagree. That's really all there is to it.
That's fine. It's okay to be wrong, Sage. It's okay.
No, I'm right, but
You get me.
I am.
Your concept doesn't exist.
It doesn't have to.
Well, it does.
See, no.
Comparisons, good sir.
Let's
Comparisons.
continue.
Many of these changes feel like they've been done simply for the sake of changing the. It's definitely true.
Yeah,
And that's rubbed enough fans the wrong way
of
that the
course.
show might not ever be able to recover. Well, that's dumb. Of course, that is the
It's
case.
it's already
Even if
unable.
season 3 winds up blowing critical expectations out of the water, when season 3 of the Wheel of Time premieres March, it may well prove to be the beginning of the wheel's slow grind to a halt. I would argue it's been grinding to a halt for a while.
Yeah,
they
I would argue it has been doing that ever since. I mean, probably it started a bit at episode 1, but it really became a hard break, let's call it,
I don't know
after
who
episode
Zara
4.
Husselit is, but they wrote this article.
Don't know. It's a picture, right? It's that person in the picture left to it.
Yeah, I can't really see it. It's very
Let's
blurry and
wait a
small.
moment. I thought Zara sounds like a female name, right?
Hey, don't you misgender them, you bigot. I don't know who they are, nor does it really matter.
Can you click on it?
I
Is
don't
that a
want to. I
thing?
don't want to. I can click on their name.
Yeah, but
I'm kind of scared.
I'll do it.
Oh.
Oh, okay, it's one of those people. Okay, never mind.
What are those? Expertise. The Lord of the Rings. Press X to doubt. I can believe the
Yeah,
Legend of Vox Machina.
that's yeah.
I
Perfect.
could definitely believe
Discworld,
that. I don't know enough about Discworld to know.
Bachelor of Arts in Pre and Early Modern
It
Literature.
claims to be a she. Surprisingly,
I'm not
does
so
not
sure.
actually have pronouns in bio. I like how they start everything. Zara is a, and then Jane of all trades. That's not a thing. I'm betting it's a dude that thinks
Yeah,
a chick,
yeah, that's
because Jane of all trades is not a thing. You would still refer to a woman as a jack of all trades.
yeah.
It's not a literal. Oh my goodness.
Lifelong Trekkie, as well as scholar of Shakespeare and Tolkien.
Dabbled in tabletop game design and audio production. Adores fantasy novels. I'm sure. Mecha anime and crime procedurals. That sounds really boring. Owns every single Dresden Files book. That sounds difficult. You go to the store, you pick up the whole series. Congratulations, you own the whole series. And has shrines to J.R.R. Tolkien. Okay, I doubt you care that much about Tolkien, but okay. But she also has a soft spot for sad dad rock. What the frick is a sad dad rock band?
I don't know.
Especially ones from Durham. Why did you just dox yourself? We don't want to know where you live. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree that probably not really a woman.
Yeah. Well, anybody who's Jane of all trades because they feel triggered that Jack of all trades is a thing, that's not even what that means, but okay. The crazies have taken over the hospital.
Anyway, next week, season 3. When are we doing
Shoot.
the review?
What time's the release though?
Of Thursday.
No, I mean like what time of the day?
Oh, that's I don't think that says. Let's check.
If it's midnight, I'm gonna have to wait until after work because I work all day.
Wheel of Time, season 3, episode 1, release time.
Nothing.
Actually, can I log in? Oh, no, wait, it says a time here. Season 3 at midnight Pacific time. So that is
Midnight on Thursday or midnight on Wednesday?
It's
12 a.m. Thursday?
Midnight Pacific time on March 13. I don't know if that means
That's like
it's
2 or 3 o'clock in the morning my time then.
I don't know, but conveniently, right next to it, it says 7 a.m. GMT, March 13. So that would be you're on Pacific time is 1 east of you, right?
No.
One west?
East of me is Eastern time. The Pacific's Western.
I don't know what crazy time zone distinction.
I believe it's 2 hours. I always thought it was 3 for some reason. I don't know.
2 hours to the left.
Slide to the left, slide to the right. Cha cha now, yeah.
So that would mean that it's 9 a.m. on my end.
Let me see.
That seems wrong because I'm on GMT +1. So maybe there's some weird time zone stuff happening.
All right, 3 hours or no, 2 hours difference. There's a 2 hour difference from me from that, so I'm 2 hours ahead of Pacific. So it'd be 2 o'clock my time.
2 o'clock. Hmm. So then
It'll be available in your time.
when did we become 6 hour difference rather than 7?
I don't know. Pacific Standard Time right now is 2 hours difference from where we are.
Um, 255. Yeah, that's 1 hour.
2 hours.
2 hours.
2 hours from me to Pacific.
What's your time in GMT?
In GMT,
GMT minus
I
how
am
many?
UTC -6.
-6.
We'll talk about it in private chat.
No, but that doesn't make any sense because
We'll talk about it in private chat.
UTC -6 is one different than midnight Pacific.
Huh?
So it releases at 12 a.m. whatever on March 13, which corresponds
There
to
are
7
four
a.m.
time
GMT.
zones in America.
Well, I mean, we can.
We'll talk about that afterwards.
Yeah,
but
yeah, sure.
Point being, I will probably watch it after work because that day I work until like 5 or something, and I'll probably watch it after that and be miserable the entire night. Work all day, come home to be miserable. It's a great start of my day. Oh boy. But yeah,
But that's on a Thursday, right? I think.
yeah, Thursday.
But for me, it's really Friday, I think. But
It'd probably
maybe
be
not.
Friday. By the time I watch it,
Or is it? Is it Thursday
uh,
morning, midnight, or
are
Thursday
you say
evening?
you're 6 hours ahead of me?
7 should be.
Oh, if you're 7, then it'll be Friday. By the time I start watching it.
Oh yeah, sure. So, but then when do we do the review?
Well, that's the thing. Is do you want to watch them together and do the review immediately, or actually aren't there 3 episodes being dropped?
Yeah, 3. The
So
first
I mean, in
3
that
are.
case, doing the review, just do it Sunday, unless you really want to like plug it in that night.
But Sunday we have other plans, I think. Oh no, wait, that's this Sunday, and then yeah, okay, never mind. Next Sunday should be
I
free.
don't know. You always ban me on Sundays anyway, so that's, what else is new? You deserve that. Don't lie. But yeah, like we could try something like that. But either way, people, we will try to get we will try to get you a review of that, as much as I'm going to be absolutely miserable watching
Yeah,
it. And put me on suicide
I
watch
don't
or
know.
something.
It could be good. Who knows, right? No,
Yeah.
it's not.
Who knows? I know. I think according to both of our standards of perfection,
It's
it ain't it. So but yeah, what we'll try to do is we'll try to put out a something. I mean, you said next week. It'll probably be it'll probably be the following week. Then we're not gonna be able to pump it out unless you want to like work overtime that night, because we'd have to watch 3 episodes, which would make it really late at night, and then we'd have to pretty much jump right into it.
Yeah, I mean, if it's that
I feel like
Sunday,
our review would be longer than the 3 hours, so it if we were trying to put it out on Sunday, it wouldn't work. We could go for
that's
Tuesday as our normal type of stuff,
mhm.
and then from there work with
Yeah.
it.
So we'll
But
be a week late essentially.
now the question is do we want to watch together like we did previous ones, or do we want to just do we want the misery or not?
I think maybe it's better to just watch it and then come with a list of stuff that was wrong or something.
I'm not gonna make a list because I will
No,
never
no,
stop.
that's
I will
fair.
never stop writing.
I'll have to have a very large.
I'm gonna show
piece
up like a digital copy of the book, and just like every line that's marked off is that like this was not covered, none of this was covered, and like the entire book's just solid highlighted.
Just some notes on maybe what we want to talk about. Maybe.
So Doman, what's your thoughts? It was crap. Can you
Okay,
elaborate? It stank. How badly? It was a stench. That's gonna be my review probably.
Nice, nice.
Well,
At
like
least the
even like the article stated, there's not necessarily a way for them to redeem this.
I don't think that's possible without.
It's already
Um,
in the free fall. It's just coming closer and closer to the ground before the body goes splat and everything goes everywhere.
the only way to fix it into acceptable levels is to completely retcon season 1 and 2.
It wouldn't even retcon. You'd have because where they're at isn't the beginning, so they're already past that point. You'd have to completely stop the
Okay,
series and relaunch it.
that's what I mean. Okay, fair. Just completely redo the thing.
Yeah.
Um,
Which they're not
and
going to
this
do
time
because that would be
maybe.
admitting failure. I'm like, if you think everything you release is a freaking 100% great, awesome thing, you got another freaking brain power just
Mhm.
dying right there on the vine. So
Exactly.
I would not ever
Because
hold
as
that
we all know,
position.
perfection is unattainable.
That's not even remotely what I said, and you know it. Anyway, to prevent you
Yeah.
all from being stuck here listening to him talk about things that don't exist, we can talk about things that I know exist because we can compare them. Uh,
Sure.
another time, though. But yes,
Next week.
we'll I don't want to. I don't even know what we're gonna talk about next week. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Who knows?
We'll figure it out one way or the other. So thanks everybody for hanging out. This got like twice as long as I was expecting.
Yeah.
Oh goodness. So we're kind of back to our normal length scheduled programs almost. But thanks everybody for hanging out. I know it was painful. At least if you could watch the first 2 sections and you could skip the third section, you're not going to miss too much because there's not much to look forward to in Wheel of Time season 3. But maybe you'll enjoy our philosophical divinings more than you will enjoy the show.
Maybe. Probably not though. Well, no, that's actually. It's
I,
probably more.
I think it's be way more entertaining watching
Yeah.
us
Yeah. I thought you said
banter.
something different.
I think if our banter is way more entertaining than that show. But yes, please leave a
Still
like,
not. It's
comment.
not a high bar to clear, to be honest. So who knows?
True. I mean, when the bar can't even reach the floor because it's below it, it's pretty easy to get past.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, please leave a like, comment, subscribe, all that fun jazz if you believe that we deserve it. That'd be great. You'd be awesome.
Yeah.
And
If
even if
not,
you don't like us and you give us a thumbs down, you're still awesome. You might not know it, but you're still
are you
awesome.
though? I
Well,
don't
they
know if
are
that is.
because they actually took time to watch us.
That's fair. That's fair.
So if we took
But
1 second of your time, you're awesome. If we didn't take 1 second of your
once
time, then you're not here to hear that you're awesome. So
we'd
you're
have to
probably not
get at
awesome.
least past the intro, right?
Huh? Well, I mean, if you hear the intro and you're like, "Man, this is terrible," then you got problems. But that's a different story. But yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out with us, and we'll see you, I guess, next week when we have more content to talk about. And
Maybe Matt's back.
yeah,
Who knows?
construction kept him
And
from
then I
being here.
can sort of,
Thankfully, it wasn't a health issue this time.
and I
So,
can outsource the philosophical discussions to
oh,
him.
don't even. I'll bring on freaking Gadfly and we'll beat you guys to the ground. Anyway, thanks everybody for hanging out, and remember, my friends, walk in the light.
Farewell.